Chapter 66, Freeloading. Chapter 66, Freeloading. The next day, Chen, I think I should go open a restaurant. Why? Isn't the motel good? At least the income is steady and there aren't many risks. I must make nice food if there's a Chinese freeloader here every day. Zhao rolled his eyes. That's your illusion. I can get free food from you because it's free. You should at least give some money. I think paying is an insult to our friendship, so I refuse. I don't mind you insulting me, but I mind. I get this free food with my skills. Why should I pay? You know you're making Chinese people lose face? You know how much Chinese people spent in America last year? More than $3 billion. But you're not even willing to pay $1. I think that our relationship shouldn't have conflicts because of $1. With our relationship, you shouldn't be so petty about $1. Okay, let's not talk about $1. Are you going to pay for that woman's room last night? I'm not even willing to pay $1, and you think I'll pay 10. Fine. You didn't have sex with her last night, right? No, she's not single right now. Smart. Vincent was satisfied with Zhao's reply. At that time, Chris came down. She looked very down-spirited. It seemed that she didn't have a good night's sleep. Good morning, Chris. Come eat breakfast. My treat. Ethan was speechless. Thanks. Chris sat beside Zhao as if nothing had happened last night. That was the truth. Nothing had happened. The two made distracted small talk. After breakfast, Chris stood up. Chen, I should go now. I'll drive you. No need. I just need to change and then go to work. Okay then. Be careful on the road. Studying Chris back, Ethan said, that woman is top quality. If I can have sex with her, I'll probably squeeze everything out of her. Get rid of your dirty thoughts. So you're not thinking anything? I'm leaving. To where? Home. After getting home, Zhao started lazing on the sofa again. He played around for 2 whole days. It was actually more tiring than work. In China, Zhao had never had such a messy private life. Blackie, you hear? Blackie's head emerged from the wall. He would occasionally follow Zhao, but if he sensed anything, he would leave and go hunt. Blackie, I have a question. Are there evil spirits in the world? Yes. There were many in this house before. Are there any that affect a person's mind? Yes. An evil spirit is produced by negative emotions after a person dies and the soul disperses. Most evil spirits can affect human emotions. I have a friend. You saw her 2 days ago. It's Chris from the dress shop. She seems to have run into trouble. Zhao recounted Chris' situation and Blackie thought for a while. It seems to be a reflection demon, not a dead spirit. Reflection demon? Beelzebub, didn't you that there are no demons in this world other than you? Beelzebub was eating dog food. Yes, a demon was eating dog food. I'm not wrong. There aren't any demons in this world other than us. That reflection demon hasn't actually appeared on this world. He used a mirror to reflect his image here. He didn't come. So that means that Chris and I only saw the reflection? No, what you two saw weren't the same thing at all. You saw the reflection demon's true form, while that female human is the one that saw the reflection. What's the difference? Humans aren't able to see reflection demons directly. They have to look through a mirror. You're clearly not a normal human, though, so what you saw was most likely the true form. Do you have any solutions? Find a reflection demon's medium and destroy it. Then it won't be able to affect regular people anymore. After a pause, Beelzebub added, but I'm warning you, it's already crowded here. I don't want another demon. Beelzebub was obviously unwilling to have another demon to compete with for demonic crystals. He had a sense of crisis because he realized that his ability wasn't very useful to Zhao. Even Raymond was more useful. As Zhao's first demon subordinate, he didn't want to be pushed to the side. Zhao thought for a moment. Chris had said that her boyfriend Nance often talks to a mirror. That mirror was probably the medium, right? Thinking of this, Zhao picked up his phone to call Chris. Hey, Chris. Chen, is something wrong? Chris' spirits were low. I talked to my friend about you. I want to ask you when your boyfriend started acting weirdly. Chen, I've thought about it. I was probably overthinking before, but I've broken up with him now. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. I don't want to talk about him either. Okay. It seemed that Zhao was being a busybody. He felt wronged. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm great. Okay, that's good. Come get coffee when you're free. Okay, I'm busy. Goodbye. Bye. Since Chris said she didn't need help, Zhao didn't intend to force himself into her business either. He brought all his demons in a Blackie's space crevice. When the three hellhounds saw Zhao and his friends, they were all ecstatic. As always, Zhao went to the research lab, studying the notes and demonic medicine that the last Grim Reaper had left behind. Whether it was Chinese, Western, or demonic medicine, they all had similarities between each other. Demonic medicine was mostly about treating demons. Demons could get sick and hurt too. It was obviously difficult to treat them with human medicine. However, the research about demonic illnesses wasn't very complete either. Zhao had another idea. If he combined Chinese and Western medicine with demonic medicine, would it be more effective? This was only an idea now. He still had to experiment. He obviously couldn't do it in the human world, unless he dissected Beelzebub and the others. This made Zhao want to visit hell again. He walked out of the lab and looked at the Eps who were playing with the three hellhounds. Beelzebub, come here. Chapter 67, Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. Chapter 67, Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. Beelzebub, I need to go to hell. Summon me with your true form. Human, do you know how much I have to pay for summoning you? 100 souls. Zhao took out a small bag of perfect crystal powder. Is this enough to compensate for your loss? Of course. It's my pleasure. Beelzebub accepted the trade without hesitation. Human, I can summon you too, Raymond suddenly interrupted. He would snatch whatever Beelzebub had. Master, did you forget about me? Carrie was similarly unwilling to be left out. I also want to invite you to my house. I'll go next time when I have the chance. Are you two not ashamed for inviting a living to your rural places? My house is only 3 days away from Fallen City. Beelzebub looked as if he was from a more developed place. Do you believe that I can bite you to death? Raymond opened his mouth, as though he was going to devour Beelzebub alive. My house is close to Endless Abyss. Human, if you follow me, I can bring you to visit the edge of Endless Abyss. That's a must-see attraction of hell. How dare you say that you've been to hell without going to Endless Abyss? What's special about Endless Abyss? It's just a big pit. The holes in your heads are big enough already. Master, my hometown is the famous Frozen Kingdom. You will see the most exquisite icy scenery, where millions of souls have been turned into ice statues. It will certainly be a feast to your eyes. I'm not going there as a tourist. Zhao was speechless. His demons were like illegal tour guides trying to persuade their client. However, Zhao still decided to go to Beelzebub's territory. After all, he had been there once already and was more familiar with the place. As for Endless Abyss and Frozen Kingdom, Zhao was somewhat creeped out by their names alone. Last time, Beelzebub had summoned Zhao when he was asleep. This time, however, Beelzebub summoned Zhao when he was awake. Zhao appeared in a different location from last time. However, it was not far away from Black Mountain Village. Soon, Beelzebub's true form found Zhao. Human, come up to my hand. After the experience last time, Zhao was already used to everything. Human, where do you plan to go this time? To the Black Mountain Village. Beelzebub, will you demons also fall ill? Yes. Oh, you're a doctor. Do you want to treat demons? No way. Human medicine is definitely useless for demons. I recently learned some demon's art of healing from Blackie's castle. Its original owner developed it, so I want to try on a few ill demons. Demon's art of healing? We never had the idea of treatment in hell. So what if a demon is sick or injured? Either its body is strong enough to recover, or it dies. Simple as that. Simple? That sounds like it's just waiting to die. Only you weak humans need medicine. Next time if you're ill, don't ask me for help. Of course I wouldn't ask you. You said it yourself. As the two bickered with each other, Beelzebub had already brought Zhao into Black Mountain Village. Zhao's second arrival also attracted the attention of many demons, but the stir was not as strong as the first time. The Great Living, why didn't you summon me? I heard that you've summoned Bloody Hunter. I'm an even more outstanding demon warrior. I hope that I'll have the chance to serve you. I heard that Raz has been summoned twice. Well, I've been waiting for your summoning all the time. I'll become your most loyal fighter. I also wish that I can go to the human world. The respected living, I cost less than Bloody Hunter. I'm even willing to serve you for free. Demons started to surround Chen Zhao. They had learned from Bloody Hunter long ago that the human before them was very generous. Bloody Hunter had received a piece of demonic crystal after just doing him a small favor. It was almost impossible for inferior demons like them to obtain demonic crystals. However, they would have the chance to if they could receive Chen Zhao's recognition. Therefore, all the demons seemed to be more fervent than last time. Mr. Living, Bloody Hunter walked out from the group of demons and saluted at Chen Zhao. I'm honored by your arrival. How may I help you? Damn, you abject hybrids. Did you forget that your lord is right here? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub. Ignore him. I'm so mad. I'm leaving. Beelzebub pretentiously opened his wings and flew into the sky. Right? Is anyone in your village ill? I know that the mudman living in the ruined cave on the edge of the mountain is ill. Mr. Living, I'll bring him here now, Bloody Hunter answered readily. The demons around Chen Zhao also looked like they were willing to help. Before Chen Zhao could stop them, the group of demons charged towards the ruined cave in a formidable array. Soon, the extremely ugly mudman was dragged out by the group of demons. Rules were set by the powerful, while laws were present to protect the weak. There were rules in hell but not laws. Therefore, the greatest original sin in hell was being weak. The mudman was both depressed and confused. Usually, he lived alone in the ruined cave. He had neither offended anyone nor had treasures of any value to other demons. A few dozen demons had just charged out from the village for no reason and dragged him out from his home by force. Mr. Living, we've already brought the dirty mudman here. The mudman's face was filled with panic. He had also heard that their village had welcomed a living human, but he had never seen the human before. At the moment, the human was in the village again. Why did he want to see me? Did I offend him without even knowing it? The honored living, may the humble I ask if I have accidentally offended you. The mudman stared at Chen Zhao in horror. All right, I caught 2 human souls in the river of death yesterday. Are they your friends or relatives? I will return them to you. No, I heard that you're ill. Is that right? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, I have been infested by hellbugs. They keep eating my flesh and blood away. It's really irritating. The rest of you can leave now. I'll call you if I need help. Realizing that Chen Zhao was not planning to harm Mudman, the group of demons left. Only Bloody Hunter stayed behind, claiming that he was going to serve Chen Zhao. I'm a doctor in the human world. That is, I treat those who are ill. Recently, I've come across some special art of healing which can be used to treat demons, so I want to try it on you. What do you think? Mr. Living, I heard that in the human world, patients have to pay the doctor for treatment. I have nothing, so I can't afford the fees. No need. You're my first demon patient, so I wouldn't charge you. Really? Slap. Bloody Hunter struck the mudman's mud-like face with his claws, mutilating his face. Of course, the mudman already looked like that in the first place. Don't question the words of Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter was definitely an excellent cat's paw. He already started to help Chen Zhao establish his reputation without Chen Zhao asking. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. The mudman led Chen Zhao to his Cave of Ruins. He lived there alone. The Cave of Ruins was in the middle of a swamp. Some lower-level demons and creatures lived here. Chen Zhao had seen records of hellbugs in the demonic medical book. They were basically a type of parasite. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on humans and demons. Hellbugs could live on them. Hellbugs weren't fatal to demons, but they definitely were to humans. Thankfully, there were no hellbugs in the human world. The human world wasn't suitable for them either. Unless a hellbug could find a host in the human world extremely quickly, they wouldn't be able to survive. Because of the environment, even if 1 or 2 hellbugs appeared in the human world, only 1 or 2 people would die. It wouldn't become a widespread disaster. In hell, having hell bugs was a common illness, just like roundworms in humans back then. Some lower or smaller demons suffered greatly, though. Hell bugs couldn't kill them, but they were still painful. The previous Grim Reaper mentioned 2 treatments in his notes. The first was a biological extraction, or surgery. The second was driving them out with medicine, similar to how humans drove out roundworms. The previous Grim Reaper also discovered poison ivy, a type of plant in hell. Poison ivy was a common toxic plant in hell. It contained poison that was fatal to both demons and humans, so you couldn't use it directly. It had to be refined first. After extracting the poison, the ivy could be made into an antidote that would quickly drive the hell bug out of the host. Bloody Hunter, go find some poison ivy. Yes, living lord. A while later, the Bloody Hunter found a clump of poison ivy. Zhao began extracting the medical elements of the poison ivy. He put it inside a cup filled with demon's blood. The blood would absorb the poison of the ivy. When he took out the ivy later, the poison was mostly gone. After that, Zhao had the Mudman eat the refined medicine. The Mudman was clearly unwilling. After all, in his eyes, poison ivy was a huge toxin and he would die. However, the Bloody Hunter was obviously fatal too, so he grudgingly ingested the poison ivy. A while later, he threw up, and there was a hellbug in the vomit. The dark red creature was as thick as 3 fingers together and around 3 feet long. There were suction cups on each end. It was still very lively and tried getting close to Zhao. He took 2 steps back, and the Bloody Hunter squashed the hellbug. After expelling the hellbug, the Mudman became much more spirited. This was Zhao's first demon patient. However, the hellbug wasn't that troublesome of a condition. The treatment process and theory was clear too. It wasn't difficult at all. Most respected living being, these are souls I fished out of the river of death yesterday. Please accept it. The Mudman held up 2 souls locked inside a fist-sized crystal ball. They'd shrunk a lot, but Zhao still saw the terror on their faces. I said I don't need to get paid. No, this isn't payment. This is my respect for you. I really don't need it. I have no use for it. Zhao truly didn't need it. What would he use it for? It wasn't like he ate souls. These 2 souls look very complete. You're so lucky. Where did you find them? The Bloody Hunter looked at the 2 souls in the crystal ball. Most souls floated down the river of death after falling into hell. The demons would capture these fallen souls like fishermen. Some souls were more complete and remembered most of their lives. They were more valuable. They could be divided into dozens of soul fragments. Others were more broken. Their memories were already shattered, so they were naturally less valuable. It was a feat if a demon could get 1 or 2 soul fragments. As a resident of a territory, the demons had to pay tax to their lords, which was in the form of soul fragments. For example, a small lord like Beelzebub could get more than 1,000 soul fragments per year. He wasn't very strong, but his territory was in a good place. The river of death would flow through it, so he was pretty well off. The Bloody Hunter found a few more sick demons for Zhao. These all had common diseases. It was easy for Zhao to treat them too. After these cases, Zhao became much more familiar with demonic medical knowledge. Studying for 10 years couldn't be compared to actually doing it once. After half a day, Zhao returned to the human world. Knock, knock. As soon as he exited the basement, he heard the knocking outside. Opening the door, he saw an overweight 50-year-old woman holding a piece of pizza. Hi, I'm your neighbor. I live across the street in the 3rd house to the left. I heard that there's a new neighbor, so I came over to say hi. This is freshly made. Thanks. I'm Zhao, but you can call me Chen. Zhao didn't reject her. After all, this was his first interaction with neighbors. The pizza wasn't the main point. It was the thought that counted. If Zhao wanted to keep living here, he had to have good relationships with his neighbors. He didn't plan on acting like a cold city guy or an unfriendly stranger. I'm Mary. My husband is Bant. I think you two will become friends. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhao and the demons crowded around to eat the pizza when someone knocked on the door again. It was a man around 50 years old. He seemed to be close to Ethan's age, but he was completely different from Ethan. While Ethan was the decadent middle-aged type, this man was tall and burly like a bear. He had a strong presence. "Hello, I'm Mary's husband. She just said that there's a cute boy here." I don't think I count as a cute boy." Zhao wondered how Mary described him at home. He was nowhere close to cute. "Okay, whatever. Mary said that you don't look back. So you want to come to our town's bonfire party tonight?" "Sure. Thanks for your invitation." "Oh, can I bring my kids?" "Of course. You're married?" Zhao moved to the side. There were some small furry heads eavesdropping in the corner. "These are my kids. Of course. I'll come pick you up tonight." Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. In the evening, Bant came to fetch Zhao. Bant was driving an outmoded truck, but Zhao did not really care. "Chen, are you from China? How did you know? We had an immigrant here in the past. His name was also Chen." "Oh, is he still here?" "No. He moved away, but he would occasionally come back to meet his friends." Although they had had little contact, Zhao could tell that Bant was a straightforward person. He was able to get along with most people and did not have any taboos. "Chen, what's your job?" "Doctor." "Doctor. A good profession. Most Americans feel that doctors, lawyers, and college professors are the best jobs available. These people have high income and are respected. Indeed, Americans and Chinese have more or less the same opinions regarding this." "Huh? Is it a factory?" Zhao pointed at the distance where thick smoke could be seen. That's a winery. It's on fire. My son works there." Bant turned the steering wheel, and the truck raced towards the burning winery. At the moment, the area outside the winery was already a mess. The first 4 floors of the 6-story building were ablaze, and the people outside had no way of going in. On the 5th and 6th floors, there were people calling for help. Because it was too high, nobody dared to jump down. They could only wait for the firefighters to arrive. Suddenly, however, Walter, who was in the trunk of the vehicle, jumped down and charged into the Fireground directly. "Shit, your dog just ran in." Zhao was also dumbfounded. He knew that Walter used to save people in water, but it was a Fireground this time. Zhao glanced at Carrie. She was an ice demon, and her icy power could greatly weaken the fire. However, she must not use it publicly. Zhao signaled Carrie with his eyes while he also charged into the Fireground. Carrie followed Zhao closely into the building, leaving Bant astonished. How did they dare to charge into such a huge fire? All the first 4 floors were afire. Even the vents were spouting flames. However, Zhao and his pets actually dashed into the Fireground one after another. Just then, Walter dragged a person out from the building with his mouth. Realizing this, Bant and the other few people outside ran up immediately and poured water onto the wounded victim. Bant and the rest all looked at Walter respectfully. Walter was in a bad shape. His originally bright hair was partially charred. However, after saving a person, Walter actually went back into the Fireground again. Zhao was actually not in any danger. Carrie was right beside him, and the fire could not even go near them. In the fire, Zhao saw a person trembling at a corner of a room. Zhao immediately went up. The person was alive and not really injured, but he was half unconscious. "Carrie, use your power on him." Carrie cast her icy power on the victim at once. In such a situation, her power would only protect him instead of harm him. Walter had already returned to Zhao, who carried the victim on his back. "Walter, Carrie, continue searching for people who were alive. I'll carry him out. Carrie, cast your icy power on me as well." Very soon, Zhao shivered and his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. This would protect him from the high temperature outside. Zhao quickly charged out from the passage. The condition of the air around him was really too bad. Once Zhao was out of the Fireground, Bant and the rest walked up. "Chen, it's too risky. He's still alive. Give me a bucket of water. I'm going in again." "Chen, I know that you want to save them, but quick, my kids are still inside." Zhao thought that since he was already involved, he might as well continue helping the people inside. Moreover, he would surely gain a significant amount of demonic crystals by saving these people. Even if Chen Zhao was not really a hero, Walter was definitely one. Unable to convince Chen Zhao, Bant grabbed a bucket of water and poured onto himself first. I'm going in with you. My son is also inside. No, I'm going alone. I can't take care of two people at the same time. Chen Zhao did not want Carrie's ability to be seen by others. Wait for me outside. Tell me your son's features. I'll bring him out. Around the same age as you. Short hair. Tattoo on his neck. All right. Chen Zhao poured a bucket of water onto himself and charged into the Fireground again. Soon, Walter dragged another person out. Just then, the firemen finally arrived. Great, we're finally here. Who can tell me what's the situation now? The captain of the firefighters instructed his team to ready the water gun as he asked the people around, Did you save those few people? No, they were saved by Chen and his pets. That's Shen's dog. It's a hero and has dragged two people out already. Chen is still inside. Bant was extremely nervous. He was worried for both Chen and his son whom he had not heard about yet. Just as Bant and the firefighters were talking, Walter charged into the Fireground again. The captain was astounded. Did it go in just like this? With such a large fire, we can't even go near the entrance with our fire suit. Yes, so it's a hero. Both its master and it are heroes. Soon, another person walked out from the building. Chen Zhao dragged another victim out again. Seeing the person dragged out by Chen Zhao, Bant immediately shouted in surprise, Ken. Chen Zhao was also somewhat exhausted. It was too tiring to move in the Fireground. Do you have an oxygen mask? He has taken in too much smoke. Pour some water onto him first, and then give him some oxygen. Chen, thank you. Let me go. I'm going in again. Buddy, you've done enough. Leave the rest to us. You can't go in again. The fire's too big. No way. My kids are still inside. I can't leave them there. Then wear this. It can protect you. The firefighter captain gave Chen Zhao a fire suit. Okay. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao wore the fire suit. Then the firefighters beside him poured some water onto him with the water gun. The captain looked at Chen Zhao, who was running into the building. I like this guy. Bant also stared at Chen Zhao's back as he performed first aid on his son according to Chen Zhao's instructions. Me too. He saved my son. Soon, Walter came out again, saving another person. After that, he ran into the building again. The captain and his team members were all bewildered. Most animals were very scared of fire. Even the most obedient pet would run away from a fire scene right away. They had never seen a pet that would go near a fire by itself. That guy went in again. It's really strong to drag such a big person. I feel that it should belong to our fire brigade. No, it belongs to our mountain town. Both its master and it belong here. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao carried a person out while dragging another with his hand. He had already given his fire suit to the person on his back. After a while, Walter and Carrie also came out from the building, with Walter dragging one more person out. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chen, how are you? I'm fine. Chen Zhao was exhausted at the moment. He was sure that there were no survivors in the 4 levels on fire. Everyone that could be saved had already been saved. How's your son? He's woken up. Bant pointed at Ken, who was sitting on the ground in the near distance. His injuries weren't bad, and he just inhaled smoke. Chen, I don't know how to thank you. The chief fireman walked over. Hey, you okay? Yes. Can the fire be contained? Chen Zhao looked at the people on the 5th and 6th floor. They were at the window waiting to be rescued, and there were quite a lot of them. If the fire continued spreading, Chen Zhao might have to risk his life again. No problem. Our water guns can hit the 4th floor. The fireman patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Hey, not that hard. Chen Zhao's entire body was in pain. Sorry, your pets are so amazing. How did you train them? Especially this baby. Even I want to steal him. Hearing his words, Walter growled at the fireman. Huh, seems like it's unwilling. Is the ambulance here? No, we're too far from the hospital. Unlike China with the 5-minute rule, ambulances, fire trucks, and police came according to their distance. If a town didn't have much money, It may need to share these public safety institutions with other towns. Chen and Zhao stood up. I'm a doctor. I'll go look at the wounded. Hey, you're overexhausted right now, and exertion at a fire is 5 times higher than usual. You better go rest. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I know overexertion will only make me sore and tired for a few days. I won't die, but they will. I saved them from the fire. I can't let them die before my eyes. One person was severely burnt and wouldn't be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Chen and Zhao secretly fed him some perfect crystals. The others weren't that serious. Most had just inhaled too much smoke. The fire on the 4th floor didn't keep spreading and was getting put out gradually. This fire was a huge hit to the town's economy. Millions of dollars had turned to dust. Some people had died as well. If Chen, Zhao, Walter, and Carrie hadn't rushed in to save people, the casualties would be greater. The 3 saved 9 people from the fire. One was heavily injured while the others had lighter wounds. The ambulance arrived in half an hour. 3 hours later, the fire was put out entirely. Chen, can my team take a picture with you and Walter? Of course. The firemen all admired Chen, Zhao, and Walter. After all, they'd saved 9 people. Chen, I'll drive you back. Aren't you going to stay with your son in the hospital? No need. I told Mary to go. I can't leave the hero behind. Bant, please don't call me a hero. If you keep doing this, I might have to move. Fine. Chen, how's that? Chen Zhao sat in the car and almost dozed off. Chen, are you okay? Do you need to get to the hospital? No, I'm just tired. When they reached his home, Bant woke Chen Zhao up. Thanks, Bant. No, I should be the one thanking you. After some hesitation, Bant added, Chen, be careful of the mayor. What? This fire might have something to do with the mayor. Why didn't you tell the police? It's useless. There's no evidence, unless you can find something at the fire site. What's going on? A chemical plant has their eyes on the land the winery is on. They want to buy it and establish a chemical plant, but all the citizens protested. Only the mayor supports it, while the winery is the town's public industry, so the chemical plant never succeeded. Later, they tried to buy the land from the mayor, but he doesn't have the right. So you suspect that he set the fire, right? Yes. He's not a good person. Then how did he become mayor? He won't be for long. His term will be up in 2 months, and no one will vote for him again. Does he have some bad past? On the surface, he's just a regular politician. Actually, saying he's a politician is too much for him. I've heard that he has connections with gangs, so I told you to be careful. Okay, I understand, but I was just saving people. There's no reason for him to go against me, right? One of the people you saved is his mortal enemy, Old Treed, owner of the winery. They'd had an intense confrontation before. The mayor once said that he would have Treed and the winery go up in flames together. The mayor is that bold. Yes, he's an asshole and a complete demon. Woof, woof, woof. Bant, my kids are all nicknamed Little Demon. They don't like having other people take their nickname. Okay, anyway, just be careful. That madman might want to use his last term to go crazy. No one knows what he might do. I understand. I'll be careful. After warning Chen Zhao, Bant went home. No one would be able to rest tonight. Chen Zhao guessed that Bant had to get to the hospital later. As soon as Chen Zhao got home, he opened the metal box. As expected, there was a huge, perfect crystal lying inside quietly. His efforts tonight hadn't gone to waste. He felt like risking his life to save those people was all worth it. It wasn't that he was too realistic. It had really been dangerous when saving those people. Even with Carrie's protection, it still wasn't without risks. Chen Zhao took out the miscellaneous pieces of demonic crystals. Carrie, Walter, these are yours. Human, what about me? And me? You two didn't help and you still want a reward. We couldn't do anything there. Did you expect us to go in and get in your way? Beelzebub asked matter-of-factly. The most help we can give is to cheer you on outside. Fine. Chen Zhao chose the 2 smallest demonic crystals. This is the reward for cheering me on. That's small. Beelzebub and Raymond looked at their crystal and then at the handful of demonic crystals that Carrie and Walter had each. As the saying went, there was no sadness if there was no comparison. Seeing the difference, Beelzebub and Raymond grew unhappy. Walter, My blood flows in you, so you should give me half. Woof. Walter opened its mouth and started growling at Beelzebub. It was a demon now, not an ignorant dog. As for Carrie, she was never afraid of Beelzebub and Raymond. The possibility of wresting demonic crystals from her was basically zero. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Walter's mouth looked swollen. He held all the demonic crystals in his mouth, after which he trotted boastfully into the basement and into Blackie's territory to find the Hellhound. The Hellhound was Walter's best friend. He would share whatever he had with the Hellhound. As for Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, they did not know what sharing was. At night, the house was in complete silence, but Beelzebub and Raymond did not sleep. Today, Zhao had been generous for once and had given so many demonic crystals to Carrie and Walter. Walter did not know how to save it all. He had already shared some of her crystals with the Hellhound and eaten the rest. They were both single and did not have a family to take care of. On the other hand, Beelzebub and Raymond had wives and a group of children. They could not eat all the demonic crystals at once like the other two foolish dogs. Therefore, they could only put their eyes on Carrie's crystals. Just like them, Carrie would not eat all the demonic crystals at once. Similar to Beelzebub and Raymond, Carrie would go back to hell once in a while, bringing her demonic crystals with her. Raymond, are you sure you can find where Carrie hid her crystals? Yes, my nose doesn't lie. I promise you I know where her crystals are. Then what are we waiting for? Bring me there now. While it was still dark, Beelzebub and Raymond slipped from the house surreptitiously and went to the backyard. It's right under that tree. Dig them all out. Why don't you do it yourself? Do you see any hands for me? Raymond was frustrated. I heard that snakes can burrow. Nonsense, you fool. Snakes can't burrow. At least I can't. I found them, and I'll dig them out. What are you going to do? At least I can bear the consequences with you, if we're found. When we get Carrie's treasure, I want 60%. No way. We agreed to share it equally. But I did more. If you keep nagging, I'll wake Carrie up. Fine, fine. Beelzebub started digging downwards. After digging for less than 30 centimeters, he saw a small wooden box. Look, here it is. Great. Open it. Beelzebub eagerly opened the box. However, the next moment, a pall of smoke spread out from the box. Beelzebub trembled and fell unconscious. Fool, Raymond said, sticking his tongue out. Carrie, you can come out now. Carrie strolled out elegantly from the dark. Did that fool fall into the trap? Yes. He's already affected by your hypnotic pollen. He'll sleep until the morning. He would never have imagined that you would betray him. I'm not his subordinate, so it's not called betrayal. Let's go. I'll bring you to his treasure point. Raymond and Carrie made one round and went to the vegetated area, which was in front of the house and beside the road. He hides his demonic crystals here. I saw him digging here for quite a while one night. Are you sure it's not your trap? I promise. But I don't trust you. After all, you've just betrayed Beelzebub. I've already brought you here anyway. I only want my share now. After considering, Carrie still decided to try it. Nevertheless, she was still extremely careful. Using her icy power, an ice shard dropped down from the sky towards the place Raymond had specified. At the instant the ice shard hit, a whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it's a trap. A ward. Carrie shouted, realizing that she had been rooted. She turned around and looked at Raymond. Help me. Ah! An evil smile appeared on Raymond's face. Carrie understood everything at once. I knew it. You've just betrayed Beelzebub, and now you're betraying me. I betrayed no one. You despicable and abject demon. Carrie attempted to break free from the ward, but it was very firm. She would not be able to escape from it without a few hours of work. Raymond twisted his slim body and slowly disappeared in Carrie's vision. However, just after Raymond left, Beelzebub appeared quietly. I already said that stinky bug can't be trusted. Stop wasting time. You're nothing good either. Release me from the ward now. Beelzebub stood up with his hind legs and grabbed a tree branch with his front paws. He drew a magic array on the ground, after which he injected magical power into the array. Immediately, the array lit up. Beelzebub controlled the power of the magic array and pointed the branch in his paw at Carrie. At once, Carrie regained freedom. Although Beelzebub's main ability was gluttony, he was a demon after all. He certainly had more than just one ability. Carrie and Beelzebub had contacted each other secretly long ago. However, they were also on guard and plotting against each other. Just like how Raymond had plotted Beelzebub and then Carrie, Beelzebub and Carrie would betray each other too if they had the chance. Are you not going to stop Raymond? He knows the real place you've hidden your demonic crystals. So what? Do you think he'll be able to get my treasure easily? Then let's go and take Raymond's treasure. Do you know where it is? It's in the doghouse of Blackie's stupid dog. He thought that he hid it well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. However, little did they know that Raymond was also looking at them in the dark. These two fools. They thought that their silly plan can trick me. Demons were treacherous creatures. They normally looked ludicrous in front of Chen Zhao, but they were not actually stupid. As all of this was happening, Chen Zhao was watching them with a pair of night vision device, which he had purchased online. Looks like they'll do this for the entire night again. Walter, are you sure that you found all their demonic crystals? Roar. If anyone isn't obedient next time, I'll make him or her bankrupt. Everything was in Chen Zhao's control. The three demons thought that they had everything, but they had been under Chen Zhao's monitoring all the time. These three bastards would fight against each other nonstop, both openly and secretly every night. All right, let's sleep. Chen Zhao lied on the bed when a head suddenly appeared above him. How many times have I said this? Don't appear like this. I can't knock or push the door, so it's the only option. Still, don't appear right above my bed. How would I know where you are? Of course I'm on the bed at this time. Chen Zhao complained, forget it. What's up? Well, I came back just now. I discovered an interesting place. Do you want to go there? Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. What is this place? An ancient passageway. What kind of passageway? It leads to the gates of hell. Someone had once created a gate to hell nearby, but failed. Where? Is it far? It'll take around an hour by foot. That far? Chen Zhao hesitated. Should we go tomorrow? Let's see when we have time. Walking for 1 hour is too far. You can only see that place during a full moon. We'll have a chance in the next 3 days, but after that, we'll have to wait until next month. What's so interesting about a failed door? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's a door that you can go through, but you can't go out. The person who made it probably wanted to create a two-way door so he could go in and out of hell. Is that useful? It's not useful to you, since you can go in and out of hell without a gate. But it's very meaningful to regular humans. I haven't thought of a use for the gate. Think about it. Your family member died and you want to see him. You can use this gate to see the family member who'd fallen into hell. That's crazy. Even if a soul fell into hell, how do you find it? Hell is so big. You don't have to look around. If that soul hasn't been captured by a demon, you only need to use a magic spell to send a soul in, and then the gate can send the relative soul out. If a demon has captured the soul, you'll need to exchange more souls. But even if you can summon back your relative's soul, it'll be incomplete, right? Yes, this is what you humans are obsessed with. Not everyone is so logical. Go to sleep. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Chen Zhao kept thinking about Blackie's words and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't have a good night's sleep and was still listless the next day. He couldn't recover from the fire yesterday. His neck was sore and his limbs felt weak. Chen Zhao was a doctor, so he knew that these conditions were because sudden high exertion resulted in muscle fatigue. He dredged his meridians, and the conditions were slightly relieved. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had fought the entire night and had just started sleeping. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. It was Jerlin. Jerlin, how come you're here? What? You don't welcome me. Are you hiding another woman in your home? Chen Zhao moved aside, letting Jerlin in. You don't have work today? Jerlin walked in and grabbed the milk Chen Zhao had drunk. I just solved the major case. Melson gave me 2 days break. Chen Zhao poured another glass of milk. So you can accompany me for the next 2 days? So you miss me? Of course. Zhao pulled Zhao directly into the bedroom. After their morning exercise, they went back downstairs. Do you have work today? No. My time is all yours. Let's go camping. Sure. Zhao indeed wanted to relax. Otherwise, she wouldn't drag Zhao to go camping. Bring the kids. Zhao really liked these little demons. She was even jealous of Zhao for being able to train them so well. The town that Zhao lived in was called Mountain Town. This was obviously because there were a few big mountains beside it. Zhao and Zhao were entangled the entire morning. After lunch, they began packing the stuff for camping and got into Zhao's car. 20 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Zhao picked up the biggest bag while giving the other one to Walter, the biggest animal. Zhao, have you camped here before? I've come here before, but not for camping. A corpse was discovered nearby half a year ago. Okay, change the topic. There's a lake over there. Let's put the tent up there. Zhao didn't know that their group had an extra person, or rather, demon, Blackie. The gate of hell I mentioned is upstream of the lake. Want to go look? Another time. Zhao's here right now. Zhao didn't want to ruin the camping mood. When he reached the lakeside, a fresh feeling instantly entered his heart. The water glittered and a slight breeze blew past. Dense forests were on either side of the clear water. If I had the money, I would definitely buy this place and then build a mansion, Zhao said emotionally. Indeed, the view was amazing and the air was clean and fresh. Nature was well preserved here. Anyone who came here would fall in love with it. You won't be able to get this place without $12 million, right? Chen, you're too much. This place won't be more than $500,000. How is that possible? How can such a great environment only be $500,000? You're not going to grow a farm here, and there's no value in developing it. Traffic is inconvenient, and there aren't any homes nearby. How much value do you think it has? In Zhao's opinion, $500,000 was definitely worth it for a place like this. However, it wasn't a small number to him either. Human, Blackie said, if you can buy this place, the 3 hellhounds will have enough space to exercise. They won't be cooped up in the space crevice all day. But didn't you just settle into the crevice? I can move the crevice to this place or move all the stuff here. You can move crevices? It's kind of annoying, but it's still possible. But I don't have money. It wasn't that Zhao had no money. He'd indeed made a lot of money during this period, but it was only about $500,000. He could put in all his savings to buy this land, but he had to pay to build a house too. He also had to construct a road to the highway. This would be a great sum too. I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to move a crevice either. You're tempting me to buy this land just so the 3 can have space to move around. More importantly, it's really close to the gates of hell. What does that have to do with you? This gate was most likely created by the previous owner of the spatial crevice. I want to study the crevice. If you live here, I can go in and out of the gate more easily. Chapter 73, Fake Play Becomes Real. Chapter 73, Fake Play Becomes Real. There wouldn't be demons coming out from the gates of hell, right? Of course not. It's not that easy for demons to enter the human world. Since we can use sorcery to summon souls from the gates of hell, can we also summon demons? That's different altogether. It's more like trading than summoning. Souls are considered as a commodity, but demons can't trade themselves. Then why can I summon demons? How would I know? I'm not an omniscient god. But you're a Grim Reaper, god of death. That's kind of a god. While I'm happy to be viewed by humans as a god of death, why do I only feel deep insult from your words? Walter's favorite thing was water. He had already jumped into the lake. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie liked to play in water too. Although they were not as enlivened as Walter, they were still delighted. Zhao was convinced by Blackie's suggestion. However, the huge price still made him hesitant. Chen, are you really thinking about it? Zhao realized that Zhao was actually considering it seriously. Maybe. Do you have that much money? Zhao asked. I managed to get some money from a rich person recently. Are you really planning to buy the land? I have no idea how much this piece of land actually costs, whether it belongs to Mountain Town or is private, and whether its owner is willing to sell it. Even if I can buy it, I wouldn't have the money to build a house. However, this was not the main theme that day, so Chen Zhao only chatted with Zhao about it briefly. Chen Zhao only had the preliminary thought about purchasing the land. Anyway, he felt that the value of his money would be better preserved by buying the land than storing it in the bank. Money in the bank would only slowly lose its value. On the other hand, if Chen Zhao invested it on actual property, no matter how much the land devalued, he would not lose much. Chen Zhao had a very typical Chinese mindset. Chinese people have a special feeling towards land. In Chen Zhao's mindset, he would only have a foundation after he owned a piece of land. Moreover, he felt that this piece of land has its own value, unlike what Zhao had said. In fact, the natural environment was part of its value. If this land cost $10 million, Chen Zhao would not even think about buying it. However, if it only cost $500,000, Chen Zhao felt that he could buy it. As Beelzebub and the rest played in the lake, Chen Zhao and Zhao built a tent on the lakeside. Zhao was very familiar with this, and they finished the tent in 10 minutes. Just then, a few playful young people walked towards their direction. They looked like high school students. There was a mix of both genders, and they were wearing either swimming trunks or swimsuit. These people also saw Chen Zhao and Zhao, so they approached them. "Hello, I've never seen you before. Are you new to this place?" A burly young man said. He was handsome, well-built, and polite. "You can call me Chen. I live in the infamous ghost house in town." "Chen? I know you." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl behind exclaimed, "Yesterday the winery was on fire. I heard that an Asian and a dog saved 9 people from the Fireground. You even saved Uncle Bernard, am I right?" Hearing her words, the few young people all looked at Chen Zhao in surprise and respect. "I'm Famer, the leading young man said. The others also introduced themselves. Famer lifted a box of beer from his companion. "Do you want one?" "Air. Are you adults already?" "My girlfriend is a cop. In America, one needs an identity document to buy tobacco and alcohol. It is a crime to sell them to minors. Of course, some places are stricter than others. Don't spoil the fun. Come is. Police, let's drink together." Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Zhao also did not care if these people were adults. Anyway, she was in charge of crime investigation and did not care about these things. The brown-haired girl Lily pointed at the few dogs that were playing in the lake. "Is the largest German shepherd there the dog which saved people from the Fireground?" "Yes, he's Walter. He's a good boy. He's really big. I've never seen such a huge dog." Usually, a German shepherd could only have a shoulder height of 60 centimeters and weight of 45 kilograms at most. However, Walter's shoulder height was over 80 centimeters and he weighed 65 kilograms. He was almost as heavy as an adult woman. Moreover, this did not seem to be his limit. Since Walter had been converted to a hybrid demon, he had been growing. Recently, his growth had already slowed down, but it had not stopped completely. Chen Zhao was also unsure how big Walter could reach. Even the difference between 2 humans whose heights were 3 centimeters apart could be easily noticed, not to mention dogs. Walter was indeed very large, especially when he was with Beelzebub and Carrie. German Shepherd was considered as a large dog, but Walter's size at the moment was already extra large. Of course, Walter's weight and shoulder height were still within the range of a normal dog. "Does he bite?" "Nope. I already said. He's a good boy." "Can I test him?" Famer asked. "How do you want to test him?" "I'll pretend to be drowning." "Fine." Famer ran into the lake and then slowly swam away until he was about a few dozen meters away from the shore. Suddenly, he felt something drag his feet. "Is there a big fish in the lake?" he thought. However, before he could think further, he felt something bite his feet. Its bite force was not big, but it kept dragging him down. "Shit! Help! Help!" The people on the shore all looked at Famer with a smile. Lily pointed at Famer and remarked, "His acting is so real." "Is he in trouble?" Chen Zhao asked, frowning. "Stop joking. Famer is the captain of our school's swimming team, and he has taken part in the high school sports competition, where he was the champion in the youth division. Even his warm-up in school every day is 1,000 meters, another young man said. Zhao still felt uneasy. From Famer's behavior, he felt that something might actually have gone wrong. Walter, save him. In the lake, Walter turned his head and saw Famer in the distance. Splash. God, he's so fast. Famer's sinking. He's not joking. Walter, faster. Walter was extremely fast. Zhao's eyelids quivered as he scanned everyone around him. They did not seem to have noticed that Walter's swimming speed was extraordinary. Everyone was fully focused on Famer. At the moment, he had already disappeared from the surface of the pool. Walter dived down suddenly, and everyone could feel their heart pound. They finally realized that Famer was really in trouble. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Finally, Famer floated up and started swimming back with full power. Where's Walter? Why didn't Walter come up? Lily yelled in panic. As soon as she spoke, they saw splashes behind Famer. Walter seemed to be fighting with something. It was a huge catfish that was even bigger than Walter. It was dramatically large. It seemed to be 2 times the size of Walter. Everyone tensed up. Could Walter defeat this catfish in the water? Zhao wasn't doubtful. Walter's combat ability wasn't equal to his size. After a while, the catfish floated up to the surface. Walter started swimming to Famer. After catching up, it pushed against Famer with its head and helped him swim back to land. When everyone saw that man and dog were safe, they let out sighs of relief. Famer, are you okay? I'm all right. Famer nodded. That catfish bit my ankle and dragged me down. Thankfully, Walter saved me. He was still in shock. It had just been a joke. No one expected there would be serious danger. Famer looked down at Walter. He's really powerful. Walter, go get that catfish, Zhao said. We'll have fish tonight. Everyone looked at Walter and then that huge catfish floating on the surface. Are you sure Walter can get it on a land? Of course. Famer, come sit here. I'll give you a checkup. Famer had truly drowned just then. Zhao needed to be sure if he had pulmonary edema. If he did, then he had to go to the hospital. I feel great. There's no problem. Famer patted his chest. If you want to eat that catfish, then listen to me and let me check. Fine. Zhao checked and didn't let him go until he was sure Famer was okay. By then, Walter had dragged the catfish on a land, and everyone worked together to drag it over. It took a few young people's entire strength to move the fish. This catfish was honestly too big, especially its mouth. It could completely swallow a child-sized creature. It wouldn't eat an adult human, but its habit was to view anything in the water that's smaller than it or close to it as its target. They were more aggressive than sharks, and in America, there were occasionally cases where children drowned because of catfish. This was why some catfish were known as men-killing catfish. Of course, this wasn't that common. I didn't think there would be such a large catfish in the lake, Famer said. There's probably only this one. This lake can't contain 2 huge catfish. This lake was less than 1 square mile. It also connected to a river with moving water. Moving water could maintain the quality of the water, but it also meant medium-sized catfish could escape. After all, it was difficult for other large fish to survive in this tiny lake if there was already a domineering king. If they couldn't live here, they would choose to escape. If this catfish didn't have enough food, it could only go hungry. This was also why it attacked Famer. However, it would no longer rule the waters. Zhao slit open its stomach and suddenly dug out a pearl. What's this? It's from hell, Blackie said, floating over. It has hell's aura. Beelzebub, come here. Beelzebub bounced over. What? Do you know what this is? It looks like some demon's subordinate imprint. What's a subordinate imprint? I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so I have his imprint in me. Are you born with it? Yes. So that means that this catfish is actually some large demon's subordinate. It also might have eaten a subordinate, and the imprint was left inside its stomach. Is that likely? It's less likely, but it's not impossible. With my current state, it'll definitely eat me if I run into it. That means that some demon had come to the human world, unfortunately fell into the water, and was eaten by this catfish. I don't know. It might be what you said. We'll be alright if we eat it after it ate a demon. Yeah. What does the Subordinate imprint do? If you collect enough, you can summon the superior demon. How many do you need? Not sure. It depends on which demon it is. I'm subordinate to the King of Gluttony, so you'll need at least 100 glutton imprints to summon his projection. If it's just a regular subordinate, you only need around 5 imprints. What if I want to summon your demon King Satan? You can't. No one can summon him if he's unwilling. However, if he's willing to reply to you, you can summon him into the human world without any cost. That cool. That cool. Robio. Phalai walked in, scaring Robio. He crumpled up the newspaper in his hands and tossed it into the trash can. What's up? Robio looked up at Phalai. You've been sitting in the office for an hour. This isn't something a coastal lifeguard should do. You can't save anyone in here. All right. Robio stood up. Phalai didn't follow him out. Instead, she looked suspiciously at the newspaper Robio had tossed. Taking it out and opening it, she saw the huge headline. Firefighting Hero. Phalai started reading the article. It said that a man and dog saved 9 people from fire. There was also a picture. It wasn't very clear, but she could see it was an Asian man with a dog. Seeing the dog, Phalai's brows furrowed subconsciously. How come it looks so much like Walter? Phalai looked out the window, seeing Robio's jogging figure. The suspicion in her grew. The newspaper mentioned Fire Brigade No. 7 of L.A. Changing her clothes, Phalai left the beach without telling anyone. She had to get this cleared up, no matter if it was Walter or not. The newspaper picture wasn't clear and was in black and white, but she felt like the dog was Walter. She also noticed that the man with the dog was that illegal doctor from last time. Of course, she couldn't make any conclusions now, but she had a feeling that it was Walter. Chapter 75, Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Chapter 75, Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Hi. Phalai found Fire Brigade No. 7 of L.A. A burly firefighter walked up and asked, Madam, how may I help you? I want to inquire about the winery fire the night before yesterday. Yes. What about it? In that fire, an Asian and a dog participated in firefighting. Is that right? You mean Chen and Walter? Yes. I remember them clearly. They're both heroes. In that incident, my colleagues and I were almost insignificant, but I'm honored to be able to cooperate with them. The firefighter obviously had a great impression of Chen, Zhao, and Walter. Most firefighters had low salary despite the high risk they had to face. Therefore, people without a sense of justice would not be able to take this job for long. Hence, firefighters were usually very kind towards people of the same kind. Moreover, America is a country that supports individual heroism. To firefighters, charging into a raging fire and saving people was the best definition of individual heroism. Phalai's eyes sparkled, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Walter, is that dog also called Walter? Can you tell me where that Asian lives? You want to find him? What's your relationship with him? The firefighter stared at Phalai. He did not say anything recklessly, although the beautiful lady before him did not seem like a bad person. However, this involved Chen Zhao's privacy after all. Americans are always very alert about such things. After thinking, Phalai bit her lip and said, That man abandoned me. He left me without saying a thing, and I've been looking for him since then. I have to find him, and then I'll crack his balls. Oh, I see. I support your idea very much, but I don't have his number either. You can go to Mountain Town and ask around. You should be living there. Great. Thank you. He's a hero indeed, but I don't like people who abandon their girlfriends without a word. Then I'll leave now. Bye. Can I have your number, please? We can eat together when you're free. I know a great burger shop, the firefighter said. Sorry. Before I kick that bastard's balls, I'm not ready for another relationship. All right. Do you know where Mountain Town is? I can send you there. That will be amazing if you're free. Phalai indeed did not know where Mountain Town was. Los Angeles is huge, and there are at least 100 towns around it. It would be best if there was someone to lead Phalai. I'm Kanan. What's your name? Phalai. I'm from the Coastal Rescue Team, Phalai answered. Oh, so our occupations are kind of the same. Not quite. although we both save people. You save people from fire, while we save people from water. Feilai, do you still like Chen? No. According to psychology, the fact that you're still finding your ex for revenge indicates that you still have feelings towards him. Did you learn psychology? No. The negotiator of our fire brigade taught me this. Then did the negotiator tell you that you should never correct or expose a lying woman? In just over half an hour, the two arrived at Mountain Town. Where do we find him? Feilai asked. Kanan scanned around him. Easy. Find a police. Kanan stopped the car by the roadside and walked to a police car. Buddy, I want to find a person. He's an Asian who's raised a few dogs. I believe he lives in this town. Do you know where he stays? You mean Chen? Yes, that's him. Leonardo inspected Kanan and then looked at Feilai, who was still in the car behind. Do you know Chen? The lady in my car is his ex-girlfriend. They still have some unsettled business, Kanan said. He lives in number 13 Banana Street. The haunted house, Leonardo said. Got it. Thank you and bye. Once Kanan left, Leonardo called Chen Zhao. Chen, I just met your ex-girlfriend. What? Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. My ex-girlfriend? She should be on the other side of the Pacific Ocean now. Are you sure she's my ex-girlfriend? She's a very beautiful, red-haired lady. Big tits. You sure you don't know her? I know many women, but I can confirm that I don't have a red-haired, big-tit ex-girlfriend. Do you know any lady like that at all, even if she's not your ex? No. Did you tell her my address? Yup. I thought that she's really your ex. Looks like I've made some trouble for you. I'll go there now. Who is it? Leonardo, a patrolman in town. I think he's also from your police station. The so-called patrolman was actually just a police in charge of the local area. There was no police station in Mountain Town, so the town was under the police station of another region. A person like Leonard may need to patrol 2 to 3 such towns in a single day. I know that guy, Jerlin said. What did he call you? A person who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend asked him for my address, and he told her, your ex. You know that my ex is on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. After I came here, you're the only woman I've had any stable relationship with. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jerlin looked at Chen Zhao. Do you want me to go and open the door? I'll go. I also want to see who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend. Me too. Chen Zhao and Jerlin walked to the front door. Opening the door, they saw a man and a woman outside. Wait, you're Feilai, right? Chen Zhao tried to recall his memories about Feilai. Weren't you boyfriend and girlfriend before? Why do you look like you don't really know her? Is it because your current girlfriend is beside you? Kanan asked. Chen Zhao also found Kanan familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen Kanan. Kanan, we've met before. I'm a fireman. Suddenly, Feilai leaped towards Chen Zhao fiercely. You thief! Return me my Walter! Return me my Walter! Woof! Just then, Walter charged out in excitement. He had heard Feilai's voice. Chen Zhao was totally speechless as it was a really bad timing for Walter to appear. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Walter! Feilai was overjoyed, but the next moment, she grew hesitant. This big dog before her eyes looked very similar to Walter, but Walter couldn't be so energetic. Walter wasn't this big either. He had lost weight dramatically before due to the cancer. He wasn't even 25 pounds before. The big dog here now was more than twice Walter's weight. However, there was those eyes, the close and familiar gaze. Feilai was still hesitant. Was this really Walter? Chen, do you need help? Leonardo came over too. Walter. Feilai could only see Walter now. Woof. Walter had already run over to Feilai, licking her hand. You're really Walter? You didn't die? Woof. Miss Feilai. What are you doing to my Walter? Your Walter? You thief. You stole Walter. I'm going to report you. When did I steal your Walter? Isn't this enough proof? Feilai said, pointing at the dog. I have a pet's permit for it. Can you produce a permit for your Walter? I thought Walter had died, so I canceled it already. Why do you think your Walter died? It had cancer and my colleague said that he put it down. Look, does it look like it has cancer? You're that doctor. You cured Walter? Leonardo, do you believe her? You think I can cure a dog's cancer? Chen Zhao still refused to admit it. I don't care how you healed Walter, but he still recognizes me. You saw Himi. He knows me. Walter, do you know Leonardo? Walter ran over to Leonardo and licked his palm. See, it's friendly to everyone. No, that's different. It looks at me differently. Please, Miss Failai, get out of my house if you can't produce evidence that I stole your dog. I don't welcome crazy women that accuse me of stealing dogs. Why did you name it Walter? Or is it its original name? Leonardo, am I not allowed to name my dog? Of course you can. Miss, if there's nothing else, please leave this home, Leonardo said unkindly. I'm not going unless Walter is going with me. If you insist on making a scene, I can only take you to the station. In Leonardo's opinion, Failai was just throwing a fit. He was more willing to believe in Chen Zhao. After all, Failai had said that her dog had cancer and had been put down. It wasn't enough proof that Chen Zhao's dog had the same name as hers. Leonardo, you're Jerlin from the crime squad? He finally noticed that Jerlin was there. You're not needed here. Chen and I will take care of this. Okay, Chen, I'm leaving. Chen Zhao didn't know what Jerlin was planning. Chen and this Miss Failai, I don't know if this dog is your Walter, but it seems to like you. I think you can let it choose between you or Chen. Jerlin, is this necessary? Chen looked at Jerlin, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This respects everyone here, right, Chen? Fine, let choose. You two go stand over there. Walter, come here. Walter obediently ran over to Jerlin. She bent down and patted the dog's head. Walter, do you want to go with Chen or Failai? Choose now. Jerlin pointed at Chen Zhao and Failai, who were standing next to each other. Walter cocked its head, staring at the two. It didn't really understand Jerlin. Walter, will you choose me or her? Chen Zhao repeated. Walter, you remember me, right? We fought alongside each other. Failai stared anxiously at Walter. The dog stayed beside Jerlin, not choosing anyone. I don't think it made a choice, Chen Zhao said, but I believe that it's more willing to be with his owner instead of an unfamiliar woman. It didn't choose. Why do you say it's more willing to be with you? Failai refuted. Because this is its home and it has friends. Then Chen Zhao called, Beelzebub, Carrie. Beelzebub and Carrie ran out. Walter immediately started playing with them. See, I can't find any reason why it would want to leave me and its friends, Chen Zhao said grandly. Failai was furious. I think I have someone who can prove that this is Walter. She called Robio and put him on speaker. Robio, I'm at Chen's house. Come here. Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Failai was setting up a trap for Robio. Chen? Which Chen? Robio asked. Chen Zhao's heart came back down. Thankfully, Robio wasn't stupid and reacted quickly. You're still lying to me? Walter didn't die. You didn't kill her. You gave her to Chen, right? Failai, Walter's already dead. Why can't you accept this? It's already dead. It had cancer and couldn't get better. Robio, Failai growled with clenched teeth. If you keep lying to me, our friendship is over. Failai, I'm sorry. Robio's reply was extremely calm. Walter is already dead. I can accept it if you blame me for killing it, but can you please accept the fact that it's already dead? I don't believe you. I won't accept it. No matter if you accept it or not, it's the truth. Kanan patted Failai's shoulder. Let's go. He was more willing to support Failai, but logically, he still believed Chen Zhao. After all, it wasn't a big deal to have two dogs with the same name. Plus, he felt like Failai's Walter was indeed dead already. It was just that Failai wasn't willing to accept the truth. That was why she insisted that Chen Zhao's dog was hers. I will find evidence. Gritting her teeth, Failai glared at Chen Zhao. I will expose your true nature and let everyone know that you're a shameless thief. Please don't come harass me before you find evidence. Otherwise, I'll call the cops. Chen Zhao closed the door, but felt coldness behind him. He could fool the entire world, but not Jerlin. Can you explain what's going on? Chapter 77, Back to Work. Chapter 77, Back to Work. Walter can't live for long, so he has to stay with me. Only I can extend his life. Chen Zhao started to lie. You heard for yourself that it has cancer. You know what this means. Robio asked me to save Walter. I've been trying my best to extend his life, but if he leaves me, he'll be sick before long. Do you want to see how the disease has tortured him just half a month ago?" Taking in a deep breath, Jerlin said, "You should explain this to that girl. Didn't you see her attitude? Her wild attitude towards Walter. Do you think she would allow Walter to leave her? But she views Walter as her kin. Isn't it cruel for you to strip Walter from her? Fine. What would you do if you were me? Let it return to its original master, and then die in suffering and pain, or let it stay here so that it can run and play freely? At least it wouldn't be tortured by the disease." Chen Zhao sounded all righteous. Jerlin fell silent for a while. "I don't know. I only feel that this is unfair for her." Phalai charged into the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team and shouted at Robio, "You lied to me. You lied. That's Walter. Walter's not dead." The members around her were all perplexed. "What's Phalai saying?" Robio's face darkened. "All of you go out." Slightly shocked, the other members all left the office. "Are you guilty now? That is Walter." Robio took in a deep breath. "Answer me. Do you want Walter to be alive?" "Of course. I want it to be alive more than anyone else. So when I found out that it's still alive, I'm happier than anyone else. Chen can extend Walter's life. You saw it for yourself. Walter has regained his vigor beside Chen. But what would happen if it leaves Chen? Do you know what will happen to it? Have you ever thought about it?" Robio stared at Phalai with a gloomy look. "You only care about whether Walter belongs to you, but you've never cared for Walter itself. If you want Walter to live, just give up. Perhaps you can go and visit it, but don't try to snatch it away." Robio was very satisfied with Chen Zhao, who had fulfilled his promise. He had indeed restored Walter's energy. Therefore, Robio had to fulfill his promise too. At least, he must not let Phalai destroy their agreement. If possible, he hoped that he could keep this a secret forever, even if he would be accused of being a murderer. However, Phalai still managed to find out the truth. He could only tell her everything in an attempt to persuade her. Phalai sat down on the chair in disappointment, her eyes staring blankly in front of her. "I'll give you 2 days to rest and relax. Use this opportunity to think over it." Chen Zhao spent 2 days with Jerlin and did nothing else, apart from a picnic the previous day and having their usual bed activities. After the 2 days, Jerlin left Chen Zhao again. Just like what they had promised, when they needed each other, they would be like a couple. For the rest of the time, they would only be friends. Chen Zhao was also back to work and called Ethan himself. "Ethan, you have a job for me." "Chen, what a surprise that you call me yourself. I thought that you've already forgotten about your job." "I only took 2 days off." "Fine. Lucky for you, I have a job at hand. Street 98, flat number 521, but the pay isn't high. Only $1,000. Do you want it?" "Yes." Chen Zhao tidied himself up, after which he left with Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. Just then, he saw Mary walk towards him with some grilled bacon and ham. "Chen, are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to work. A patient is waiting for me. Here's some bacon and ham I've just made." "Thanks." "No, I should be the person to thank you. You saved Ken. I'm a doctor. Saving people is my job." After chatting briefly with Mary, Chen Zhao took the bacon and ham and returned to his house. However, he could only eat them after coming back. Leaving his house again, he saw Vincent at the next road junction. "Chen, where are you going?" "Street 98. On their way, Chen Zhao received a call from the agency. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Hister. Do you still remember me? I was the agent when you signed the rental agreement." "Of course. Hi, Mr. Hister, how can I help you?" "You said that you're looking for a housemate, right?" "Yes. And I also said that I only want a beautiful female housemate." "Of course. A lady told me that she likes your house. Are you willing to share it with her?" "Do you think she's beautiful?" "Of course. From my aesthetic judgment, she can very well become a Hollywood star." "Is she single?" "Yes. She said that she lives alone." "No problem then. Rent the house to her." "Don't you want to come here and see your housemate first?" "I'll have the chance later anyway. As long as it's a beautiful lady, I wouldn't mind." "Chen, I really envy you. You're always so lucky." "This isn't luck. This is the charm of the Eastern people. I don't believe in that. Your housemate hasn't even seen you. Perhaps she just happens to need a housemate. Everyone has his or her own unique aura, and the auras between different people would attract or repel each other too. Come on, you're a doctor, not a spiritualist. Vincent rolled his eyes. Vincent, do you think I should buy a gift for my housemate whom I've never seen? Anything will do, as long as you don't give yourself to her. You're just jealous. Yes, I am indeed jealous of you. I should go and learn medicine too. Don't force yourself. Cab driver is a promising job as well. Bastard, we're at Street 98. $88 in total. Do you need me to wait here? Nope. I'll call you if I need you. Usually, Zhao would call a cab himself to go home, unless it was late into the night. The street was filled with condos on both sides. Zhao found the house of his client. He rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. A beefy man who was over 9 meters tall had opened the door. He was half naked, and his muscles were comparable to those of a bodybuilder. His body was filled with sweat, and he looked like he had been exercising. I'm a doctor. I was told that I have a patient here. The man made way. Come in. Chapter 78, Track Runner. Chapter 78, Track Runner. The man was the only one in the apartment. Looking at him, Zhao asked, "Excuse me, are you my patient? Are you really a doctor?" The man looked Zhao with suspicion. I don't look like one. Do doctors all bring so many pets with them? I'm sorry. This is my personal habit. I bring my kids with me no matter where I go. I'm Rufford. Then he added, You're a traditional Chinese doctor, right? Yes. I'm an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but I also know Western medicine. If you have unique needs, I can give you unique treatment. Rufford picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. While wiping, he said, I'm a sprinter. Half a month ago, I had a race, but I fractured my leg during it. I went through rehab, but I never got a reply for the medicine I requested from the International Association of Athletics Federation. Zhao looked down. He saw that Rufford's left calf was wrapped with gauze. It had obvious swelling. You know, without the IAF's permission, I don't even dare to use morphine to numb the pain. Zhao nodded. As a doctor, he knew many things. However, since this athlete had gotten hurt during the competition, it shouldn't be hard to get permission to use medicine, right? Recently, a few well-known American athletes were discovered to be using steroids, so the IAAF suddenly became strict toward American athletes. When the club's doctor diagnosed me, he told me it's just a slight fracture and I don't need painkillers. Zhao walked over. Can I check your injury? Rutherford nodded. So Zhao sat onto the ground and undid the gauze. His calf had swollen at least 30% larger than usual. There was heavy blood stasis at the injury. Zhao squeezed the area. Does it hurt? Yes. How long has it been? What kind of treatment did you go through? It's been 15 days. The club's doctor gave me bone reduction treatment and some medicine for circulation. But since I don't have a paperwork for special medicine, he couldn't prescribe many things. Zhao furrowed his brows. Does the doctor hate you? Taken aback, Rutherford looked at Zhao in confusion. What do you mean? Your fibula is broken. If you don't treat it in time, you might not be able to walk regularly, let alone continue your athletic career. This isn't a fracture. Your problem is more serious than what you said. What? Broken? Rutherford was shocked. It's that bad? Yes. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about getting permission from the IAAF to use medication. You have to get surgery as soon as possible so there aren't any lasting effects, but you've already delayed it for half a month. You've done intense exercise this past half month too, right? Your condition is looking bad now. Then what should I do? Hurry to the hospital, Zhao said. I can't help you. All I can do is give you advice. If I go to the hospital, how long will it take before I can start competing again? You'll need at least half a year of rehab. No, that's impossible. I have to participate in the Star Invitational. Do you know how important it is to me? That's the Star Invitational. For an athlete like me, it might be the time that I shine the brightest. I can't miss it. Rutherford grew agitated. He grabbed onto Zhao's shoulder. Please help me. I'm sorry. I'm powerless against your injury. Go to the hospital. If you keep dragging it out, you won't be able to save your legs. Zhao sighed. Rutherford had obviously been scammed by the team's doctor. Anyone who could be the doctor of an athletic team would obviously know the difference between a fracture and broken bone. Going to the hospital for a surgery was Rutherford's only choice now. Go to the hospital if you want to continue your career. Do you have a way to suppress my injury? Stop kidding around. You have a broken bone. There's no way I can suppress it. What you need is treatment and rehab. Zhao left. Rutherford was a very insistent athlete. He didn't know if Rutherford would listen to his advice. However, Zhao wished he would. As an illegal doctor, Zhao wished he could make as much money as possible. But as a doctor, he still had his own professionalism and bottom line. He hoped that all of his patients would have the correct treatment and best result. If Rutherford hadn't been harmed by his doctor, then he would at least be able to get treated in time. He wouldn't have needed half a year of rehab. He would have been able to be up and running in less than a month. However, he delayed it for half a month, making his injury worse. Rutherford wasn't a superstar athlete yet. He wasn't famous, so he'd probably been invited to the Star Invitational because he'd had good results in recent competitions. Most track athletes could only dream about attending a Star Invitational. If they could have a good result there, they would have a higher rank internationally. Not only that, they may have a chance to attend the IAAF Golden League. That was the highest stage for a track athlete. Every industry has its good and bad, but most people only saw the good side. Athletes like Rutherford had a bit of fame, but were still far from being a celebrity. Instead of going home, Zhao went to Ethan's. How was it? Did you solve the patient's problem? No. Zhao shook his head. He needs a hospital. Even you can't solve it? Is the problem serious? No. He was just harmed by someone and delayed the treatment period. So you didn't make a single cent for me and still came to get free lunch? Don't make me sound that bad. I didn't make a single cent either, and I had to pay for transportation too. If you won't give me lunch, then reimburse my transportation. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. He put it down less than 20 seconds later. Chen, seems like you can't eat lunch anymore. Remember your first client? Yeah, super annoying patient. Yes, he needs help. What's the price? $3,000. I'll go after lunch. No, he's in a hurry. Fine. Leave a hamburger for me. $1. If you reject my request, I'll reject this patient and you'll lose $600. You stingy asshole. Chapter 79. Treating a pervert and treated as a pervert. Chapter 79. Treating a pervert and treated as a pervert. Zhao could still vividly recall that impotent bastard. Zhao entered Dell's manor again, which was still in debauch. On his way in, he received occasional winks from sexy and bold girls. Sura walked to Zhao to welcome him. Chen, you're finally here. Where's Dell? What happened to him again? I don't care about that idiot. How about we have a drink instead? Sura was only wearing a black bra on top, and she was holding a glass of wine. Let me see Dell first. To Zhao, Dell and Sura were just a promiscuous couple. Sura still brought Zhao into the villa when he saw Dell facing the wall fully naked. On the wall, there was also a poster of female star. Zhao rubbed his forehead. Dell, I'm here. How may I help you? I'm stuck. Zhao walked to Dell's side and saw Dell's rod stuck in the wall. Looking at the female star poster on the wall, Zhao could roughly tell what had happened. Zhao had seen people with various tastes before, even many who liked bestiality. However, he had never seen a person who could face a poster and get himself stuck in the wall. Mr. Dell, how long have you been stuck? About an hour. Can you be faster? Actually, I've stuck for 3 hours already. 3 hours? Zhao was astonished by the number. Ignoring those so-called world records, 99% of the men in the world could not maintain an erection for 3 hours, including Zhao. Was Dell really gifted? Zhao doubted this. He could tell that Dell was weak based on their last checkup. It would be difficult for him to even maintain it for half an hour, let alone 3 hours. Ate some medicine. Fine. $3,000, please. Given that our previous session wasn't great, I've decided that I'll take my pay first, Zhao said emotionlessly. Please. Zhao was not in a hurry at all. Sura, can you give me some food? Suro was not concerned about Dell's situation at all. In fact, their relationship was very similar to the one between Chen, Zhao, and Zhao. Suro would only gloat over Dell's foolish action. Fine. Suro, give him 3,000. Quick. Chen, here you are. Count it. Give me that poster too. By the way, what's the female star on the poster called? Dell had ants in his pants at the moment. Suddenly, however, he felt some coldness on his feet. Lowering his head, he saw a huge snake climbing up his leg. Ah! Dell immediately stepped back in shock. Is it that scary? Raymond, you've seen him before. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa and put his hand on Suro's shoulders. That's so frightening. I'm out. Dell still looked dazed. So easy, right? Your problem is settled. I'm leaving. Are you leaving so soon? Chen, stay here. I'll call a few more women and Suro as well. Let's play together. Forget it. Chen Zhao shook his head. He really did not dare to touch the women here. Although he had gone for Rasfa's erotic party before, those women had been carefully selected and perhaps even been medically examined. Even so, Chen Zhao had still chosen to wear condoms. On the other hand, Chen Zhao really did not know what diseases the women here had. Chen Zhao did not want to get infected for no reason. Most STIs were not fatal, but they would greatly affect Chen Zhao's health. They were troublesome to treat, and more importantly, they would hinder Chen Zhao's work. Although Chen Zhao wanted to relax here, his rationality still won over his desire after some consideration. Dell sent Chen Zhao to the gates. Chen, can you charge me less next time? If you do less stupid things, you wouldn't even need to pay. Fine. Can you return me that poster? No. To prevent you from doing such things again, I'll take it away. This poster is worth $400. Don't throw it away. I wouldn't. I'll put it on the wall in my bedroom. As Chen Zhao walked out from the residence, he looked at the woman on the poster. He could not recall what characters the female star had acted before. Nevertheless, she was really beautiful. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt something bump into him. Lifting his head, he saw the woman on the poster right before him. She was wearing a pair of extreme, high-heeled shoes. Her lips were flame red, and she had a pair of aviator sunglasses on. Never had Chen Zhao seen a woman whose body was so perfect. She had the most excellent body proportions. Her long legs would make most women feel inferior and drive all men crazy. The woman glanced at the poster in Chen Zhao's hands impatiently. That's troublesome. Give me the poster. Huh? What? The woman snatched the poster from Chen Zhao and was ready to autograph. However, when she looked at the poster, she saw the hole at the bottom. Pervert! The woman was immediately enraged. She squeezed the poster into a ball and flung it at Chen Zhao's face. If you come and harass me again, I'll call the police. Chen Zhao rubbed his cheek, which was still in pain due to the impact. However, he did not chase the woman and explain himself. How could he explain such a misunderstanding? It feels like being bitten by a dog for no reason just after leaving home. Woof! Don't accuse us for that. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders. Just then, he received a call from Ethan again. Chen, are you done with the patient? Yup. Where are you now? I just left the patient's house. So you're still in that neighborhood? At the exit, I received another request. The patient is there too. I'll give you the address. After receiving the address, Chen Zhao turned around and walked back into the neighborhood. Chen Zhao compared the address he had received to the door plate. Number 0355. Should be here. Ding dong. The door to the apartment opened. It was the same woman he had met earlier. Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. The woman looked at Chen Zhao in both disgust and anger. I said that if you continue to harass me, I'll call the police. I'm not a pervert. A pervert would clearly not admit it. I'm a doctor. Someone told me that I have a patient here. You're a doctor? Yes. Show me your license. Are you looking for a doctor with a medical license? The woman thought for a while, and then looked at Walter, Beelzebub, and Carrie, who were beside Chen Zhao. Do doctors always bring so many pets to their patient's place? You're not the first client to ask me that question. Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. Come in, but if you do anything to me, I'll bust your balls. The woman was still guarded against Chen Zhao. You're the one who needs a doctor? It's me. What do you feel discomfort? The woman hesitated. She stared at Chen Zhao as if unwilling to speak. After all, she still saw Chen Zhao as a pervert who'd held her poster. I've seen many diseases during my career, so you don't have to worry about me judging you for some embarrassing condition. There's no need. After another pause, the woman finally spoke. Do you promise you won't tell people? This is probably why you chose an illegal doctor, right? We also have the rule of keeping our patients' conditions confidential. My boyfriend discovered he had STDs before he broke up with me. Recently, I feel itchy down there, and there are a lot of small red dots. I don't know if I got infected too. The woman studied Chen Zhao's expression closely, but he was undisturbed. Did you wear a condom when you had sex with him? Yes. If you had condoms, then you should be less likely to get infected. Can you describe what it looks like in detail? Should I take off my pants to show you? If you're willing, I can diagnose you more accurately by looking with my own eyes. This woman didn't have many taboos. After revealing her condition, she opened up and took her pants off right before Chen Zhao. He looked without using his hands. It's not STDs and just an infection. You can use some over-the-counter cleansers. It's nothing serious. Of course, if you're not sure, you can do a full check at the hospital. The result should be like what I said, though. Hearing his reply, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. Then, can I put my pants on now? Yes. Can you prescribe some medicine? I told you. You don't need medicine or prescriptions for the cleanser. You could just buy it. I can't go buy it. Well, I don't have any with me. Aren't you a celebrity? Don't you have assistants? I haven't had time yet. I just got to America. You aren't a Hollywood celebrity? You don't know me? You were holding my poster earlier. Would you believe me if I say that poster isn't mine? I'm from Australia. My name is Lucy. I'm pretty famous in Australia, but I'm only a rookie in Hollywood. You can call me Chen. I'm from China. Sorry about what happened. It's okay. If you can't buy a cleanser now, I can prescribe some Chinese medicine to get rid of the bacteria. Okay, please prescribe some. Lucy was very relieved after learning she was okay. For foreign celebrities like her, developing in Hollywood was already very difficult. If she had a scandal, such as having STDs, she could basically bid farewell to the circle. It wasn't just Hollywood. She might not be able to get rid of this scandal even in her own country. Go to a Chinese pharmacy and have the staff get the ingredients from this prescription. Even if other people get this list, it'll still be hard to distinguish what it's for. Thank you. Lucy looked at Chen Zhao. What else do you need? Chen Zhao's eye twitched. The payment. Was this girl so full of herself that she forgot about his? Oh, I'm sorry. How much do I have to pay you? $1,000. That expensive? Yes. Chen Zhao didn't refute it. It was just that expensive. Lucy was a celebrity, so $1,000 wasn't much, but no matter where one went, that money for a doctor's visit was super expensive. Lucy had some money, but this was still a considerable expense for her. After handing $1,000 to Chen Zhao, she said, "Can it be cheaper next time?" "No, I'm sorry." Chen Zhao accepted the money with a smile. "I don't decide the price." Chen Zhao returned to Ethan's motel and tossed him $800. Ethan counted the cash happily. Chen Zhao glanced at him. "Why are you counting? You think I'll cheat you?" "You don't understand. I'm not trying to count the money. I'm enjoying the process." "Wait, I think you're missing $10. You must have counted incorrectly. Where's my dinner?" "Auntie Lee, is dinner ready? You want to get free food from me again?" "Don't change the topic. I'm missing $10. Count again." Another call came while Chen Zhao and Ethan were eating dinner. "Hi, I'm Ethan." "Mr. Ethan, the suit you rented from us is 2 days overdue. When will you return it?" "Oh, there's a $100 fine too." "What?" Ethan yelled. "You want $100 just because it's 2 days overdue? Are you a dress shop? Are you sure you're not robbers? If you have any questions or suggestions, please call the complaint number." "What's the complaint number?" "I'm going to report you." "It's this number." "Oh, the customer service is me too." Ethan hung up in anger. "Chun, return my suit when you go home. It's not along the way. You could drive to the shop first. But that will be $30 more for Vincent. You get free food and drinks here every day. You've eaten at least $100 and you're still shameless enough to get hung up over $30? Yes, I'm shameless. In the end, Zhao still took the suit and went out of his way to the shop. When he got there, he brought the suit in. Hey, beauty, we meet again. You're the one returning it? Where's that perverted fatty? He doesn't want to hear you judging him like that, so he had me return it. Zhao glanced in the store. Where's Chris? Is she not working today? She quit. She quit. Yeah, yesterday. I felt like she was strange. When she looked at me, she was like a poisonous snake. You might think I'm joking, but I really feel like Chris turned into something scary. Zhao furrowed his brows. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Bye. Bye. Call me when you're free. I like boys like you. Zhao walked out with a heavy heart. He still remembered how lost and panicked Chris had been. Did she run into trouble? Chapter 81. There is a death sentence in California. Chapter 81. There is a death sentence in California. After thinking over it, Zhao still went to Chris's place. They were not friends on the spiritual level or the physical level, but it was the first time Zhao had rejected a woman who had asked to sleep with him. Firstly, Chris had a boyfriend with whom she was already engaged. Zhao did not want to destroy their relationship. Even if everything could be kept a secret, it would still make him feel uneasy. Moreover, Chris was somewhat emotionally unstable at that point. She did not necessarily want to sleep with Zhao. After Zhao had broken up with his ex, he had gone for online dating a few times. There was once he encountered precisely such an awkward situation. They were about to go to bed when she suddenly said, I don't feel it anymore. Can I just use my hand? Zhao would have replied with a no if he was not afraid of being sued for rape. Nonetheless, if Zhao had known earlier that Chris was going to break up with her boyfriend the second day, he would have agreed to Chris's request that night. Zhao was not too picky about women. Perhaps it was only because he had a very low bottom line. Firstly, he wanted the woman to be clean and free of illnesses. Secondly, he would always wear condoms, which would benefit both parties. He did not agree that condoms would reduce the level of satisfaction. One could always use Durex Extra Thin. Zhao also did not have any requirements for age. For example, he had accepted Zola, who was well over 40. Zola had maintained a good shape. Although she usually looked dignified and virtuous, she was much better than ordinary girls in bed. Moreover, she knew how to adore her bedmate and was willing to cooperate with any posture. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhao did not dislike her. In the cab, Zhao kept thinking about this and that. Since Chris had already broken up with her boyfriend, Zhao might be able to have some exchange with her. Anyway, Zhao had never planned to have a proper relationship or thought of marriage and having children. Zhao walked to Chris's door and knocked. Chris, are you there? Only a long silence awaited Zhao. He took 2 steps back and looked into the house through the windows. The lights were off. It was already past 7 p.m. Since the lights were off, Zhao guessed that Chris was not at home. Are you Chris's friend? Zhao turned his head around and saw a middle-aged man. Are you Chris's relative? I'm her neighbor. I live in the next door house, the middle-aged man said, pointing at the house beside. Hi, I'm Chris's friend. Do you know where she is? I saw her come back past 5 p.m., and she didn't go out, so she should still be at home, the middle-aged man said. She's home. Yup, but I think she's in a bad mood. Is it? Yes. She just went to her boyfriend's funeral. Huh. I heard that she broke up with her boyfriend. Is her boyfriend dead? That's right. He jumped off the roof of a tall building. Is Chris going to do something stupid? Zhao said worriedly as he looked at the dark room. Should we enter through the windows? I think that we should call the police, Zhao replied. Suddenly, however, the middle-aged man took out a gun and pointed at Zhao. It was already dark and there was no one around, so the middle-aged man was not worried that he would be noticed. What are you doing? Nothing. You only came at the wrong time, the middle-aged man said. However, the next moment, Walter leaped towards the middle-aged man and bit his wrist. Bang! Luckily, Zhao managed to dodge the bullet. It was really a close one. Unlike most movies, there would be more than just a bullet hole on him if he was hit at such a close range. In fact, being shot at such a close range would very likely damage his limbs and muscles severely. The middle-aged man was no match for Walter at all. His wrist was already covered in blood, and his gun had dropped onto the ground. He could not even run away. After kicking the gun away, Zhao subdued the middle-aged man with Walter. Then, he called the police, who only reached after 20 minutes. This time, there were not those whom Zhao already knew. They should be from another branch in Los Angeles. There were a total of 4 police, and they saw Zhao press the middle-aged man onto the ground. Immediately, they pointed their guns at Zhao. "Don't move," Zhao said helplessly. "Buddy, I was the one who called the police." "What happened? Explain now." "I came here to find my friend whose boyfriend had just passed away, I think. I was worried that she's going to do something foolish, so I planned to call the police to check her house. Then this man pointed his gun at me, after which he was bitten by my dog. So I managed to subdue him and call you." "Walter, bring him the gun." Walter picked up the gun from the ground and dropped it near the police. A police walked up and handcuffed the middle-aged man. Then, they sent the man onto the police car. "You need to come to the police station with us too. Buddy, can you go in and check on my friend? I'm worried that something has happened to her." "Spike, there's signs of intrusion here." A police discovered that one of the windows was broken. It was just enough for a person outside to stick his hand in and open the door. "Go in and check the house." The police bumped the door open directly and then turned on the lights. They checked every corner of the house, but there was nobody. "Are you sure your friend's at home?" "I don't know. That man said that she came back and didn't leave." Unable to find Chris, Zhao could only follow the police back to the station. A police made a written report for Zhao, but he still could not leave. After another 2 hours of boring waiting, a police finally walked in. "You can leave now. Buddy, can you tell me what had happened?" "He's a pervert. We saved a girl from his house and discovered the clothes of at least 10 girls. According to his statements, he originally intended to enter your friend's house at night, just like how he had managed to get his other prey. However, your arrival made him feel that he can accuse you. As long as you enter your friend's house, leave your fingerprints, and then he kills you, he could create false evidence to suggest that you've fled to escape punishment. However, you chose to call the police, so he could only point his gun at you in an attempt to force you into the room. So you're saying he's killed over 10 girls? Yes, so you've done us a great favor. There's the death sentence in California, right? That's my thought as well. I promise you that pervert is dead for sure." The police patted Zhao's shoulder. "Thank you for helping us to solve a major problem. By the way, do you have news about my friend?" "Not for now, but I'll take note of it for you. Leave a number here. If we receive any news, we'll inform you. Of course, if you discover anything, you can tell us too." "Sure." Chapter 82. I'm actually a spiritualist. Chapter 82. I'm actually a spiritualist. Zhao realized someone was following him as soon as he left the police station. It was a 20-something-year-old woman holding hands with a girl. Zhao thought they were just going the same way, but they followed him to an intersection. They would stop whenever Zhao stopped. They just followed him without hiding themselves at all. Unable to take it anymore, Zhao turned around and faced the mother and daughter. "Do I know you? You can see us." "What?" Zhao was taken aback. "What do you mean see us?" The next moment, it clicked in Zhao's mind. "You guys are ghosts. We're under the oak tree beside St. Anthony Church." Zhao was still confused. He had met spirits before, but the ones that he'd seen were all wooden and dazed. This duo didn't look like those spirits at all. They were just like living people. Were they victims of that pervert? Did they want him to find their bodies and bury them? Zhao ran back to the police station. "Excuse me. Mr. Chen, why are you back? Did you forget something? Can I see the profiles of the pervert's victims?" "Technically, we can't reveal them. We haven't found their identities either because we haven't found most of the bodies." The officer paused. "However, you're one of the involved parties, so I can show you. But can you tell me what you need it for? Is there a mother and daughter pair among the victims?" The mother is around 30 years old, a brunette. The daughter is around 11 or 12. Just then, an exhausted-looking man walked out of the questioning room. Happening to hear Chen Zhao's words, he immediately rushed over. Who are you? Why do you know Amanda and my daughter? The police officer looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. He wouldn't believe it if someone suspected Chen Zhao. After all, he'd already inspected Chen Zhao. He'd just arrived in America, but he had a good record. He'd even saved 9 people from a fire recently, so the officer still believed in him. Mr. Chen, can you explain this? At that moment, the lights suddenly dimmed. Chen Zhao looked at the duo beside him. It was the daughter that had turned off the lights. Would you believe me if I say I'm a spiritualist? Chen Zhao said awkwardly. The officer was awkward too. He didn't believe it, but he couldn't say that. I do. I believe you. Sir, please tell me. Are they beside you right now? Chen Zhao nodded with difficulty. Yes, they're here. Mr. Chen, Mr. Board has just received the news that his wife and daughter may possibly have been killed. Please don't upset him anymore. A cup of water on the table fell down without warning. The police and board were both shocked. How could it just fall down for no reason? The water inside started moving orderly, writing out, "We are here." We are here. Board and the officer were shocked. The officer even fell to the ground. Actually, Chen Zhao really didn't want to act like a spiritualist, but there was a lot of religious freedom in America. There were a lot of religions that believed in ghosts and spirits too. Due to all the paranormal and supernatural movies, a lot of people believed in them too. Many so-called spiritualists appeared proudly on all sorts of platforms. Even the media would invite some well-known spiritualists for interviews. Of course, no one would send a spiritualist to an experiment lab for dissection. What happened? What's going on? When the officers outside heard the noise, they all ran in. Seeing their colleague sitting on the ground, they thought he'd been attacked. This was a police station, after all. Sometimes criminals would attack the interrogator. A ghost. There's a ghost. David, are you too stressed out? No, I'm serious, David said nervously. That Mr. Chen's a spiritualist. Mr. Chen, tell them. It's true. I'm just a part-time spiritualist. My main job is still a doctor. That's not important. Tell them that Mr. Board's wife is here. The police officers from outside all looked at Chen Zhao, who hesitated. They're here. The fallen cup suddenly floated up and approached Chen Zhao and the officers. In the end, it lost balance and fell to the ground, shattering. All the officers felt chills go up their spines. They were freaked out. Don't be scared. They're not evil spirits. They wanted to help find them. The other stuff have nothing to do with me. Amanda, Aisha, I love you too. Mr. Chen, can they hear me? They couldn't. They could see Board, but couldn't hear him. It seemed that they could only communicate with Board through Chen Zhao. The other officers looked at Chen Zhao as he repeated Board's words to the air. Your daughter asks if you can help her take care of Alan. Board's face was covered tears. Aisha, I will. I'll help you take care of Alan. I'll take it out for walks every day. Your wife says she known about you and Joan, but she forgives you. Oh, Amanda, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's hurry and go look for their bodies. By now, the officers no longer doubted Chen Zhao. They all looked at him with awe. The police would actually work with spiritualists sometimes. Of course, it was mostly useless. Chen Zhao told the address to police and Board, and everyone went into action. 3 police cars drove to St. Anthony Church. Chen Zhao saw the oak tree from afar. Pointing at it, he said, "It's there. They may have been buried there." He glanced at the mother and daughter beside him, but they disappeared without him realizing. The officers walked to the oak tree with their tools. Walter circled the oak tree. He sniffed the ground and then started barking wildly. The officers and Board all looked at Chen Zhao, waiting for his instructions. Dig there. He pointed where Walter was standing. Chapter 83, Trials of Life and Death. Chapter 83, Trials of Life and Death. Together, the few police dug 1 meter into the ground. Just then, one of the shovels hit something with a bang. There's a box below. Lift it up. The police lifted the box out of the hole. Opening the box, they actually saw a mother and a daughter inside. They were both naked and had some wounds on their bodies. Chen Zhao was also astonished. Wait, they're not dead. What? David, call the ambulance. Walter, give me my toolbox. Chen Zhao removed his jacket and placed it on Amanda. Another police also did the same for Aisha. Both ladies were in deep coma. Moreover, they had been severely harmed before this. Nobody had any idea how long they had been buried. Although the box was quite big, it would probably only contain a few hours of air. It was hard to believe that they had pulled through. Chen Zhao had to perform first aid on them immediately. There was no time to waste. All of you stand back. They're in suspended animation now, which is extremely dangerous. Mr. Board, you too. The police and Board could not help either, so they took a few steps back. As Chen Zhao fed the pair some medicine made from perfect crystal powder, he lifted his head and asked, "When will the ambulance arrive?" The sky was already very dark at the moment. The police was lighting the place up with their flashlights, but their vision was still affected. About 15 minutes. As long as they were not dead yet, Chen Zhao was confident that he could save them. However, he could only save their lives and could not do anything about their psychological trauma. Chen Zhao was very familiar with one of the paramedics on the ambulance. It was Four. "It's you? Mr. Chen, do you know each other?" David asked curiously. "Kind of. We're both doctors after all." "Miss Four, why are you looking at me like this? Now's not the time to be distracted. The lives of these two ladies still depend on you." "Since you're here, I believe that they'll be fine," Four said. "Thank you for the compliment. Buddy, if there's nothing else for me, I'll take my leave now." "Mr. Chen, let me send you home," David invited. "I live in Mountain Town, which is quite far away. Are you sure you want to send me back? There ain't any cabs around here." "All right, thanks." "No, we should be the ones to thank you. You've saved a mother and a daughter, a family indeed." "Sadly, I can't save more. Mr. Chen, call me Chen. Chen, since the mother and the daughter aren't dead, why can you see their souls?" "I have no clue. I'm only an amateur spiritualist. You should ask a more professional spiritualist such a question." Chen Zhao also wanted to know the answer. He decided to ask Blackie after getting home. "Yet you're already the most professional spiritualist I've ever seen." An hour later, David stared at Chen Zhao's house. "Do you stay here? It looks gloomy. I've rented this apartment. It's haunted." "Air, why were you staying here if it's haunted?" "Because it's cheap." "Fine, but you shouldn't be bothered anyway. You're a spiritualist after all. Do you want to come in and take a seat?" "Forget it. I need to rush back to the station. Next time." "Okay then. Right, don't forget to help me find my friend." "Sure. If I receive any news, you'll be the first person to know it." "Doctor, how's my wife and daughter? How are they now?" "Their vital signs are both very stable, and they're not in danger. However, your daughter has suffered from cerebral hypoxia, and she might what? She might suffer brain injury. She might remain in coma for an extended period of time, and her intelligence might also be affected." "No, no way. Doctor, Aisha is only 12. Please help her. These are only the worst possibilities. If she really remains in coma or suffers permanent brain damage due to this, there's almost no way the current medical technology can heal her. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Please save my daughter." "I can't, but maybe that person can," Four said, looking at Board. "That person? Who? Where's the person?" "The Asian who's been with you earlier. His name is Chen, no?" "Can he?" "Yes. Go and plead him. If he wants, perhaps he can heal your daughter." "Can he really? You don't have any other choices now, do you?" "I'll go and find him. By the way, don't tell him that I've told you this." "Why?" "There's some resentment between the two of us. If he finds out that I'm the one who told you this, he might reject you. Get it?" "Okay, I got it. Thank you, doctor." At the moment, Chen Zhao was in Blackie's castle. Whenever Blackie was home, he would be in a laboratory with Chen Zhao. "Blackie, I met the souls of a mother and a daughter today. They were not dead, but their souls appeared before me." "Why did it happen?" "They're living souls. They appear after losing consciousness, but there are many reasons they can appear. Strong personal will, or obsession with living, or fear of death, or unfulfilled wishes. Oh yeah, that girl's soul can perform some unbelievable actions. She can move physical objects. Oh, that's a soul with spiritual talents. Spiritual talents? Spiritualist? Yes, you're considered as a spiritualist too. Me? Kind of. What do you mean by kind of? Spiritualists can only communicate with souls. They can't speak with demons. In fact, they can't even see me, but you can order demons at your will. Seems like I'm stronger. A spiritualist will only awaken after experiencing trials of life and death. That girl has already started to awaken and pass death trial, but she still has to face life trial now. What do you mean? Her death trial is the injury that she suffered earlier. However, because of your intervention, she's passed her death trial, and what follows is life trial. If she can't pass her life trial, she'll remain in coma forever. What will she face? Now she's like a dazzling gem. There'll be many, many evil spirits that can detect her presence. Perhaps all the evil spirits in the entire city will feel her, find her, and then feed on her. Doesn't that mean her situation now is very dangerous? Yes, extremely dangerous indeed, and not just her. The people around her will also be in danger. Can you help me to protect her? Blackie smiled. Although he did not have a face, Zhao could still somehow feel his smile. Just tell me what's the price you want. For every evil spirit I settle, I want 1 year worth of demonic crystals. Deal. Chapter 84. The Man Who Held a Gun to Zhao's Head. Chapter 84. The Man Who Held a Gun to Zhao's Head. Hi, David. A woman walked into the office. David was reading the case and looked up at the incomer. You're Miss Sienna. David stood up immediately. Hello. How can I help you today? Your team leader called me here. He went out and won't be back until noon. I'll call him now. Sienna was the consultant for the LA West City branch. She was also a true spiritualist. David hadn't worked with Sienna before, but he'd heard his team leader mention her before. Apparently, Sienna could communicate with the dead. This reminded David of Zhao. He wondered if Sienna or Chen was more powerful. Miss Sienna, you're a spiritualist, right? Sienna chuckled without answering David's question. This wasn't a secret in the station anymore, but she'd never communicated with the dead before any officer. The reason was that not everyone was willing to believe that there were spirits in this world. Plus, she couldn't make the spirits appear before everyone. Even people from the stations that she worked with said behind her back that she was just pretending. Miss Sienna, are spirits like us living folks? She looked at David. Do you believe there are spirits on this world? Yes, and I believe that you spiritualists can see them and talk to them. Another spiritualist came to our station yesterday. He says he's just a part-time spiritualist, but he can talk to them. Huh, you believe him just because he says he's one? Sienna scoffed. She met a lot of people in her field, but most were fakes. These people acted mysteriously all day and even talked professionally on TV shows, but to Sienna, they were all fakes. Of course, Sienna couldn't prove that they were liars. It was just like how she couldn't prove that she wasn't a liar. It's true. My colleagues, and I saw a cup fly before us. He even helped us save a mother and daughter. Oh, the souls that he saw were the mother and daughter pair? Sienna asked immediately, surprised. Yes, their spirits went to find him and asked him to save them. Now, the mom is awake, but she doesn't seem to remember her soul coming out. Her daughter is still in a coma, though. The doctor said that she has brain hypoxia and might be in a coma forever. Sienna furrowed her brows. Which hospital is the girl in now? Why? What's wrong? Tell me what hospital she's in now, Sienna pressed on. David told her the hospital. I'm going. Tell your team leader that I have an emergency. Sienna left without even looking back. David ran after her. Miss Sienna, can you tell me what's wrong? That girl is in danger. What? Is someone trying to hurt her? David was frightened. There weren't any police protecting her there. Not a person, Sienna said. It's useless talking to you. The police can't help. Miss Sienna, we saved that girl. It's our duty to protect her. Please tell me who's trying to hurt her. It's no use. Sienna walked out of the station, but David was still behind her. Miss Sienna, we can definitely protect her. Please tell me what we should do. You can't do anything. You'll just add to the mess. We can request for stronger reinforcement. LA has an anti-terrorist department. This isn't what humans can defeat. Evil spirits are threatening that girl's life, you understand? To those evil spirits, she's like a delicious piece of cake. Whatever. You won't believe me. David stood frozen in his spot. Evil spirits? Sienna was already gone, but David was still dazed. Suddenly, he thought of something. Zhao. Perhaps he could help. Perhaps he could protect that girl. No, he definitely could. David immediately looked for Zhao's number. Hello, Zhao speaking. Mr. Chen, it's Mordery. You should remember me, right? I need your help. Mordery? I remember. The first time I got a gun pointed at my head was because of you, right? Zhao immediately lost his temper, seriously. He'd almost pissed his pants that time. They were talking through the phone now, so Zhao vented out all his anger. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry about that time. I'm seriously sorry. I need your help right now. Help? Sorry, I won't help you. $10,000. Mordery gritted out. I promise I won't disturb you again. I swear on my dignity. $10,000 wasn't a small number. Zhao, calm down. Tell me first if you or someone you know is in trouble. Me, my boss, and 2 partners. We're getting chased, and we're all hurt. One of us is badly hurt. I can't think of anyone else who can help us. Will you ensure my safety if I go over there? I need to at least be sure that you won't kill me afterward. Yes, I swear. I swear on my life. Fine. Tell me where I need to go. Zhao opened his curtains and looked outside. Indeed, there was a car parked on the road. He walked out with Beelzebub and his toolkit. After getting into the car, he saw that Mordery's abdomen was dyed red and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Chen, I promise you'll be safe, but before this, can you turn off your phone? I trust you, but I hope no one will find us through you. Fine, but you need treatment. Let's leave this place first. Mordery drove the car away. Let me check your injury first. Zhao opened Mordery's shirt. Okay, the bullet didn't stain your body. It went through your right abdomen, and you have pretty heavy blood loss. Drink this, and I'll stitch you up. Zhao handed a thin demonic crystal potion to Mordery. Bear the pain, and don't drive us into a ditch. Mordery drove while enduring the immense pain. Chen, if this happens again, can you please bring some anesthetics? Not everyone can take this pain. Nope, I don't have a license. I can't get anesthetics. I have connections, Mordery said. Tell me what happened. Why are you getting chased? Are you sure you want to know? Whatever. Pretend I didn't ask. It's not much. After all, we're not a secret in either the legal or illegal world. Our team has a police mole, and he betrayed us. The FBI ruined our business, and our enemy started chasing us. You can't even protect yourself, and you can still get me control drugs. 2 different things. You really have connections to get me some medicine. To be honest, Zhao didn't need it. The problem with being an illegal doctor was that medicine was hard to get. He couldn't get things like analgesics and anesthetics without a legit prescription at all. He really needed these things right now, which was why he asked Mordery. Of course, but it's different from the market price. The cheapest one will be twice the price of a legit pharmacy. Some others are crazily expensive. You need to mentally prepare yourself. Of course, I understand. Chapter 85. Baldness requires timely treatment. Chapter 85. Baldness requires timely treatment. Zhao looked at the forest by the roadside. Turning his head, he glanced at Mordery. Are you planning to bring me to the wilds, kill me, and then dispose of my body? Do Chinese people all like to imagine things? It's just that American films often contain such scenes, so you can only see them in films. Mordery rolled his eyes. The pair passed many winding roads. It was already somewhat dark at the moment. Suddenly, the car came to a stop. We've reached, Zhao asked. No, we have to walk from here. Don't tell me your place is in the woods. Yup, we can only hide in here now. Are you sure you have enough cash to pay me later? People like us always have a few strongholds ready in advance. These strongholds have enough resources and cash to be used precisely in such situations. They walked for over 10 minutes. The forest was rather hot and stuffy, so Zhao was already panting. Do you want me to carry your toolbox for you? Nope. The one inside doesn't like other people to go near him. The one inside. Zhao opened the toolbox, and Raymond climbed out. Hiss! Seeing the huge, colorful snake, Morgary took a few steps back in fright. However, he was only momentarily shocked. Morgary also glanced at Beelzebub, Walter, and Carrie, who were beside Zhao. Do you always bring your pets when you come out to work? Morgary looked at the playing pets. Clearly, he did not know that an evil existence was floating above his head. I'm used to it. If I leave them home, I'll have to contact a repair company the next day. I used to have a dog too. What happened then? My enemy hung it on my door. I thought it'll be a touching story. That day, I found the enemy and hung him on his mother's door. Zhao decided to change the topic. Morgary, it's not a good sign for you to be bald at this age. Do you plan to have long-term treatment? I can let you have thick hair again. I shaved it myself, bastard. Is it? Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. Baldness is a common illness and might be inherited or due to a skin condition, but I think you should have a checkup early. After all, baldness is sometimes an early sign of erectile dysfunction. I don't need it. My sexual function is great. You don't have to worry about it. Really, I don't want to talk about this. Morgary was somewhat confused. After walking for over half an hour in the woods, he had almost forgotten about the wound on his abdomen. Just now, Zhao had done nothing apart from giving him an unknown black solution and stitching his wound. Why would his injury be stabilized so quickly? Given that Morgary had been frequently injured, he could roughly tell how severe his wound was. In the past, he had had injuries which were slightly less severe than this time. Even with anesthetic and professional bandaging, treatment, and transfusion, he was not able to move freely for a few days. However, Zhao had only treated him briefly, and he was already no longer in pain. This caused Zhao's importance in Morgary's eyes to rise. Sometimes, a good doctor was equivalent to an extra life for people like Morgary. It's right in front. We're almost there. Soon, a small, lit house appeared before them from the trees. The house looks quite old. It used to be the property of a hunter. It's been here for around 70 or 80 years. Are you sure nobody will find this place? Whatever, as long as our enemies can't find this place. Knock, knock. Morgary knocked on the door with a special rhythm. Clearly, it was a secret code they had agreed on earlier. A gap was slowly opened through the door. The person inside looked outside before opening the door fully. Zhao saw a dispirited man with messy hair who was about 30 years old. His face was bruised and blood-stained, could be seen around the left opening of his pants. Is he the doctor? Yes. Zhao entered the room. There were two more people inside, one of whom he already knew. It was Morgary's boss. He was lying on the ground with a sheet on. It seemed like he was asleep, but he was still holding a gun in his hand. Zhao thought that Morgary's boss might just shoot him while dreaming. The last person was sitting at the table and eating some food, but he also looked listless. Who first? Zhao asked. Suddenly, the dispirited man who had opened the door shouted in fear, "Ah, there's a snake! A snake!" The person who had been eating drew his gun in shock. The gang leader who was asleep also jumped up, took his gun, and pointed it at Zhao. It's the second time. Zhao stared at the leader in anger. "Chen, it's you." The leader put his gun back. Morgary flung his hand at the dispirited man's face. "Sanders, stop shocking us. Don't you think we've enough to worry about already?" Morgary watched as Zhao allowed his colorful pet, Snake, to crawl all over the house. Concerned, he asked, "Chen, are you sure your pet wouldn't go missing if it keeps crawling around like this? Even if all of you go missing, he wouldn't." The dispirited man seemed to be very scared of snakes. As Raymond made a circle around the house, he moved around too, not daring to go near Raymond. However, the more he was afraid, the more Raymond wanted to go close to him. Sadly, his leg was still injured, so he could only limp around. "Enough, Raymond, stop scaring him." Everyone realized that the snake was actually obedient. He stopped harassing the dispirited man and crawled near the fireplace, after which he coiled up. It was almost December, and the temperature around Los Angeles had already started to fall. At night, the temperature could even fall below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Zhao looked at the leader. You want to go first? No, my injuries aren't severe. Nesta, you first. The man who had been eating by the table walked to Chen Zhao. He looked somewhat cold, and he had been silent all the time. Chen Zhao looked at Nesta. Where's your injuries? Nesta removed his clothes at once, and then lied down on the floor. Chen Zhao saw a bloody long wound on his back, as well as 2 holes. It seemed like he had been attacked by someone from the back. His injuries were severe, but not hard to deal with. None of the wounds damaged the spine or any important part. While the wounds were terrifying, they were not deadly. At least, he would probably not die as long as he was treated before any infections. Chen Zhao quickly applied some medicine on his wounds. It was actually not a medicine in the human world, but rather an herb in hell. While the medicine was made from plants in hell, it was not harmful to humans. After applying the medicine, Chen Zhao started suturing the long wound and bandaging the injuries. He made 35 stitches, during which Nesta made no sound at all. Later your wounds will feel very itchy, but you mustn't scratch with your hands. Mordery, keep an eye on him, Chen Zhao said. Don't worry. Nesta's a tough guy, Mordery said, unconcerned. I hope so. Chapter 86, A Bit Powerless Recently. Chapter 86, A Bit Powerless Recently. While Chen Zhao was treating the boss, Nesta finally had some reactions. He could take it in the beginning and just ground his teeth in pain. Gradually, it became too much. He tried reaching behind to scratch his back. Mordery grabbed Nesta's back. Nesta, you're a man. You can't give in. Nesta bore it for a moment longer, but his expression became spectacular. It really itches, right? Very, very itchy. Did you put like 100 bugs on my back? The prescription that Chen Zhao used was made according to the notes in the demonic medical book. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on human bodies. Don't worry, it'll only last around 20 minutes. You've already survived more than 10 minutes. It's almost over. You can do it. The boss looked at Nesta. Is it really that itchy? You never made a sound when you're hurt before. You want to get some too? It's really effective. Will it help me heal faster? Yes. Then give me some. Chen Zhao applied some of the medicine on the boss. The next moment, he felt itchiness and was going to scratch it, but Chen Zhao slapped his hand away. You just told someone to stop, but you can't take it now. After Chen Zhao finished patching up the boss, he turned toward the dispirited guy. Your turn. Take off your pants. The man's left thigh was hurt, so he had to take off his pants. Chen Zhao covered his nose. How many days have you gone without changing your underwear? We've been on the run for 2 days, Mordery said. Look at us. Do you think we can shower? It's like you have a rotting muffin hidden in your pants. Chen Zhao had to put on a mask. The smell was honestly disgusting. The dispirited man's injuries were the lightest, but the most troublesome. He'd been hurt for the longest time, and the bullet had been stuck in his thigh the entire time. Thankfully, it was a smaller bullet, and the shooter had been far away. Otherwise, he could say goodbye to his thigh. The wound was infected. Chen Zhao opened the wound up a bit and sliced off the infected parts. At the same time, he dug out the bullet with surgical forceps. Blood spurted out as soon as the bullet was out. Press down there. Chen Zhao had the man hold down a meridian in his thigh. When he did so, the bleeding stopped immediately. If you drag this out one more day, your leg would be gone. The man's lips turned purple and his forehead was covered in sweat. All right, Chen Zhao wiped his sweat. Don't put the wound in water for 2 days. After 2 days, you can change the gauze, take a shower, and then change the gauze. Oh, it's best if you disinfect the wound with rubbing alcohol before wrapping it again. What about us? Mordery asked. You 3 don't have troublesome injuries and have the medicine applied too. It'll scab over quickly. It's best if you shower and keep clean. Where's the bathroom? I need to wash my hands. In the back. Chen Zhao came out after washing his hands, but Nesta pointed a gun to his head. Nesta, put down the gun, Mordery said. You could trust Chen. You better prepare more cash next time, or else I'm definitely not coming. Mordery took out a stack of cash and gave it to Chen Zhao. I'll see you out. After leaving the forest, Mordery followed behind Chen Zhao awkwardly. He'd promised he wouldn't hold a gun to Chen Zhao's head, but then someone else did it. Chen, I'm really sorry. I swear it won't happen next time. Whatever. I want to ask about your stuff. Can I turn on my phone now? Yes. Morgary nodded. Zhao turned on his phone and saw a bunch of missed calls. One of them was Vincent. The others were all from David. Hello, David? What's wrong? Chen, why did you turn off your phone? I called you so many times, but they wouldn't go through. I even went to your house, but you weren't there. There might be a problem with the girl you saved yesterday. What's wrong with her? Zhao slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that Blackie had said yesterday that the girl named Aisha seemed to have another life trial. Was her life trial coming so quickly? A spiritualist came here today. A spiritualist? Is it a scammer? No. After she heard about the girl, she said the girl's in big trouble, like something's going to attack her. I thought of you. Can you protect her? A spiritualist? Blackie had said that those who'd gone through the trials of life and death would become spiritualists. This meant that the person David spoke of had gone through it and knew what would happen to the girl. Chen, are you listening? David asked anxiously. Please say something. Oh, I'm here. Which hospital is the girl in? Chantilly Hospital. Can you transfer her out? Transfer out? Why? It may affect people around her. It's that serious? Yes, it's very serious. But I don't have the authority, and the girl isn't a criminal. We need her dad's permission. Whatever, let's go to Chantilly first, Zhao said helplessly. We'll see later. After hanging up, Zhao turned and said, to Chantilly Hospital. Is there trouble? Do you need help? It's fine. The guy who just called me is the police. I don't think you want to appear before him. Okay. You work with the police too? Not really. What are you going to kill me? I'm not that unreasonable. Plus, we worked with the police before too. Of course, it's nothing legal. Good, but it's best if you guys move out later. Otherwise, you'll definitely suspect me if your place gets exposed. As if we need to be told. After reaching Chantilly Hospital, Zhao got off. Morgary suddenly poked his head out. Chen, how long will it take to cure balding? Didn't you say you don't need it? I have balding friends. It's not me. Oh, then have your friend come see me. I need to diagnose him face to face. Fine. It's me. Do you have trouble getting hard? No, my sex is great. Oh, then you don't need to be treated. Goodbye. Fine, don't leave. I'm just feeling a little powerless these days. I can only get hard with medication. Come find me after you get through your recent trouble. With that, Zhao picked up his toolkit and walked away with his pets. Chapter 87. An Unexpected Setting. Chapter 87. An Unexpected Setting. David, I'm here. Zhao already saw David, who was sitting in the lobby of the hospital. David immediately walked to him. Chen, you're finally here. Can you describe to me the situation in detail? David told Zhao the entire story. That's about all. Since that female spiritualist knows about it, she should have a solution. Moreover, I'm only an amateur and can't be compared to a professional one. Is it? David was somewhat hesitant. After all, he had seen Zhao display his skill of communicating with souls for himself. On the other hand, although the professional spiritualist Ms. Sienna had worked with the police a few times, nobody had seen her actually do anything. Therefore, David was unsure if Sienna was really that powerful. I'll stay in the hospital tonight, Zhao said. Since Zhao had already started helping, he might as well do it until the end. He was not paid for this, but he could not sleep at home unworried, knowing that a girl's life was at stake. I haven't told the girl's father about it. Do you think we should inform him? How do we inform him? Tell him that his daughter is about to be attacked by evil spirits? So do we not do anything? That female spiritualist is already there, no? Clearly. She can't just go near the girl without talking to her father. Then what do we do now? Sit here and rest. Here? Not the ward? No. I'll know if evil spirits are here. However, David could not sit still. He kept anxiously walking in circles before Zhao. David, don't you have something to do in the station? If you have anything, you can leave first. You can't help here anyway. It's okay. Actually, I'm on leave. All right, but can you sit down? You're disturbing me. Chen, aren't you nervous? All right, you must have experienced such situations many times. Are evil spirits very scary? Actually, it's my first time too. As for evil spirits, Chen Zhao had seen many of them in Blackie's place. Having seen so many evil spirits, Chen Zhao was already used to it. Just then, Chen Zhao's old acquaintance For came. "Mr. Chen, we meet again," For strolled towards the pair. Her white coat could not cover her unique temperament and proud look at all. Chen Zhao noticed that she had always been looking at him, as if she was superior. Hence, Chen Zhao had always disliked For. "Dr. For, how may I help you? You know that pets are not allowed into the hospital." "Oh, are you chasing me out?" "No. As long as you wish, Chantilly Hospital always welcomes you." "I'm honored by your words. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Is there a patient who requires your treatment?" Although For had only encountered Chen Zhao a few times, she could still roughly tell that Chen Zhao was unwilling to expose his medical skills. Thus, she felt that she should get close to him step by step instead of proposing an unreasonable request hastily. She should at least become Chen Zhao's friend first and not let him dislike her. "I have somnambulism and accidentally sleepwalked to the hospital," Chen Zhao said. For's smile was somewhat cold. "Mr. Chen, don't you think your joke is a little too cold? Is it?" "Huh." Subconsciously, Chen Zhao disliked For and was unwilling to interact with her. "Is he your friend? I remember he's a police." For glanced at David. David was energized at once. "Hi, I'm David." For was very beautiful, and beautiful women could always attract the eyes and admiration of men. David was a straight man, so he obviously liked beautiful women. For had everything a man would hope for: beauty, intelligence, sexiness, and independence. "Hi, it's the second time we've met." For had a faint smile on her face, but she still looked distant. "Can I have your number? We can meet when you're free." "Sorry, I still have work to do. Bye." For left the pair. Chen Zhao petted David's shoulder. "Great. It's a really effective method to chase her away." Huh. It was already past 1 in the morning. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stood up. David could feel his heart skip a beat. "Are they here?" "No. That's all for tonight." "Why?" "She'll be safe after 1. Just then, a woman walked out from the elevator in the lobby. "Huh. David, why are you here?" "Miss Sienna, this is the spiritualist I've told you about." "Ew." Chen Zhao saw the same arrogant look For had in Sienna's eyes. "Eastern, are you the amateur spiritualist?" "Yes." "Leave this place. It's not something you can help with," Sienna said. Okay. Bye." Chen Zhao walked a few steps away before turning around again. "Oh yeah, take this." David looked at the keys in his hand in puzzlement. "What's this?" "It's for the basement in my house. If you need help, I'm not around, and you can't contact me. You can hide in my basement." "Huh? Basement? I should leave now." This time, Chen Zhao really left. "Ms. Sienna, how could you treat Chen like this? He's here to help." "Help?" Sienna sneered. "He has no idea what he's about to face. I believe in him. Your trust is useless. That Eastern can't help us." "How can you be so certain? He's a man." "So what? In the Middle Ages, churches used to hunt down witches who were actually women like me. We can communicate with souls, and we're viewed as evil beings. A minority of men can also communicate with souls, and they're called wizards, but they're not nearly as powerful as witches. In thousands of years of development, for classes formed among the witches: toxicology, death-speaking, spiritology, and divination. Also, wizards are servants of witches. Do you get it now? Wizards and witches are different in both their positions and abilities. Wait, is it really good to have such a setting all of a sudden? Don't confuse movies with reality. It's not a magical world. We only have a bit more abilities than normal people. It's not as complicated as you think. Then is there an evil organization or a madman wanting to destroy the world?" Sienna rolled her eyes. "In fact, witches like me don't only cooperate with the police, but also with the government sometimes. Of course, there isn't any evil organization, let alone a madman who wants to destroy the world. We also can't destroy the world." "Then what class of witch are you?" "I'm both a death speaker and a spiritualist." "Double class. It's like taking a subject in college. As long as you have time, you can learn other disciplines." "Can you protect that girl by yourself?" "I don't know. The girl is already awakened. Furthermore, I've never seen anyone as talented as her. I'm afraid that she'll attract countless evil spirits. I'm also unsure how bad the situation will be then. In this case, isn't it better to have one more helper? You mean one more burden? I suggest you don't get yourself involved too. Both you and he are of little help to me. Chapter 88. The Two Types of People Zhao Hates. Chapter 88. The Two Types of People Zhao Hates. Blackie, why does that woman make me feel like she's cooler than me? From the way you understand the word, she is indeed cooler than you, Blackie said matter-of-factly. Is she powerful? She should be a death speaker witch. I know what a witch is, but what's a death speaker? Just like careers for people, you can say a death speaker is a type of career too. What do? It sounds really high-end. They're a type of witch that enslaves evil spirits to help them do some things when needed. For example, regular evil spirits just scare people, but stronger ones can take over a human or even help her fight directly. I feel like I'm involved in a magical world now. This is different from my worldviews. Are there many people like her in the world? Which magic is the magic that demons don't want? Beelzebub said with disdain. More than 1,000 years ago, demons left behind some magic when they were summoned to the human world. Most aren't suitable for human use, though, so the humans changed it up themselves and evolved into what it is today. Are there any I can learn? Zhao wanted to learn magic too. I don't know many spells, and most are subordinate spells. You can't learn it. Why not? You aren't my king's low-level demon. How can you learn glutton spells? What about you? Any spells? Human, don't ask me. I don't know any spells other than subordinate spells. Blackie, what about you? I don't know any, Blackie answered. But if you want to learn, you can look for demons without subordinate. Are there any spells that can destroy the world instantly? Yes. Really? In comics. Beelzebub looked at him scornfully. But if you really want to learn magic, you can look for Raz. Maybe he has magic books. But his stuff is all so expensive. Zhao got back home, but saw that the light was on. He froze. Was there someone there? Zhao had only given his keys to Zhao. As soon as he entered, he saw someone lying on the sofa. A pair of long legs was propped on the living room table. Those legs weren't Zhao's. She was more muscular and didn't have such slender legs. The skin color wasn't right either. Zhao walked into the living room and saw Feilai sleeping on the sofa. She was still holding the remote control. She'd probably fallen asleep while watching TV. Knock, knock. Zhao enjoyed those long, sexy legs and gradually looked up. As expected from the coastal lifeguard, her figure went without saying. When he knocked on the doorframe, Feilai's eyes flew open and she jumped up. Did I go into the wrong home? Hi, you're back. Feilai rubbed her eyes. Walter, come to me. I miss you so much. Can you tell me why you have my keys and why you're here? From now on, this is my home too. I never allowed you to live here, Zhao said coldly. Actually, you did. Feilai took out a contract and placed it on the table. Zhao grabbed it. Seeing the rent contract, his expression darkened immediately. The agent had called in the morning and told him they'd found a roommate for him. It was her. Don't you know that rooming with an unfamiliar man is really dangerous? I'm not scared. Walter will protect me. Feilai acted as if she didn't understand, but Zhao doubted she was just a dumb blonde. Plus, she wasn't even blonde. Why aren't you going to your room? Didn't clean up yet. All right, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? And why did you bring Walter with you? I think that's my freedom. You don't need to worry where I'm going or if I bring Walter. Walter isn't only your dog. Did you hear about this home's history from the agent? Yes. It's bad luck, right? But you're not scared, so why should I be scared? Fine, whatever. Zhao shook his head. Since we're living together, you better be prepared. I have some habits, for example. Habits? Running around nude at home. Huh. If you dare do that, I'll call the cops. It says clearly in the contract that if one party has indecent behavior in shared space, the other party has the right to call the cops. If you can't tolerate it, I'll have to move. Sneering, Zhao continued, I promise you'll never be able to find me or see Walter. Fine. As long as you don't harass me, I won't care. I'm a lifeguard. I've seen everything before. Also, you can't go into the basement. What's in the basement? Did you hide any unseeable things? To be honest, the basement was just a basement. The entrance to Blackie's space crevice was there, but without Blackie's permission, no one could enter the crevice. Some of my medical equipment and medicine. I don't wish for anyone to touch my things. Okay, I won't go. I don't like being in those dark and damp places anyway. Okay, I'm going to rest now. Zhao walked into the bathroom. He stripped until only his underwear was left and then ran around the house. Fei Lai pretended she didn't see the half-nude Zhao, just as they'd agreed on. Is there food? I'm hungry. In the fridge. Go look yourself. Shirtless, Zhao brushed his teeth while watching TV in the living room. The pizza's nice. You make it? No, the neighbors gave it to me. Leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet. Is it okay for you to eat so much at night? Lifeguards have high expenditures every day. I need to eat at least 2,000 calories per day. If I'm not full, I'll be the one to run into trouble. Fei Lai was entirely unladylike when she ate. She stuffed the pizza in her mouth like a chipmunk. Do you work so late every day? Depends, Zhao said. I have to go out if I get a client's call at night. Fei Lai saw Raymond slither to Walter. The snake and dog cuddled up together. Are you sure that snake won't bite Walter? It's smarter than you. Zhao showered in the bathroom. When he came out, he saw that Fei Lai had taken the beer out of Zhao's fridge. There's more than 2,000 calories on the table. It's okay. I have a fast metabolism, so I never get fat. There are two types of people that Zhao hated the most. Skinny people and skinny people that proclaim they never got fat, no matter what they ate. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Zhao slept until noon. When he woke up, Fei Lai had long left. Zhao tidied himself up, after which he called Vincent. Chen, where are you going today? New Cage Avenue. I don't know the exact location, Zhao said. That's on the other side of Los Angeles. I'll give you a discount, $300. Are you not using the meter? If I use the meter, it'll be at least $500. Fine, $300 it is. Are you in a hurry? If not, I'll drive slower. As long as I reach in an hour. We can't reach in an hour, but I'll try. Zhao was heading for New Cage Avenue, where Steven's movie team was filming. Steven had built an outdoor studio there. Zhao and Steven had agreed to meet at the studio that day. New Cage Avenue was also in the suburbs. It ran along the coastline, and the scenery was excellent. The left side of the avenue was occupied by a mountain with lush greenery, while one could have a nice view of the sea and feel the salty sea breeze on the other side. When Zhao called Steven to ask for his exact location, Zhao could not understand it despite being told a few times. In the end, he could only pass his phone to Vincent and let him communicate with Steven. Outside the studio, Vincent's car was stopped by a guard. Sorry, a team is filming ahead. You can't enter. Zhao made a call. Soon, a short man with curly hair walked out hurriedly. Get out of the way. This is Mr. Steven's guest. The curly-haired man waved his hand to instruct the guard. You must be Mr. Chen. Is your car going in as well? Yes. He still has to drive me back later. There might not be a place to park your car inside. Can you park it here? The guard will watch over it. All right. Vincent, follow me in. Vincent was also very interested in the studio. He was born and grew up in Los Angeles. While it was claimed that every Angelino knew how to act, he had never really learned anything about filming or been to a studio. How should I address you? I'm the assistant director. You can call me Hulier. Zhao already saw Steven. He was sitting in front of the small screen behind the camera, looking at the video being captured. Zhao also knew the actress before the lens, Yafen. She was playing opposite a male actor. Yafen saw Zhao with the corner of her eyes. Immediately, Steven noticed that Yafen was distracted. Cut again. Yafen, what were you looking at? Sorry, Yafen apologized right away, but she still glanced at Zhao, who was behind Steven. Steven also noticed Yafen's look and turned his head. Chen, you're here. Hulier, help me to film scene 146. Steven immediately stood up and commanded Hulier to take over his task. Yafen, come here. Yafan walked to Chen Zhao and openly hugged him to welcome his arrival. Vincent swallowed his saliva. He recalled picking Chen Zhao up from Yafan's house the last time. She's so beautiful. Vincent could not help but envy Chen Zhao. Yafan, finish your sections first. I have something to discuss with Chen. Then, Stephen looked at Vincent. Oh, he's my friend, Vincent. He drove me here. Vincent, do you want to try being an actor? Can I? I have a small role with a few lines. If you're interested, you can try. Holier, arrange it and give him the script. I need to talk to Chen. Yes, Mr. Stephen. As the assistant director, his main job was to replace the director for less important scenes, accumulate work experience, and better his filming skills. Stephen brought Chen Zhao into his motorhome. After boarding the vehicle, Chen Zhao realized that it was actually a small apartment. He estimated that such a vehicle would cost $2 million, which was more expensive than the house he was currently living in. Chen, do we start the treatment now? Yes. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. Will it hurt? No, you wouldn't even feel any discomfort. We can chat during the treatment. Chen, do you want to be my health consultant? I'll give you $8,000 a month. You do a checkup on me every once in a while. Sure. Chen Zhao accepted the deal at once, because the pay was very high. Health consultant is different from personal doctor. A health consultant is not in charge of treatment, but only provides physical examination and advice. At the same time, he would need to answer any medical queries the client has. In addition, a health consultant can have more than just one client as long as he has the time. He can have 10 or even 100 clients. Of course, normally a health consultant can only have at most 10 clients. After all, physical examination and talking with the client take up at least half a day. If Chen Zhao were to become the health consultant of 10 clients, he would need to spend 5 to 10 days every month on these clients. If he had more clients, he would not even be able to continue with his original job. $8,000 a month was already extremely high. An ordinary doctor might not even be able to get $1,000 from a client, not to mention the tax he had to pay. Of course, being a health consultant was different from treating Stephen or Rasfa. While Chen Zhao would get tens of thousands per session, such income was very unstable. He might earn a lot for a while and not get much for the next few months. He would stop getting paid after the treatments were over, unless he could get a patient that required long-term treatment. Also, not every patient was as rich as Stephen or Rasfa. On the other hand, health consultant was a stable source of income. As long as his client did not die or fire him, Chen Zhao would keep getting paid. Done. Turn over and remove your pants. Underwear too. Chen Zhao started to insert needles into the front of Stephen's body. I think there's some stones in your urethra. As Chen Zhao inserted the needles, he immediately felt some foreign matter. Sometimes when I go to the restroom, I indeed can't pee. I need to wait for a long time, and it's painful, but not severe at all. Do I need surgery? No, it's just a small problem. These small stones can be removed easily. I'll break them apart. Drink more water tonight, and you can pass them out yourself. Thank you. Done. Take this. What? Stephen watched as Chen Zhao passed him an erotic magazine. Try to see if you can get hard. Chapter 90, Fight Between Women. Chapter 90, Fight Between Women. Stephen walked out of the van with a ruddy face, but his lower body felt uncomfortable from being pinned up. Chen, is there any way to make my dick go back? Nope. This will last for the entire day. You'll have a boner the entire day, and you can't touch women during these 24 hours either. All right, can I use my hand? No. If you endure these 24 hours, you'll become very powerful. You'll be healthy as long as you don't sleep with 10 girls in a day. Satisfying 1 or 2 women is no problem. Of course, if you want your body to keep up, you should eat more protein and carbs and do 30 minutes of aerobic exercise every day. This will help you become strong enough. Hearing that he had to survive 24 hours, Stephen felt helpless. Should I call Yafan over? Oh, I can lend you my van. Won't affect your filming schedule. No, it's okay, Stephen said, chuckling. My work and private life are always separated. The two walked together to the film site. Hollier was in the middle of directing seriously. Vincent walked over, excitement written all over his face. Vincent, did you finish your part? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Steven. I'm really happy to have this chance. Huh. You should thank Chen. I gave you this chance because you're his friend. But honestly, have you considered becoming an actor? To be honest, your looks are suitable for comedies. Of course, I'm not trying to offend you. I just think you do have talent in this area. Can I really? Later, I'll have my assistant give you a card. If you're interested, you could try some small roles and see if you're willing. Vincent wasn't ugly, but he had a comedic look. The ugly characters in movies were just actors with unique looks. These roles didn't require the actors to be ugly. There were barely any ugly people in Hollywood. Most of the actors that weren't hot were just that, not hot. They definitely weren't ugly. These roles made the audience know what kind of character they were immediately. In most commercial films, there would be this type of character for comedic break, even in depressing movies. This kind of actor had a big chance of making it big instantly with a role. There were cons too, though. Their face would be stereotyped and set. They would only get this type of role in the future. Steven gave Vincent this chance because of Chen Zhao, but also because Vincent did have talent in this aspect. Steven didn't mind giving this young black man a chance. He'd given many young people chances in the past. Not everyone had succeeded, but he was sure that Vincent would succeed. Talent, opportunities, and one's own personality determined whether one could succeed in Hollywood or not. Vincent had talent, and Steven gave him an opportunity. No one was sure what the end would be like. Steven didn't have to pay anything anyway. He didn't even need to report to anyone. Of course, Vincent had to sign with a management company before this, even if he was a part-time actor. Yafen walked over now. Smiling, Steven said, Yafen, did you finish filming? Yes, sir. I have to help here, so accompany Chen around. Then he added knowingly, Vincent, you can stay and watch how the others act. Vincent was talkative, but he knew how to watch the mood. He knew what Yafen and Chen Zhao wanted to do. Instead of going to the van, Chen Zhao and Yafen held hands and walked into the forest. Yafen, do you need a change? Those are the movie's costume, right? Does it not look good? Yafen was wearing a tight-fitting outfit and nothing else under it. If she wore a bra or safety shorts, the lines would show while filming. The tight-fitting shirt showed Yafen's great figure without keeping anything back. She rested her slim arms on Chen Zhao's shoulders. Her red lips opened slightly, releasing a tempting aura. Her eyes glimmered. Chen Zhao looked around and impatiently hugged Yafen. His hands slowly traveled to Yafen's back and unzipped the shirt. She was sexy and open, like a rising sun. Chen Zhao couldn't keep waiting. Heavy panting came from the forest, along with the pain moan of being grabbed in the neck. Are you sure no one will come? Yes, Yafen answered simply. Slower. While Chen Zhao and Yafen were exercising, it became a performance for a third person. Is that Yafen? Is she having sex with someone from the crew? A woman looked through the tree branches at the man and woman fucking a few hundred feet away. Maybe I should call Mr. Steven over so he can see that his third female lead is a WH asterisk. The two suddenly changed their position, and the woman saw the man's features. Him? Lucy was shocked. Why is he here? Lucy was the second lead. Her role had many important scenes, but after Yafen joined the cast, her scenes kept getting reduced and turned into Yafen's parts. This made her battle with Yafen secretly. Of course, there were no friendships between actors in any crew. Hollywood was like this, and for actresses especially, it was like palace intrigue. Lucy watched the two while her mind whirred. Steven was strict with the cast. She wondered if he would cut Yafen's parts or kick her out directly if he knew that she was messing around here. As for Chen Zhao, she didn't think they had any relationship. Chen Zhao had just given her a checkup once. Lucy secretly took a picture with her phone and snuck away. Full of anticipation, she found Steven. Mr. Steven, can we have a chat? Steven was sitting in the director's seat and looked back at Lucy. Did this Australian woman want to bribe him? He really wanted it, but Chen had said that he couldn't touch women in 24 hours. Can I help you? Look at this. Lucy took out her phone and opened the picture she'd just taken. Stephen's eye twitched. You took this? Yes. I just finished filming, so I walked around and saw this scene. I know you have strict management, and I didn't expect such an indecent scene would happen in the cast. Stephen pressed delete. Lucy's mouth dropped open and stared at Stephen in confusion. I don't wish any cast member to have scandals before the movie is released, understood? Yes, sir. Lucy believed that she'd reached her goal. She was happy and even excited to see how fascinating Yaffin's expression would be when she discovered her parts were cut. Chapter 91. Ethan's Ex-Wife. Chapter 91. Ethan's Ex-Wife. When can you leave? Not today, I'm afraid. I still have 3 more plays at night, Yaffin said helplessly. It was very painful to film at night. If possible, she also hoped that she could return to the hotel every day according to the time on the contract. But it was not possible. She was not that powerful. Even if it was past the time on the contract, she still had to smile and willingly accept the overtime. Zhao also did not plan to continue staying here, as it was already quite late. All right, tell me when you're free then. Of course. Yaffin gave him another hot kiss. Yaffin sent Zhao all the way to the exit. Zhao said, help me say goodbye to Stephen. Sure. See you. Vincent had long returned to the car, with Beelzebub and the other demons to wait for Zhao. Watching Zhao return with his face lit with joy, Vincent's face was filled with envy. Chen, that woman's really beautiful. You might also have such a chance in the future. Really, seize this opportunity well. I will. Definitely. Vincent clenched his fists tightly. So can you give me a discount for future rides? No way. Damn. I'll call Stephen now and ask him to fire you. Vincent was speechless. Where do we go now? Home. Let's go to Ethan's place for free dinner. Sure. This was probably Zhao's only opinion so far, which Vincent agreed. Ethan was extremely unhappy with this. He did not even welcome Zhao and Vincent into his motel. However, he was alone and powerless. Walter had already run toward Sasha. Ethan was distressed at the sight, as if his own daughter had been slept by a pig. Chen, this is too much. You keep coming here for free food, and now your dog even wants to mount my daughter. This is freedom of love. Nobody can stop true love. Quickly finish your food and scram with your dog. And you, Vincent, don't you need to drive? Even though I drive, I still need to eat. That's why you drove here for free food. Fine. I'll leave after I finish. You happy now? Vincent, aren't you going to drive me back? How can you be so thick-skinned? Forget it then. I'll stay tonight. Ethan, do you the charger for this model? My phone's flat. Nope. Some of your stuff is still in that room. Go and find it yourself. Also, $10 per night. After Vincent left, Ethan and Zhao sat before the counter of the motel. Chun, how long have we known each other for? Fuck, don't talk to me as if we've known each other for tens of years. It's like not even 3 months. Fine. They fell silent again, and nobody spoke. For a few times, Ethan looked like he had something to say, but stopped eventually. Zhao could not take it any longer. Just speak. If not, I'll go upstairs now. Chen, I heard that something bad has happened to the gang leader in the eastern region. So, Zhao was confused by Ethan's abrupt conversation. Have you forgotten? He was your client. You even said that his man had pointed a gun at your head. Oh, is it? I don't think this has anything to do with me. I don't even know the name of that gang leader. How I wish these bastards can just all die outside, Zhao said calmly. He did not want to leak anything, even if it was Ethan. I heard that it's due to internal conflict. I'm not interested in this. Do you know any rumors about women instead? I only want to warn you to stay away from those people should they come and find you. Why would they find me? Zhao said, smiling. I hope not too. They're in deep trouble this time. The best outcome will be for them to die in some unknown corner. Zhao did not ask for the details. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Furthermore, if he asked more, Ethan might start to suspect him. Although Zhao did not like Morgary and the rest, he did not want to betray them either. He also did not know which side Ethan was on. Oh, pass me some tissue. Some butter has dripped on my shirt. Here you go. 20 cents. God, you're still the same. Zhao heard a voice from his back. It was a woman in her 50s. At that moment, Zhao saw the woman. He could not help but avoid her stare. Similarly, Ethan also looked away at once. The woman was wearing a white shirt and an unzipped black job, where on top, a simple below-the-knee dress and a pair of high-heeled shoes. Her hair was tied into a bun, and she had a pair of framed glasses on, but no other makeup. Her domineering attitude almost made Zhao suffocate. Hi, madam, you are? You look scared. Are you scared of me? Yes, you're scared of me, just like most men when they see me for the first time. Caprice, Chen is my friend. Ethan, did you grow fat again? With your current age and body size, I believe you have high blood pressure. Oh yeah, when we divorced, you already needed medicine to maintain it. How are you now? Can you still get hard? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it in front of your friend. Caprice's face was filled with apology. You must be Chen. Just pretend you didn't hear me just now. Nevertheless, because you're Ethan's friend, I will subconsciously think that you're the same kind of person as him. Actually, I'm not very close to him either. Ethan was speechless. She was Ethan's ex-wife, a harsh woman. Zhao understood at once why Ethan would divorce with her. There was certainly no man in the world who could tolerate her. What kind of business are you doing with Ethan? Thief and robbery? Blackmailing? Drugs? Or forcing Eastern European women to sell their bodies? Ethan, do you do these? Chen, don't listen to her nonsense, and also don't be tricked by her. She's always trying to put me in jail. I've never wanted you to go to jail, Caprice said with a serious face. Do you think I'll believe your words? Ethan sneered. No, I want to send you to the gallows. Jail isn't sufficient to stop your genes from being passed on. Caprice's face suddenly turned ferocious. My son is gay because of your genes. You damn jerk. You shouldn't have existed in this world. You should only be rotting away in some dirty sewers. Your blood also flows in Robio's body. You're his mother. Why are you so certain that he's gay because of me? You're his father, so you're the responsible one. He came out through your womb, so you're the real culprit. The real culprit is you and your dirty, obscene thoughts. You're the sinner. I declare you guilty. Go to hell. According to genetics, a child actually inherits genes from his or her father and mother with the same probability. Zhao explained to them some knowledge on genetics at the most inappropriate time. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat, and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible, though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on Midway, either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. How is there a woman in Nance's car? Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. Where's the car? Where did it go? Whoosh. Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rearview mirror, and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud. The car crashed, and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast, and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. Damn it. Get out of the car, asshole. You know how to drive? Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you. I knew it's a woman driver. Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. You did at my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No, no way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop? Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know? Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. Thud. Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off. B*TCH, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. All right, Vincent. Zhao finally came out of the car. Hello, Chris. We meet again. Oh, you're that guy from yesterday. Chris didn't have a deep impression of Zhao. After all, Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. Vincent, it's just a small scratch, and you asked for $300? I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank. Seeing Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over. Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time? Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now. Vincent, I'll give you the money. How can I let you do that? Chris grew troubled. It's no big deal. You can pay me back. Sure. Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. I'll pay you back when I have money. You can pay me whenever you wish. But can I have your number? Oh, right. Chris took out her phone and they exchanged numbers. Then goodbye. Goodbye. All right. Your back seat. Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine and Zhao lost his temper. Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt? Chen, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself. As he thought about random stuff, Zhao arrived at Rutherford's home. He rang the bell and the door cracked open. But when Zhao saw Rutherford, he was shocked. Rutherford's face was covered in bruises. His white tee was covered in blood. Chen, come in. Rutherford's voice was very weak. Zhao caught the wavering Rutherford as soon as he entered and helped the man to the sofa. Let's sit on the ground so we don't dirty the sofa, Rutherford said. It's expensive to clean it. You're still worried about that now. I lost my job, so I have to care. Plus, I can only give you $200 at most. Your injuries look like you were beaten up. Yeah, I broke into the club's office and made a scene. They fired me. So you can't do track anymore. I can. I'm still an athlete, but there needs to be a club willing to sign me. Can you race as an individual? Yes. Professional athletes aren't decided by the club. It's an identity given to me by the association. My national rank last year was pretty good. I was in the top 20. Usually, my points after 3 races should get me in a top 15. With that score, I can attend some first-class national races, but now I don't even have money for surgery. How many years have you worked for? How come you don't have any savings? Do you know how much my nutritious meals cost? The standard is $200 per day. The club would pay for 60% of it before. Now, I can't even feed myself. How much can you make from a first-class race? It depends on the host, organizers, and sponsors. Usually, the champion should get anywhere around $50K to $100K. Second and third place should be between $10 to $30K. If you win, all the money will go to the athlete, right? No, you need to split it with the coach and club. Usually, the coach gets 5%, the manager gets 5 to 10%, and the club takes 20 to 30%. What? You want to switch careers? To be honest, Asians have no advantage in track. Plus, with your body and fitness, you aren't suitable for track. Chapter 93. Investment for the Future. Chapter 93. Investment for the Future. Normally, there are 2 types of sprinters. The first type is short sprinters who are no taller than 8 meters. Their leg muscles are stronger, and their running pace is faster. The other type is tall sprinters whose limbs are also longer. Their pace is slower, but every step they take will cover significantly more distance than short sprinters. Chen Zhao clearly did not belong to either of these two types. He was quite tall, over 1.8 meters to be precise, but his limbs were shorter than normal athletes. Even if his body was as strong as an athlete, he would still be unable to take part in track and field, especially sprinting. Of course, he had never thought of becoming an athlete anyway. Chen Zhao liked his current life. It was fruitful, but also filled with free time. On the other hand, athletes had to be serious and train themselves until exhaustion every single day. Furthermore, Chen Zhao's age was no longer suitable for an athlete. He was only interested in the prize, nothing more. How about international competition, like the Star Invitational you talked about? The prize for the Star Invitational actually isn't that high. At most 200,000. In fact, the prize for some Star Invitationals is not even as high as those first-class national competitions. The main purpose of taking part in Star Invitationals is to gain points in IAAF and increase our popularity. Only then will we have the chance to be supported by national sponsors or get more money. Then how about Diamond League and Golden League? Diamond League. I can't take part in that even if I'm in my best condition. I don't have enough points and my national ranking isn't high enough, so I can't qualify. I can of course buy an entry quota, but I can't afford it. As for Golden League, that's the final goal of every runner. Its importance even exceeds the Olympics. If you win Golden League, how much will you get? Stop joking. I wouldn't be able to enter Golden League in my entire life, let alone getting first. My best timing for 100 meters so far is only 9.95 seconds. I'm not confident of getting first even in first or second-class national competitions, not to mention Golden League, unless you break the legs of every other participant. With my current record, even if I enter Golden League, I wouldn't be able to promote. I'm asking about the prize. I'm not sure. Golden League is not a single competition, but rather many rounds. The prize for getting first in any one of them is at least hundreds of thousands. This is only the prize for the competition. If you include money from the sponsor and advertisers, I think it can even reach 2 million. If I heal your legs and help you get back to your best condition, maybe even stronger, and at the same time sponsor you for various competitions, will you give me some of your prize money? What do you mean? What the words mean? I'm investing in you, Chen Zhao replied. You're a doctor, and I believe you can heal my legs, but are you sure you know what investing in me means? Even after I recover, I still have to rent a training ground, hire a coach, train myself, and eat nutritious meals, which sum to at least $20,000 every month. Moreover, you wouldn't be able to see any results in just 1 or 2 months. Before we even talk about the prize money, your own money will probably be wasted. Although it's an investment, I believe that your results will be good. I'm placing a bet on your future. What do you think? I'll cover all your costs over the next 2 years, and I want 40% of all your income in these 2 years. Fine. Even if you're being serious, 40% is too high. It's impossible. You're only like my health consultant. I can give you at most 10%, nothing more. 10%? I'll spend $20,000 on you every month. Can you promise that your monthly income will exceed $200,000? Let me see. 2 years. I need to invest $480,000, which means you need to earn at least $4,800,000 in 2 years for me to not make a loss. Do you think I'm a fool? 40% is too high. Even if I find a club, it'll take at most 20%, maybe even less. Moreover, it'll only take that percentage of my prize, not my total income, but you want 40% of my total income. Fine. You reject my offer. You can just pretend that I've said nothing. 25%. I'll give you 25% of my total income. 30%. Anything less, and you can forget it. Provided you can make my results better. If you can make me qualify for Golden League, I'll accept this percentage. Of course, I have a way to boost your performance. You mean drugs? Rufford's expression changed. Of course not. Don't worry. I'll just make you stronger. Deal. When do we sign the contract? We don't need one. Are you not afraid that I'll go back on my words? I don't like to sign any forms of contract, but I believe that we're both men of our words. Am I right? How long do I need before I can stand on the track again? I need to perform a more comprehensive checkup on you, and then decide on your treatment plan before we can talk about recovering. Mr. Board, I'm not kidding. In fact, I'm telling you this with a very serious attitude. It's not a prank, not a joke, and not a story. David stared at Board with a serious expression. Wait, so you mean my daughter will be attacked by an evil spirit? The smile on Board's face slowly disappeared. Yes, and not just one. Perhaps 10 or more, David said. Also, the hospital will definitely not be our main battlefield. Standing beside David, Sienna continued, maybe there's many souls hiding in this hospital already. They'll be affected by your daughter's soul and become evil spirits. What? Board was still somewhat suspicious. Did Aisha do something wrong? No, she's done nothing wrong. It's just that she's born extraordinary and she needs to face the trials of life and death. She's already passed death trial and is about to face life trial. If she passes it, she'll obtain unimaginable powers, but if she doesn't, she'll never wake up. It's not a joke. No, I still trust Chen more. Mr. Police, can you call him? I want to ask him myself. Compared to Sienna, Board was more willing to believe in the man who had found his wife and daughter. Mr. Board, I tried calling him just now, but his phone was off. I need to think about it. Sienna glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. We don't have much longer. It's almost 10 p.m. After 10, evil spirits might start appearing, and this will continue until 1 in the morning. Miss Sienna, are you sure they'll appear tonight? Absolutely, and it might be more dangerous than anything I've seen before, Sienna said with a serious tone. Chapter 94, Chased by Evil Spirits. Chapter 94, Chased by Evil Spirits. What? David and Board both looked at Sienna. Because it's the third night, Sienna said. What third night? Every spiritualist will fall unconscious when going through the life trial. If they're attacked on the first night, then they're one of the chosen. If it's the second night, then they're the extraordinary. The third night, they are of the Holy Spirit. Of course, each day that passes means that the trial will be more difficult. Miss Sienna, what night were you attacked? The first night. Most spiritualists are like this. I was saved by an old gypsy, which became my teacher. So, if Aisha survives tonight, she'll have superpowers. Board was afraid, but also a bit excited. Oh, what do you mean by saying she's of the Holy Spirit? Like Jesus. You're saying my daughter is Jesus. Of course not, but it's the same principle. But Jesus is a dude, David said doubtfully. He's different. How? How do I know? Sienna rolled her eyes. Board couldn't decide, making Sienna lose her patience. You better decide soon. It'll be 10 o'clock in a few minutes. By then, it'll actually be dangerous. But you want to take my daughter out of the hospital. But where are you taking her? The church. No, no. Board immediately yelled. Definitely not. What? Don't you know what my daughter and wife experienced before? Do you know? They were raped. And that damn monster stuffed them into a box and buried them under the oak tree by the church. Now you want to take my daughter to a church? Don't even think about it. We don't have to go to that church. Just leave the city to somewhere with less people. And why? David asked, confused. If there's fewer people, then there are fewer dead people. There's a lower possibility of evil spirits too. That woman may attract evil spirits from a larger region, but even if they can sense her, it'll still take time to catch up to her. So this is safe. No, Sienna shook her head. It's just relatively safer. This way, we can avoid most evil spirits. What about the rest? David asked, gulping. Suddenly, the light in the hospital's hallway dimmed. She's here. Sienna's expression changed. She suddenly took a sharp awl out of her pocket and slammed it into the wall. A distorted face appeared on the wall. It seemed to be wailing, but there was no sound. David and Board went pale with terror, but Sienna acted like she did something casual. Do you see this? It's just a minor character. There'll be more of these things attacking my daughter. Yes, more terrifying ones. Hurry and take my daughter away. Board wouldn't give in until the last moment. He'd been hesitant earlier, but now he agreed wholeheartedly. Wait, what about my wife? She was kidnapped with Aisha, and they went through the same things. Will she also? No, Your wife won't, Sienna said. Don't get unrelated people involved. Your wife shouldn't come. You shouldn't come either. Your daughter and I are enough. No way, Board said determinedly. Even if I believe you, I won't let you take my daughter away. That's impossible. I'm a police officer. Protecting citizens is my duty, David also said when Sienna made him leave. Sienna knew what David was thinking right now. This was something from dreams. He was inside a supernatural event now. How could he give it up? Is there something like holy water? Or garlic? David asked with enthusiasm. He didn't feel any danger at all. He was just excited from being in something like an intense game. Please, officer. It's about my daughter's life right now. Maybe we need a cross? Board added. Enough. I'm a witch, not a religious priest. If you think that's more useful, you can go find a priest to drive out the demon. Okay. We'll listen to you, but you can't kick us out. Take the girl out of the hospital. The three moved quickly. Board placed his daughter on a wheelchair. He was going to pack up her clothes, but Sienna stopped her. It wasn't necessary. If Aisha could survive these 3 hours, she would be safe. Board did the discharge paperwork without telling his wife. Get in my car, David said while tossing his keys to Sienna. We won't be bothered even if we speed. Why are you giving me the keys? I can't drive. Board and David were both shocked. How could someone in this world not know how to drive? It was as shocking as finding an illiterate person in China. In China, some of the older generation might not be able to read, but there were practically no illiterates in the younger generation. America was a country where the driver's license could be used as an ID card. One could imagine how common driving was here. In the end, David sat in the driver's seat and shot out of the hospital in the police car. Clunk. Slow down. You want us to crash? Why is the car shaking so hard? Is there an evil spirit? Motherfucker, you didn't slow down on the speed bump. Board roared. If you can't drive, let me do it. I don't want my daughter to die in a tragic car crash before the evil spirit gets to her. Miss Sienna told me to drive faster. But you can't. I don't think it's fast enough. Sienna looked in the back. Something's chasing behind us. Behind us? There's nothing there. Don't you see the car with red headlights? Damn it, they changed the headlights red? I should give him a ticket. Plus, his exhaust is obviously excessive. Look at that black smoke. David's professionalism was acting up. It's not a modification. It's an evil spirit. Can't you see that there's no driver? David and Board finally realized that something was wrong with that car. Chapter 95, Mr. Board's mouth is cursed. Chapter 95, Mr. Board's mouth is cursed. Moreover, the black smoke was coming out from the windows, not the exhaust pipes. The vehicle behind us is filled with evil spirits. We better lose them. Why did they attach themselves to the vehicle instead of fly towards us? Because they're not fast enough. How fast do you think they are? Most of them are only slightly faster than humans. So if they don't have a car, they can never reach us. I said most. A minority of them are actually the most dangerous ones. What will they do? I think it's better for you not to know it, or you'll have nightmares. Bang! The car was bumped by the vehicle from the back. Both David and Board were horrified. David tried his best to maintain the stability of the car. Sienna, think of something. Exorcise the spirits from that car. I can't, unless you can make it stop. Otherwise, I'll be run over after I alight. You're a witch. How can you die from a car accident? I'm not Superwoman, you fool. Stop saying these kinds of stupid things. So we can't do anything now. Lose the car. Here goes nothing. David stomped on the accelerator and the car shot forward. Board and Sienna were both flung to the back of their seats. The acceleration was too sudden and they were not ready for it yet. There were not many cars on the road at the moment, but racing through the city at such a high speed still greatly frightened Board and Sienna. Slower, slower. See? We've lost them. David hit the horn in complacence. From the rear mirror, he could no longer see the spirit-occupied car. Lucky for us. If those evil spirits had a truck instead of a small car, the collision just now would have turned us over, Board said, patting his own chest. Beep. An ear-piercing beep exploded on the night roads. The faces of all the three paled at once. They saw a vehicle with a strange red light appear behind them. Those who have watched Transformers should all know how Optimus Prime looks like in his vehicle state. A similar truck was chasing the three at the moment. Faster, faster, go, accelerate. Borde and Sienna both screamed in horror. It was indeed terrifying to be chased by such a giant. A gentle kiss from the truck would absolutely turn the police car into a piece of junk. David stepped on the accelerator again. Slash! The police car bolted forward, losing the truck behind it gradually. Lucky for us. As long as this car works fine, the truck can't reach us, Borde remarked, looking at the truck behind. Just then, the car slowed down. Why are we slowing down? Air. It's out of petrol. Why? The car stopped. David shouted, "Run!" The truck was already right behind them. Borde carried Aisha and charged out of the car. In the next instant, the truck collided with the car, which flew for at least 10 meters. 1 second slower, and they would all be crushed into nothingness. The truck stopped somewhere not far from them. Because the road was too narrow, it could not turn around. Suddenly, Sienna dashed towards the truck while muttering something in her mouth. Then, she waved her hand and sprinkled a handful of fluorescent powder. Alarming howls were released from the black smoke. It looked as if something was about to break out of the smoke and leap towards Sienna. However, when it touched the fluorescent powder floating in the air, it immediately retreated. God of Zuma, listen to my call. May your power fall and burn the evil before us. Right away, the fluorescent powder ignited in midair, blasting the smoke away. Done. The evil spirits here are gone. It's over. Borde and David asked, confused. These are only the pawns. The real danger has yet to come. What do we do now? Onto this truck. The seats in the truck were broader and more comfortable than those in the police car. David continued to be the driver, but there was clearly more excitement than horror on his face. I hope that this truck isn't going to run out of petrol. Before long, the truck slowly stopped. David and Sienna stared at Borde, who was petrified. Really, Mr. Borde, has your mouth been cursed? Sienna also tapped her own forehead. She had never been this unlucky. What do we do now? What else? Find another car, Sienna said, looking painful. Ow! Sienna scanned around her and took out a stacking doll from her pocket. Opening the head of the doll, a wave of black smoke flew out. David and Borde subconsciously stepped back as the smoke looked familiar. It looked like the evil spirits they had just encountered. The black smoke converged into a ferocious and frightening ghost face. Ha! 2 delicious souls. Slap! Stop scaring them. Sienna slapped onto the ghost face. Let me introduce him to you. My father, Yberg. He, evil spirit, but now he's my evil spirit servant. He's not going to devour our souls, is he? Nope. Dad, go and get control of the car. We're escaping from danger now. Yberg unhappily floated to a car by the roadside. Soon, the headlights of the car were lit with red light. Please don't pick a car without petrol. Huh, this car's out of petrol. Let's choose another one. Yberg floated out again. Mr. Borde, please don't speak for the rest of our journey. I can confirm that your mouth is cursed. Finally, Yberg found them an SUV. The group boarded the car again. David was about to sit onto the driver's seat when Yberg's ghost face roared fiercely. Scram. I haven't driven for 10 years already. David looked at Sienna in fright. Sienna only shrugged her shoulders. Let him drive. If I summon him out and do not fulfill his wishes at all, he'll be mad. Yberg drove the car in much excitement, and Sienna did not seem to be bothered. However, David and Borde could not remain calm. Nobody could remain calm after knowing that an evil spirit was driving the car they were on. More importantly, the ordinary SUV felt like an F1 vehicle in Yberg's hands. Miss Sienna, can you please ask your father to drive more slowly? Do you know what his occupation was before his death? What? Racer? Borde asked, uncertain. Bingo. He was an Isle of Man TT racer. Luckily, he's not an F1 racer, Borde said, patting his chest. He died on an F1 racing track. Chapter 96, Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Chapter 96. Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Mr. Board, I think you should stop talking, David said, still frightened. He's crazy. He searched for death his entire life and finally succeeded. Low-altitude parachuting, mountain climbing without safety ropes, deep-sea scuba diving, downhill skiing, and even the Isle of Man TT. He tried it all. Formula One was his last challenge. The finish line was right before his eyes, but he didn't make it. His race car had a problem. It turned and fell apart while his skull crashed against the safety barrier. Sienna glanced at Yberg. And after that, at least one driver would have an accident on that F1 track each race. The locked track of death. David asked, surprised. You know about it? I heard about it before. David swallowed heavily. The most dangerous racetrack in the world. The death rate is close to the Isle of Man TT. Before I found him, he'd already haunted that place for 6 years, killing 13 drivers. David and Board both shuddered, staring at Yberg in terror. Yberg turned at the perfect timing and smiled. The menacing face was nothing but horrifying. Are you sure he won't eat our souls? Evil spirits can't eat a living soul directly. Good, but I can make the car drive down the cliff. Then I can eat your soul. I want to get out. All right. Yberg, stop scaring them. Miss Sienna, are you sure your father won't drive the car down the cliff? Yes. He won't do it as long as I'm in the car. Why? He's my subordinate. David gathered his courage and reached over to touch Yberg's body. The car immediately started skidding. Sienna grabbed David. You want to die? What? I can't touch him. Evil spirits don't have solid forms. If you touch him, his body will disintegrate. Just like what happened, the car will lose control before he can regroup. It seems like we've escaped from danger with Mr. Yberg driving, Board said. No, I can feel that danger is approaching, Yberg said. It's not just one. One of them might be even more evil than me. He suddenly grabbed the steering wheel. The car skidded but turned with an extreme angle. It was like a roller coaster for the 3 humans in the car. David was already screaming in fear. Yberg is it. Just then, the street lamps dimmed one by one. It was as if a shadow was catching up to them. Something's chasing us. Suddenly, David felt like he couldn't breathe. A pair of hands were around his neck, pushing him into the seat. Save me. Sienna immediately took out her awl and stabbed into the seat cushion behind David. The cushion exploded and David escaped from the throttling. Miss Sienna, what is going on? An evil spirit got into the car. What? Didn't you say that evil spirits can't attack someone directly? It didn't attack you directly, Sienna said. You were choking yourself. What? I choked myself? David, you really were. I thought you were doing something. What's wrong with me? You were affected by that evil spirit, but I took care of it. They can control our minds. Not all of them, Sienna said. Every evil spirit is unique. What's your father's special ability? Driving, Sienna answered. That's a special ability? I was talking about those abilities like an X-Man. Driving like a crazy man, Sienna answered harshly. Isn't there a cooler ability? Scaring people. David was so done. Driving? Who couldn't drive? And scaring people? What the fuck? Isn't there a more useful ability? Hey, are you looking down on me? Yberg turned around again. This time, he turned his neck at a 90-degree angle, making David's scalp go numb. Old man, can you not do this? I know you're scaring people, but it's actually super scary. Mr. Yberg, don't you need to keep your eyes on the road? No, I know where to drive to. Suddenly, the car shook and Sienna's expression changed again. Oh no, another evil spirit got into the car. The car kept swaying unsteadily. Yberg controlled the steering wheel, using all his might to stable the car and keep it from turning over. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before a crash. Sienna, think of something, Yberg yelled. I'm losing control. Sienna looked at David. Did you bring a gun? Yes. Give it to me. Huh. As a cop, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that it was a special circumstance. Hesitating, he asked, What are you going to do? A gun can't hurt evil spirits, right? Ordinary bullets can't, Sienna said. She took out a small bag filled with shining powder. What's that? I saw you drive out evil spirits with that earlier. The main ingredient is phosphor. Phosphor? Oh my God, it'll explode when it touches the air. You want to kill us? Don't worry. I used a spell, and it's magical phosphor now. Sienna grabbed David's gun and poured some of the phosphor into it. Then she closed her eyes. Holding the gun, she started moving slowly. David and Board both got into fetal positions out of fear. Boom, boom. Sienna fired at the hood and back seat. Then she put the gun down. Killed another one. Miss Sienna, please don't close your eyes when you shoot, David yelled in fright. That's really dangerous. There's people here. Yeah, Board also yelled. Even if you don't hit anyone, if you hit a part of the car or the gas tank. MFF. David covered Board's mouth, but it was too late. Sienna, you really did hit the gas tank. The gas is draining. Out. Get out the car. Everyone hurried out of the car. David opened the wheelchair and Board placed Aisha in. What do we do now? Run. Run forward. Sienna was already running. Run with all your might. Don't look back. But David couldn't stop himself from looking back. He saw a huge black cloud of smoke covering the sky behind him. Yibird was beside him. Sienna, put me away. Hurry, put me away. I don't want to get mixed with those things. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Sienna took out the container from earlier and closed Yibird in it. Then, she took out a different container and opened it. Another cloud of smoke was released. This time, it was a female evil spirit. Her body was bloated, and she was at least twice as big as Yibird. Maria, help us stop the evil spirits behind. You little bitch. Are you trying to kill me? I'm your mom after all. Do you think I can battle a mixture of so many evil spirits? Quickly put me back. I don't want to die again, or I'll really have nothing left. As they ran wildly, Board and David both turned their heads and looked at Sienna, who was similarly charging forward. She's your mom. Yes. Also your evil spirit servant. Yes. So both your dad and mom are your evil spirit servants. Yes. You like to turn your family members' souls into evil spirit servants. I had no other choice, given that they had already turned into evil spirits. It's either this or destroy them. Just then, an evil spirit pounced towards the group. Although Maria was bloated, she was exceptionally agile. She opened her mouth wide and took in a deep breath, sucking the evil spirit in. As David and Board pushed the wheelchair, panting, they also looked curiously at Maria. They realized that Maria's body seemed to have become slightly bigger. David asked curiously, "Is this your mom's ability?" Maria opened her mouth, showing all her yellow and black teeth. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit and also my trump card, Sienna explained. How did she die? She offended a gang and was forced to eat 40 kilograms of food. Stuffed to death, Sienna replied. After she died, she gnawed all the people involved until their bodies were bloody and mutilated. Didn't you say that evil spirits can't harm people directly? That's why she's the most fierce type. Sienna glanced at Maria. Maria, you don't have to defeat that evil spirit mixture. Just stop them for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? I can't even do 1 minute. How many evil spirits are there? Perhaps everything in this city. There's an evil spirit inside, which is as fierce as me. Just then, an enormous evil spirit charged out from the mixture. Maria was already quite large, about twice the size of a normal adult, but she only looked like a kid before this evil spirit. 5 meters tall, the evil spirit roared wildly. The giant evil spirit raised its hand and pressed Maria onto the ground. Miss Sienna, aren't you going to help your mom? Don't mind her. I only want her to make some time for us. But her situation doesn't look good. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit. Wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sienna was totally confident in Maria, and no worry could be heard in her tone. Is the relationship between you and your mom very bad? Were you like a woman who sold her 9-year-old daughter to a gang? Is that giant evil spirit also a human before? Board clearly did not want to continue on this topic. Despite its appearance, it's only slightly stronger than ordinary evil spirits. Maria is just pretending. She's always like this, despicable and shameless, but just when you think you can ignore her, she'll charge up and bite you without hesitation. Just then, Maria caught up with the group again. Little bitch, how dare you speak of me behind my back? One day, I'll break free from your binding, and then, before that, you better be obedient. I've already eaten 2 evil spirits. I can't eat anymore. Exercise a bit first and eat later. Don't you always want to break free of my binding? This is your chance. The more you eat, the earlier you can get rid of me. They seem to be as incompatible as fire and water. David and Board ran as fast as they could, but they were already very tired, both physically and mentally. Another evil spirit leaped towards them. Maria, who had just claimed to be too full, grabbed the spirit with her fat hand and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm so full. Maria's body became bigger again. Well, Ms. Maria, eat enough evil spirits, break free from your control, and then eat all of us? Board asked in horror. David stared at Board in anger. Nobody will think you're mute if you don't speak. As Sienna ran, she took out Maria's stacking doll. She realized that the stacking doll had some cracks on it. Turning her head, Sienna saw Maria grab 2 more evil spirits and stuff them into her mouth. Why do I feel that she'll be our biggest trouble? Board also turned his head around. Crack! The stacking doll in Sienna's hand shattered completely. Sienna opened her mouth. Your mouth is way too toxic. Little bitch. Stand still. I'm going to eat you alive. Maria also felt it when the stacking doll was shattered. Her binding was broken completely. Now she was free. Sienna took out another stacking doll and released an evil spirit. It was a white-haired old man. Let me guess. Your grandfather? Sienna said to the old man. Stop, Maria. Cough. Maria, the old man said. Maria bumped into the old man, who disappeared straight away. However, shortly afterwards, the old man appeared before her again. Maria, listen to me. Scram, you 2 old codgers. Maria slapped her hand forward, and the old man disappeared again. Give me 10 minutes. No, just 1 minute. Listen. Scram. Maria did not give any face to the old man at all. She exhaled and blew the old man away once again. Panting, David asked, He's talking spirit. What's that? Talcoholic. Do you have a more normal evil spirit servant? I haven't summoned my grandmother. Do you want to see her? Forget it. Subconsciously, Board and David felt that Sienna's grandmother was no normal evil spirit too. Nonetheless, they had to admit that the talcoholic old man indeed managed to slow Maria down. Can he never be killed? Board asked. Suddenly, the old man appeared beside the 3. Gasping for air, he said, No, I can't take it any longer. I'm going back. You're all going to die. At the moment, Maria looked just like a mountain made up of flesh. She charged wildly towards the group. Sienna threw her ritual implement all towards Maria. The ritual implement flew into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a python and coiled around Maria. Wow! David and Board stopped and looked at Maria and the huge snake in surprise. Don't stop. Keep running, Sienna shouted. Chapter 98, Crazy Maria. Chapter 98, Crazy Maria. Board and David finally remembered that they were running for their lives. What's that? A magic spell? That's the illusion of the snake of desire, but it can only delay Maria for a moment. The mixed evil spirits behind is the most terrifying. Do you have another trump card? Like your grandma? No, I only have 3 evil spirit servants. I thought you'd have your entire family. My grandma is a witch too. If she becomes an evil spirit, that'll be scary. I'm not powerful enough to make her submit to me. Where are we now? Board asked. It looks like the entrance to a small town, Sienna said. We can't go in. It seems to be mountain town. Chen lives here. That doesn't matter, Sienna said. That man can't help us. He's just deadweight too. But can we even turn back? David pointed to the mixed evil spirits hurrying over a few hundred feet away. They seem slower now, but why do I feel like they're even scarier now? This is their celebration, Sienna answered. They're eating each other. This isn't a good sign. David suddenly took out a key. When Chen left that day, he gave me this key. He said that if we're in danger and can't contact him, we can hide in his basement. You believe him? I believe Chen, David said firmly. You must know if we really hide into that basement, we won't have any way to turn back. We don't have a way to turn back now. We can't go far on foot. Plus, we don't have any more strength. Take us to that Asian's house, Sienna finally decided. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocks, Feilai rose up from the sofa. Is that asshole back? She muttered to herself, upset. He didn't bring his key. When she opened the door, she saw strangers instead, 2 men and a woman. They seemed to be running for their lives. There was an unconscious girl in a wheelchair, too. Are you Chen's girlfriend? No, I'm his roommate. Are you his friends? Yes, please take us to the basement, David said anxiously. Chen doesn't let me into the basement. We agreed to it. We have his permission, David said. I have the key. I don't think there's a lock to the basement. Why would you need a key? Let's not talk now. Time is short. Take us to the basement. Wait, you're really Chen's friends? Yes. Is he not home? He's not, so I can't let you in. Feilai was still guarded against these people. Fuck, the call won't go through. David yelled in panic. You can't run. Offer your souls. Maria had already reached the door. She held a magical awl that Sienna had used. Who's this girl? Is she your friend too? She's huge. Feilai looked at Maria, behind everyone, with a doubtful expression. Sienna smacked Maria's face with a bag of magical phosphor. When the phosphor touched Maria, it exploded immediately. I'm going to kill you all. Colorful flames flared up on Maria's body. It was a terrifying sight. Feilai was dumb with shock. Were these people criminals? The next moment, Maria stood up again. The flames were still burning. Her menacing and twisted face and huge physique made her look even more frightening. Sienna pushed Feilai aside. The basement. What is that? What is that? An evil spirit. Where's the basement? Under the stairs. Feilai followed the group. They reached the basement and pulled the door. No lock. Go in, Sienna urged. They reached the basement and turned on the light. There were some medical tools and books. This can't stop Maria at all, let alone the mixed evil spirits, Sienna said. We were tricked. That Asian wants to trick us. Hey, there's another door here. David saw another door in the wall. Board went up to look. There's a keyhole here. David reached over and pulled it. The door opened, but there was a wall behind it. Nothing else. Just then, a bunch of noises came from outside the basement. Everyone grew more nervous. Maria, or those even scarier things had already entered the house. Sienna looked at the door and the keyhole on it. No, this is a concealed magic door. What? Everyone looked at her in confusion. Close the door and put the key in. David moved and twisted the key. Crack! A damp feeling seeped out of the door, making everyone shudder. Is there something hidden behind it? Ward asked in fear. Scratch. Just then, everyone heard something like scratches behind the door. David looked at Board and then Sienna. Do I open it? If Board hadn't spoken, Sienna wouldn't have hesitated, but now. Huff, huff. They all heard heaving breathing behind the door. It definitely wasn't a human's breaths. It was more like some huge creature breathing. But while they were still hesitating, Maria's head already poked into the basement. The menacing and scarred face appeared before them all. I found you all. Wait, why can't I come in? Maria was too big, so she couldn't squeeze inside the door. Can't evil spirits go through walls? David whispered. It might have something to do with this door. We opened it and changed the environment. Thank God she can't change like clay, Board said, patting his chest. Maria forced her way in, and her body was indeed like clay. Everyone stared at Board. Rather than the terrifying Maria, they hated Board more. Okay, I know. I'll shut up. You can't escape anymore? My dear Sienna, don't worry. I'll leave you to the last. I'll protect you carefully, just like when you were little. Sienna, do you have any other spells? Use them now. Chapter 99. The Amateur Spiritualist is back. Chapter 99. The Amateur Spiritualist is back. Sienna smiled bitterly. If I have any other trump card, I wouldn't have kept it till now. So, do we open this door? Are you sure the monster behind the door wouldn't eat us? Maybe it's with us? Maria had almost managed to stuff her body into the basement. Suddenly, however, her movement stopped. Maria tried to turn her head around, but her body blocked the entire door. What's that? You bastard, stop touching me. Clearly enraged, Maria attempted to kick away the thing that was touching her. However, the next moment, a painful look appeared on her face. Everyone discovered Maria's unusual behavior. Her expression changed from agony to horror as she held on to the basement door with all her might. Sienna, save me, save me. Maria was totally terrified. Save me. Just then, Maria was pulled out of the basement by some kind of force along with the basement door. She had used more than 10 minutes to stuff half her body into the basement, but she was dragged out in less than a second. Then, everyone heard Maria's extremely tragic screams from above. The entire process was unbelievably quick. In just a few seconds, Maria's screaming disappeared. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. What was that? Must be the mixture of evil spirits. Sienna was unsure as well. Clack, clack. Footsteps were heard from outside the basement. Then, an amiable figure appeared at the basement entrance. Hi, everyone. Looks like I'm a bit late. With their eyes widened in surprise, everyone stared at Zhao, who had just appeared. Fortunately, you haven't opened this door. Zhao walked into the basement and pulled out the key on the magic door. Eastern you. Chen, it's great to see you. David hugged Zhao in excitement. Where's Maria and the group of evil spirits? Sienna looked at Zhao in disbelief. Worry no more. They're not there anymore. Zhao answered with a light tone. What do you mean by not there? Have you already exorcised them? That's not possible. There were hundreds of evil spirits, many of which were powerfully inauspicious. Compared to being saved suddenly, Sienna was more unwilling to accept the guess that Zhao had actually eliminated all the evil spirits. Huh. Suddenly, Aisha, who was lying on the wheelchair, gave out a soft sound. Aisha, you're awake? Board shouted in pure delight. Dad, where are we? Sienna frowned and looked at the time. It's not 1 in the morning yet. Is it over already? Let's go out. Are you planning to stay in the basement for the entire night? When Feilai walked out of the basement, she saw a mess in the living room. Chen, I want you to explain what's happening. And who are they? Zhao sat on a sofa. It was the only sofa that was intact in the living room. Didn't you see it for yourself? What do you want me to explain? How did you eliminate Maria? How did you dispel those evil spirits? You can't have possibly done it. Fine. I didn't do it. Happy? Can you leave my house now? Chen, can I stay here tonight? David was clearly too scared to walk outside in the dark again. Mr. Chen, you're not going to let me carry Aisha back at this late hour, are you? Board's reason was very convincing as well. How about you, Ms.? Sienna was somewhat hesitant. I'm staying too. I have many questions to ask you. Sorry, but I'm not obliged to answer your questions. Mr. Board, you can sleep in the guest room with your daughter and also use my towel. There's some disposable toiletries in the restroom, but no clothes. Thank you. You've saved my daughter twice. Thank you. It's fine. I didn't do much anyway. Dad, what's happening? Are we not going home? Cuddled in Board's arms, Aisha looked very clear-headed, as if she had already totally recovered. Chen, where do I sleep? David asked, moving towards Zhao. If you don't have enough rooms, I don't mind sharing one with another person. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Sienna. Here, Zhao pointed at the floor. Living room. You must be kidding, right? I'm tired. Good night. Zhao turned around and walked away. Wait, Feilai pulled Zhao. You can't leave before explaining everything to me. You've already seen both what you should have and what you shouldn't have. What else do you want to know? What's hidden in the basement? I mean behind that door. I think I've told you that this house is haunted, right? Are there really ghosts here? As long as you don't open that door for no reason, the thing inside wouldn't come out. At least don't open it in my absence. Everyone swallowed their saliva as they unleashed their imagination to the fullest. After Board brought his daughter to the room, everyone started taking turns to wash themselves. Then, either casually wearing pajamas or half-naked, they sat in the living room and started chatting. Soon, Board, who had put his daughter to sleep, also came out. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The group formed a circle, drinking beers and eating snacks. Chen, I really have to thank you this time. Of course, thanks to Miss Sienna too for your hard work. I don't want to speak about this again. I'm a doctor. Being a spiritualist is only my part-time job. Even if you are considered an amateur, then what am I as a professional witch? Are you a witch? Phalai looked at Sienna, her eyes glowing. Yes, here's my name card. If you need things like eliminating spirits or summoning your ancestors, you can call me. Oh, I also sell magic potions. Sienna immediately gave Phalai a name card. Or even divination. I can contact a diviner for you. Do you teach magic? I want to learn magic too. I can't. You don't have the talents. Chen, can you do a checkup for my daughter? I'm worried that she would have sequela. I can do that, but I wouldn't be able to help with any mental injuries. I'm not a psychologist. Also, there will be a charge. How much will that be? I just lost my job recently. $100 for the checkup. Also, I only accept cash and there wouldn't be a receipt. I don't have a license. You're an illegal doctor? David asked in surprise. What? You want to arrest me? Please, why would I arrest you? You're not on my charge anyway. David rolled his eyes. $100 for checkup? Why is it so expensive? You don't even have 100? Chapter 100, Lab Rat. Chapter 100, Lab Rat. I don't have much savings. Americans didn't have the habit of saving money. They encouraged spending first and then using their salary to pay off their credit cards. All right, I'll do it for free this time. Zhao pursed his lips. He would just be a good man to the end. Oh, what did you used to do? I'm a personal trainer, but I didn't go to work for many days because my wife and daughter were kidnapped. I got fired. What do you teach? Fitness and safety. I have a certificate. Great. I have a client who's a track runner. He doesn't have a club, though. Can you train him? Of course. Of course I can. Great. I'll give you his card. When you contact him, tell him I introduced you. He won't be able to give much money now because he was just hurt. Board wouldn't complain. He needed a boss now. It didn't matter if the salary wasn't that high. Okay, you all should go to sleep, Zhao said, standing up. David, you can sleep in my room. What about you? Instead of replying, Zhao went straight to the basement and locked the door. Everyone fell silent before going to their rooms to sleep. Zhao and Rutherford had made an agreement. He would sponsor Rutherford, so in addition to fixing his leg, Zhao would also try and improve his performance. Zhao remembered that the Demon Medical Book had mentioned a medicine that could improve a person's physical fitness. The ingredients for the medicine didn't seem too complex either. More importantly, the main ingredient was the demonic crystal. This happened to be what Zhao had more than enough of. However, he had to find some of the other items in Hell. Of course, going back and forth between Hell was too costly. He had to sacrifice 100 souls for Beelzebub's true form to summon Zhao. It was more cost-efficient to buy from Raz. His prices were higher than the original price, but Zhao had no choice but to buy from him. Chen, I just helped you kill 238 evil spirits. You owe me 283 years' worth of demonic crystals. I'll pay you back when I can. Zhao couldn't produce so many demonic crystals right now. To be honest, he felt like he had sustained great losses this time. He'd thought that there were only 10 or 20 evil spirits attacking the girl, and he could totally take that. He didn't expect to pay so much at once. However, he still had a complete perfect crystal. He'd gotten it from saving people from the fire last time. He also had some miscellaneous demonic crystals that added up to 20 years. In addition, he had small amounts of perfect crystal powder. It was leftovers from polishing the first perfect crystal. Zhao didn't summon Raz directly. Instead, he had Beelzebub act as the messenger and have Raz bring the things over. 20 vines of Emmons, 1 year's worth of demonic crystals, 5 soul-eater eyeballs, 1 year's worth of demonic crystals. Zhao bought a lot of each ingredient and used demonic crystals to pay for them all. Raz loved doing business with Zhao. After all, none of his customers before would pay with demonic crystals. They mostly bartered. Only this living being paid him with demonic crystals. The things he sold weren't unique to him either. Chen Zhao could get it from many other demons. Thus, he never acted sloppily when he did business with Chen Zhao. He would give extra too. Most respected living lord, here is everything you need. Please check. No need. I trust you. Of course, this was just polite talk. Chen Zhao would still count everything after Raz left. He wished Raz would miss something so he could have an advantage next time. After Raz left, Chen Zhao entered the lab and tried making the medicine. Extract the liquid from the vines of Imins and pour it onto the petal of the rootless flower. Grind the rootless flower and pour in water from the river of death. After working the entire night, Chen Zhao created the medicine, a bottle of purple liquid. It was obviously not normal medicine. It looked like it was boiling, but it was actually room temperature. Chen Zhao dipped a finger in and tasted it. It didn't have any taste. He wondered how effective it was. He had to find a human or animal to experiment on before Rutherford's leg was healed. Beelzebub and the others wouldn't work, since this medicine was only effective on living beings. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of David. He ran out of the basement and pushed open his bedroom door. It was 6 a.m., and Chen Zhao lifted the sleeping David. David, get up. Chen, what time is it? David rubbed his eyes and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Oh my God, it's only 6. Let me sleep. Drink this. Breakfast? Thanks. David tossed the medicine into his mouth without even looking and then went back to sleep. However, he soon felt pain in his arm. He opened his eyes again and saw Chen Zhao taking his blood with a syringe. Chen, what are you doing? Nothing, just a checkup. Go back to sleep. Wait, are you experimenting on me? He was suddenly awake. I remember you gave me something to drink. I don't think it was breakfast. It's something I just invented, Chen Zhao said. It can improve your physical fitness. Improve my fitness? Yes. Can turn me into Superman? No. Then what will it do? I don't know. I need to test your blood. Okay, you can sleep without worry now. Wait, how can I sleep without worry? Does your medicine have any side effects? Definitely no. Don't worry. Chen Zhao's meaningful smile made David unable to calm down. Really? I'm still not assured. Then get up and test the effect. To be honest, it's my first time making the medicine. First time giving it to a human? You didn't do any clinical tests? I did. You're my clinical patient. Can I cuss? Chapter 101, David's Changes. Chapter 101, David's Changes. Do you feel anything now? The point of injection still hurts. Anything else? No. Is your potion ineffective? Or do I have to wait? I'm not sure either. David still went to the police station looking troubled, while Chen Zhao also started another day of work. Everyone in the house had left. Chen Zhao opened the metallic box. He realized that there were many white crystals in the box. Are these not demonic crystals? Taking out a white crystal, Chen Zhao began to inspect it. What's this? Human, where did you get that disgusting angelic crystal from? Take it away. Don't come near me. Beelzebub roared at once. Angelic crystal? So it's called angelic crystal. What are its uses? Nothing, but its radiance will burn demons, including me, like fire. Since demonic crystals had special uses, so should angelic crystals. Chen Zhao believed that angelic crystals were certainly not useless. There were many pieces of angelic crystals in the metallic box. Some were huge, while others were much smaller. Chen Zhao suspected that these angelic crystals were formed because he had helped to eliminate those evil spirits last night. He kept the angelic crystals, planning to further examine them later. Wash your hands, or don't touch me. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub for his huge reaction. Then, he called a house maintenance company, requesting a repair. He paid another $2,000 for this. David was on his way to the station. He had no idea how his vice captain would scold him after knowing that he had lost his police car. Thinking of this, David could feel his head hurt. Of course, David had already thought of an excuse. He would say that last night he discovered his police car had been stolen, after which he spent the whole night looking for it. Just then, A loud car collision was heard before him. Lifting his head, David saw two cars which just had a head-on collision. Moreover, it seemed that both their speeds had been very fast, especially the Honda. Its front had completely retracted, and even its body was deformed. The other car, a Mercedes, was in a slightly better condition. The driver walked out of the car with his head covered in blood. David charged forward immediately. He discovered that the Honda driver was trapped in his seat. He quickly attempted to open the door, which was stuck. Then, David forcefully pulled the door, tearing it away from the car. "Sir, are you all right?" "My leg's stuck," the Honda driver said in pain. "Do you have a jack on your car?" "No." The Honda driver was still very conscious. David looked at the situation and suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could physically move the seat away so that the driver could come out. David entered the front passenger seat. "Sir, I'll try to push the seat backwards. See if you can move." The Honda driver nodded with difficulty. David raised his legs and placed his feet on the steering wheel, after which he started to kick forward. Clack, clack. The sound of metal stretching was heard. The Honda driver suddenly realized that he could move. His injury was not severe, and he was just stuck. Therefore, after more space was created, he immediately escaped from the car. Soon, an ambulance arrived at the site. David knew the paramedic for Ms. Four. "We meet again." Indeed. For glanced at David. "Can you explain to me the situation?" David explained to her what had just happened. For nodded. "By the way, yesterday you and that girl's father brought the girl out. Today, her father brought her back again. She's already awake. You brought her Chen's place, right?" "I'm gonna be late. Bye." David turned around, ready to leave. "Do you still want my number?" "Yes, we went to Chen's place." "Thanks. What's your number?" "Should we meet again, I'll give it to you." "Liar. You liar." David cursed immediately. David stared in indignation as Four left. However, he soon came to his senses. Just now, in the Honda, he had managed to separate the seat from the front of the car without much effort. Of course, he was also unsure if it was due to his strength or the poor quality of the car. Perhaps it's Chen's potion. It was still a few kilometers away from the police station. David started running, and his speed became faster and faster, but he did not feel tired at all. He charged all the way to the station, where he started panting heavily. It was still tiring. However, he did not feel totally exhausted, as if he could still run. His body really did seem to be different. Instead of heading to his office, David went to the gym directly. It was 9 a.m. at the moment. The gym was already filled with many strong policemen. David walked in front of a barbell that weighed 50 kilograms. He reached out and lifted the barbell. It felt extremely light. David added 2 more 20 kilograms weights, which made the barbell 90 kilograms. He used a bit more strength and managed to lift it up. It still felt quite light. He had managed to lift it without difficulty. "David, why were you in the gym? You don't normally come here." A burly black man walked to David and saw him with the barbell. "Huh, you're quite strong. That's 90 kilograms. It still feels somewhat light. How about 2 more pieces?" "Sure." The black man added 2 more 10 kilograms weights onto the barbell. "Not enough. More." "Still not enough. Kid, I can't add any more. I'm afraid something will happen to you." The black man exercised frequently. Judging by his size and muscles, he definitely knew about the endurance of the human body better than David. "Fine." David shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He also did not want his performance to be too shocking. However, he could confirm that his fitness had indeed increased drastically. "Feels hungry." David rubbed his stomach. Very quickly, David realized that he was not just hungry, but rather starving. In the police station restaurant, David spent $40 on breakfast. He drank 1 gallon of milk and ate more than a dozen sandwiches and burgers. A gallon is about 3.7 liters, and a normal packet of milk contains 200 milliliters. So David drank about 20 packets of milk. Many of his colleagues looked at him with their eyes widened. They had no idea that David had such a huge appetite. Moreover, David was only barely full. Satisfied, he returned to the office. "Looks like Chen's potion is really working. I'll ask him about it later. Chapter 102. Dell is looking for death again? Chapter 102. Dell is looking for death again. Chen Zhao brought David's blood sample to the hospital. Ms. 4. Chen Zhao found 4. 4 was shocked. Chen, you came voluntarily to find me. Yes. I need your help. Can you do it? What kind of help do you need? Don't tell me you need medicine. I can't do it. Some illegal doctors would collude with hospital doctors to buy restricted medication. This was why 4's first thought was that this illegal doctor wanted her to steal some medication. Of course not. I want to ask you to test a blood sample for me. I see. No problem. 4 answered easily. But now you owe me, okay. I can take it as owing you if you don't make any difficult requests. Great. Give me the blood sample. 4 took the sample. What kind of test? All around. The sample is an athlete's, so I need comprehensive data. Is it your client? Yes. 4 shook the blood sample in her hands. The hemoglobin is obviously lower than the average person. It makes sense that he's an athlete. A full analysis will take 3 hours. Can you wait? Yes. How about we eat lunch together? Sure. Are you treating? No. You are, 4 said with a smile. You know how much it costs for other people to do a full blood test. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you want. Chen Zhao looked at the bill, heart hurting, and sat beside 4. I thought we would eat in the hospital. I don't like hospital food. Why not? It's too cheap, especially when someone else is paying. You'll get fat if you eat too much. You're so pretty. I wouldn't want your beauty to be taken away. Every man who says that to me actually just wants to fuck me. Do you want that too? Chen Zhao glanced at 4. There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who ask the obvious and those who lie through their teeth. So do you want to or not? I don't. Lies. I was thinking that if you said yes, we would be able to satisfy our own needs. Can I change my answer now? 4 looked at him. Have you ever thought about getting a license and becoming a legit doctor? Do legit doctors make as much as I do? How much do you make now? I made at least 100,000 each month in the past 2 months. I know. 4 was shocked. Did illegal doctors really make that much? Then why should I become a legit doctor? At least you won't have to worry about getting sued for treating people illegally. Wrong. Legal doctors can also get sued by their patients. On the other hand, my patients definitely won't. They don't even dare to talk about it. So you're fearless now? Firstly, I have my own moral bottom line. Secondly, I'm worth every dollar they give me. I help relieve their pain and keep their secret. I don't think I did anything wrong, so neither of us is better than the other. Fine. I don't have a reason to convince you. Let's stop talking about this. How about we go back to the last topic? Do you have a boyfriend? No. When was your last boyfriend? I'm talking about a serious relationship. 2 years ago. It's been that long, and you haven't considered another steady relationship. No time. How do you fulfill your desires then? With your hand? Or someone from the bar? If you know how busy I'm every day, you will know that not everyone has the time and energy to care about that. What? You want a steady relationship with me? If it's you, I can consider it. Nah, I'm not planning on it, but if you have needs, I'm at your beck and call. I always thought that Asians would be shy and conservative. We have a saying, there are all types of birds in a forest big enough. You should understand that, right? Huh, I can guess what it means. Smiling, 4 asked, when was your last relationship? About half a year ago. Chen Zhao and 4's conversation had no taboo topics. They could talk about anything. 4 also revealed her love history. Her reason for breaking up with her ex was quite cliché. Basically, she caught him cheating red-handed. Let's go. The test results should be out soon. In the hour that they sat in the restaurant, 4 had been eating non-stop most of the time. When they reached the lab, 4 went in and took the results out for Chen Zhao. As expected of an athlete, his numbers are 2 times higher than a regular person. It's really active too. Is this the data of a top athlete? Did you test for steroids? Yes, at the bottom of the paper. No steroids were found in the blood sample. Chen Zhao looked at each page. Confirming that there were no problems, he put the papers away. Thank you, 4. I should leave now. You're leaving just like this. Is there anything else? Or you want to kiss goodbye? Stop dreaming. You owe me, so leave your number. I'll call you when I need you to repay me. Fine. Chen Zhao walked out of the hospital with the test results and got Ethan's call. Chen, your old client is looking for you. Dell, $3,000. You know his address, right? Yes. When Chen Zhao reached Dell's home, Sura let him straight in. Chen Zhao went to Dell's bedroom and saw him lying on a recliner with a blanket over him. He seemed to be asleep. What's wrong with him? Sura took a deep breath. She walked over and pulled off the blanket on Dell. Chen Zhao had been here 3 times before. Each time, it was because of Dell's dick. Chen Zhao had treated countless patients in his career, but he'd never had a patient who could cause so much trouble on his dick without any regard to his safety like Dell. He was always the champion in seeking death, and each time was new and improved. His methods were never repeated. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Dell's dick was now abnormally congested with small bumps under the skin. However, it hung down, seemingly having lost all energy. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Chapter 103, State of Seeking Death. Chapter 103, State of Seeking Death. He had a minor operation which implanted some metal granules beneath his skin. He said that it can bring greater satisfaction to both parties on bed. Sura said. Chen Zhao walked up and held Dell's penis. Did he have sleeping pills? Yes. We were about to have sex when he suddenly said it was very painful, so painful that he could not take it. How long has it been since the surgery? About 3 days. He started playing so soon. After this kind of operations, his body needs at least 20 days to heal and adapt. Moreover, the granules under his skin are metallic. It's very harmful to his muscles and erectile tissues. Are you sure he did the operation in a proper hospital? He felt not bad the past 2 days, so he planned to try today. Chen Zhao was already completely speechless. He had never seen anyone who would seek trouble for themselves as much as Dell. This kind of operation was already weird enough, although Chen Zhao had seen it before. Some people did such operations to increase their pleasure. However, even if the metal granules implanted were round and smooth, they would still cause severe damage to muscles and erectile tissues after insertion onto the skin. The patient might even suffer metal poisoning. Should the metal granules rust, Dell's penis might be disabled straight away. Most people would implant at most man-made fiber or silicone granules. I recommend that he remove all the metal granules before treatment. What do you think? Air, wake him up. You should ask him. I can't decide for him, Sura said. Chen Zhao patted Dell's face. Dell, wake up. Chen, why are you here? Dell woke up, still looking dazed. Sura, call me here. Really? I thought Sura and you were sneaking it out while I was asleep. Actually, I don't mind watching the two of you have sex before me. Do you enjoy such an exciting scene? Chen Zhao looked at Sura, who had her arms crossed before her chest. He had to admit that Sura's body was hot enough to allure anyone. Sura also looked at Chen Zhao, after which she licked her lips as if she was seducing Chen Zhao. She made no effort to avoid Dell at all. If you still keep these metal granules beneath your skin, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even feel anything in the future. Is it that serious? I thought it is just temporary maladjustment. The doctor also said that my body wouldn't get used to them anytime soon. I think you should smash the office of the doctor who suggested implanting metal granules. In fact, I've also had patients who had similarly operations, but they only had safer man-made fiber. I suggest taking all the metal granules out. Can you help me to implant man-made fiber? No, but I can take out the metal granules for you. Must I? Perhaps I'll be good a few days later. Dell was extremely unwilling. Up to you, but the next time you call me, I might need to perform penile amputation. All right. I'll listen to you. Hearing that his thing might have to be cut off, Dell agreed in terror at once. Although he seemed to enjoy seeking trouble, he clearly did not really want to kill himself. Dell looked at Chen Zhao. With his eyes sparkling, he asked, "Will it hurt? I'll use acupuncture to relieve the pain, so don't worry. You might even feel pleasure from the process. Of course, try not to come. How long do I need before I can have sex again? 1 week, during which you must not touch water or have sex. If you can get yourself some sedative, inject a small amount every day. And, Sura, I suggest you wear more clothes during Dell's recovery. It's to ensure that his wound wouldn't tear apart. All right, I'll listen. Help me get the metal granules out first. The operation was more troublesome than complicated. In addition, it was even more troublesome to relieve pain via acupuncture. Chen Zhao urgently hoped that he could find a way to get control drugs. This would save him much trouble. Many of Chen Zhao's patients required pain relief or sedation. If he had painkillers or sedatives, treatment would be much easier. The entire process took 3 hours. Chen Zhao finally managed to take out all the metal granules. There were 38 in total, all of which were rice grain sized. Then, he applied some self-made medicine to heal the damage to soft tissues. While the metal granules looked smooth, their surface was actually quite rough when observed under a microscope. Long-term implantation was therefore extremely dangerous. Take this medicine. If it's itchy, wash it, dry it, and then apply the medicine. Dell strained to stand up and hugged Chen Zhao. Chen, thank you. Sura came with some cash and gave it to Chen Zhao. Right, I should leave now. You sure you're not having some with Sura? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm worried that your dick will explode. As Chen Zhao left Dell's manor, he received a call from David. Chen, it's amazing. Your potion's amazing. I feel like Superman now. Yup, I've also done a blood analysis for you. There's no problem at all. Oh yeah, where are you now? Police station. I'm at XXX. Why? Come and fetch me. Then, I'll perform further examination on you. Great. I'll be right there. Soon, David arrived. Where are we going now? Street 98. Why are we going there? David asked, confused. To see one of my patients. Are you treating me like your driver? If you're unwilling, forget it. I'll get out now. Fine. I have nothing to do now anyway. Only today. When they reached at Street 98, Chen Zhao alighted from the car. Okay, you can leave now. Wait, you're seriously treating me as your driver? Just kidding. Let's go in together. Chen Zhao knocked on Rufford's door. Rufford was surprised that there was someone else with Chen Zhao. Who's he? My friend. He just drove me here, so I asked him to come up. This is David. Rufford. Chen, I'm not your driver. I know. Stop emphasizing it. Come in. David scanned Rufford's room, which was filled with fitness equipment. There were even 3 different models of treadmills. The entire room was actually a gym. Moreover, there were many pieces of equipment that he had never seen before. Can I try the sandbag? David asked, walking towards the hanging sandbag. Sure. Chapter 104, Data Test. Chapter 104, Data Test. Rutherford didn't think too much about it. He may be a track runner, but he'd occasionally practiced boxing before too. Of course, he didn't train to go compete. It was for the coordination of his arms. The movement of arms was especially important for sprinters. In fact, running with a different posture might bring a 0. 1 second difference. Rutherford looked at how David punched and chuckled. His move was really improper, but the sandbag broke the moment he punched it. Sand shot out of the other side. Rutherford gaped at David in shock. Amazing. I'm sorry. I broke your sandbag, David said apologetically. It's okay. Are you a professional fighter? No. I'm a police officer. Had you participated in the FDD before? The FDD was an annual wrestling competition held for the police in America. The top fighters in the police field from all over the country participated. If they went with boxing rules, these elites would be unable to compare to the boxing kings. But if they went with free sparring, they could produce a few kings. No. Then how come your punch is so strong? Rutherford asked curiously. Ask Chen. David pointed at Chen Zhao. Rutherford turned in confusion and looked at Chen Zhao. I brought him over to show you my results. I can raise a person's physical fitness. It's permanent too. These are his blood test results. Chen Zhao handed it to Rutherford. Rutherford could read the results. After all, he had to do more than 100 blood and urine tests each year. He was familiar with the numbers. Of course, most of the blood tests were to allow the athlete to understand their own condition. The results could show the athlete's current condition clearly. Rutherford looked at the numbers he was familiar with and couldn't help but gasp. These numbers were better than him, a professional athlete. No, they were much better. Not even many top athletes would have these numbers. His red blood cell ratio was 2, 4 times higher than average. What did this mean? It meant that David's aerobic endurance was stronger than others. He could carry more oxygen. If David did long-distance running, he could perform well with just these numbers. Of course, if he wanted to reach the top international level, it wasn't just physical fitness. He also needed professionalism and a bit of luck. David's other aspects were practically all at the top level too. David, are you Chen's patient too? No, I'm his lab rat, David said, wanting to both laugh and cry. Rutherford looked at Zhao with a heated gaze. I understand why you're confident in sponsoring me now. You have machines for testing fitness, right? I have a sync runner and boxing instruments, and that's it. I can't afford expensive things. Of course, with these numbers, machines weren't necessary. For example, only dumbbells and weights were needed for things like bench pressing, deadlifts, and squats. Other than treating your leg, I brought David here today to do some data testing for him. No problem. David, do you plan on becoming a professional athlete too? No, David said, shaking his head. I'm very satisfied with my current job. I don't plan on becoming an athlete. The 3 sets were very easy. David first did deep squats. He could push up to 605 pounds, while he weighed 165 pounds. This weight had surpassed the world record. Next was the bench press. His maximum was 516 pounds. This also broke the world record. The third test was the deadlift. His maximum was 650 pounds. This was close to the world record. Rutherford was dumbfounded at this. It wasn't strange for an extremely fit and strong athlete to break a world record. Breaking 3 world records was enough to shock the entire sports industry. Deep squats, bench presses, and deadlifts tested different muscle strengths. For example, deep squats mostly tested muscles in the knee, calves, thighs, waist, and shoulders. Bench pressing exercised muscles in the arm, shoulder, and chest. Deadlifts were similar to squats, but also a bit different. It was practically impossible to train to the max for all 3. Rutherford looked at David's figure. He couldn't tell that this body contained such power. You aren't Captain America, right? Rutherford joked. If I pull my uniform on, I can take on the role. Then they did the sync running. This mainly tested the muscles' movement structure, endurance, activity, and heat release. It was a test that all track runners had to go through. What made Rutherford depressed was that his numbers weren't comparable to David's at all. If David trained in sprinting, he could easily do 100 meters in 9 seconds, or even faster. He was like an all-around athlete, and all his numbers were practically perfect. Chen, you're in charge of whatever treatment and rehab I have to go through. Rutherford had total respect for Chen Zhao now. Giving a non-professional athlete these extreme numbers proved Chen Zhao's professionalism. At least, no coach or doctor in this world could do it to this extent. David, are you sure you don't want to change your career? Chen Zhao asked, grinning. I can sponsor you. With David's current body, he could win something in any competition he participated in. Chen Zhao would definitely make money without any risks. Chen, isn't Rutherford enough for you? If I can ensure that I'm making money, no one would mind making a bit more. I'm fine. I like being a cop more. Or a superhero, Rutherford said, laughing. All right, you don't have any other conflicts with your club, right? No, those assholes have abandoned me. Then what about the qualification for the Star Invitational? I'd applied for it, so it's under my own name. I'm worried if I can step onto the track in a month, though. Chen, is a month enough? Of course. I'll let you shock the entire world at the Star Invitational. Oh, someone who called himself a coach contacted me in the morning. He says you recommended him. How is he? I don't know about professionalism, but he's cheap enough, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Chen Zhao wasn't a billionaire. Even if he was investing, he still had to consider the expenses. He had to save whenever possible. After Rutherford's treatment, he gave some more reminders. Compared to yesterday, Rutherford was clearly more confident and optimistic. Chen Zhao bringing David here gave him a lot of confidence. Chapter 105, The Poorest Spiritualist in History. Chapter 105, The Poorest Spiritualist in History. After leaving Rutherford's apartment, David suggested, how about a drink together? Sure, your treat. David drove his car, looking for a bar. On their way, David suddenly pointed at the roadside and said, "Look, is that not Ms. Sienna?" Zhao turned his head too. Carrying at least a dozen bags of various sizes, Sienna was walking on the street with much difficulty. Zhao was unwilling to have any contact with Sienna, but David had already pulled over. "Miss Sienna, do you need help?" "Oh, it's the two of you. Come and help. Carry all my stuff into your car." Sienna was not polite with Zhao and David at all. "I could do it myself." David walked up and carried a suitcase with one hand. Very quickly, he carried all of Sienna's luggage into the car. The trunk was not large enough, so David had to put the rest onto the roof of the car. "Chen, why do you always bring so many pets with you outside?" Sienna looked at the several demons who crowded the rear seats with her. "If you don't want to share a car with my kids, you can get out now and walk." "Miss Sienna, are you moving houses?" David immediately changed the topic. "No, I was chased out by the owner." "Where do you plan to go next?" "Nowhere." "Chen, how about I stay at your place for a while? You have an empty room, anyway." "No, I don't like to share a house with a stranger." Zhao rejected without hesitation. Nobody knew if Sienna would discover his secrets. What if she entered Blackie's space crevice? Hellhound knew no one else. By then, Sienna would definitely be devoured in one piece. "How about my place?" "I'm staying alone," David asked carefully. "Sure," Sienna agreed without a second thought. She was totally broke at the moment and urgently needed a place to stay. Even though she had no affection for David, she did not mind staying in the same house as him, provided he would not harass her. "Miss Sienna, why are you so poor now? Aren't you a spiritualist?" "What about spiritualists? Can't spiritualists be poor?" "Damn, why is the rent in Los Angeles so expensive? Also, the pay your police station gives me is way too low. If you invite me next time, I must increase the charge," Sienna said, gritting her teeth. "So where are we going now? How about a meal? I haven't had lunch." Realizing that David and Zhao were silent, Sienna said again, "I know a decent restaurant." "What sources of income do you have?" David asked curiously. "Not just a consultant for our station, right?" David knew that his police station had a few consultants, but they would only get paid minimally, perhaps less than $100 each time. "I also do exorcism." "Oh yeah, if you need such things, you can contact me." "Chen, ignore my last sentence. I thought spiritualists should be very rich. Where did you get that idea from?" "Since I've been in Los Angeles, I've only done exorcism twice. I received $2,000 for one of them, and only $300 for the other, and that's like 3 months ago. You can send your evil spirit servants to wealthy families and create trouble. Then you show up and solve their problem," Zhao suggested. "Chen, don't discuss about how to blackmail in front of a policeman." "Fine, I was joking. That wouldn't work. My evil spirits can't even show up under usual circumstances. Neither can they affect normal humans." It seemed like Sienna had had this idea before, but it would not work. "Then why can we all see them last night?" asked Chen. "You should know it better." "Nope, I'm an amateur. You must be mocking me, right?" "I was being honest." Zhao shrugged his shoulders. "Give me a name card. If you know clients who require these things, I'll introduce them to you." "Why? Aren't you stronger than me?" "I said I'm a doctor. I don't exorcise spirits." "By the way, Ms. Sienna, why don't you appear in TV shows like those famous spiritualists?" "They're all tricksters." "Damn, stop comparing me to them. The spiritualists I know who orate on TV shows are all tricksters. Every single one of them. Since these tricksters can do it, why can't you?" David's question was really stupid. Even Zhao rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was because they had a team behind them for planning and hyping. All these required money. The so-called spiritualists who orated on TV shows were more or less similar to celebrities. They needed to invest a huge sum of money, which Sienna was certainly lacking. Moreover, even if she had that much money, she might not be talented enough. Real spiritualists might not actually be great talkers. Because of Sienna, Zhao and David changed their plan and found a restaurant instead. "David, do you always eat so much?" "Not my fault. Chen gave me a potion today. It greatly increased my physical strength, but also my appetite." Sienna looked at Zhao. Greatly increase physical strength? Unless it's a magic potion. Chen, are you also an alchemist? Amateur. Why do I feel that whenever you say you're an amateur, you're just humiliating me? You really feel I'm humiliating you? Sienna nodded, yes. At least your feeling is right. After lunch, Chen Zhao was also asked to help Sienna move. David lived in an old apartment. There was no elevator, and the stairwell was rather moist. Sienna complained about it, but she had no other choice anyway. Fortunately, David's room was quite clean. Apart from his own room, there was another empty one. Let me warn you first. If you dare to enter my room without my permission, I'll curse you to never be able to get hard. Don't try to challenge a witch's tolerance. With a long face, David asked, what if I ask you to move out now? I'll change your sexual orientation. Chen, you'll protect me, right? Sorry, I can't help you. I'm an amateur. Finally tidied everything up after an afternoon's work. David, do you have ingredients here? Let me make you dinner. Huh? You're cooking? Are you good at cooking? No, I've only made dinner once before. Today will be my second time. What? I think we should eat outside today. David was terrified. What could a person who had only cooked dinner once make? Dark Cuisine. Chapter 106, Crazy Magical Dinner. Chapter 106, Crazy Magical Dinner. Seeing that neither Chen Zhao nor David were interested, Sienna uttered, Magic Banquet. Magic Banquet? What the heck? What's a magic banquet? David asked curiously. A witch can only hold 3 magic banquets in her life. The first one is the baptism, the day I officially became a witch. It's dedicated to my teacher. The second is the welcoming. And what does that mean? When a witch makes friends with regular people, she'll host a welcoming dinner. It means welcoming them to the magic world, while also blessing the regular friends to not be hurt by magic. Would it be dangerous if I don't go to the magic banquet? David swallowed. He felt like Chen Zhao wouldn't need it, since he was so powerful. Probably nothing could defeat Chen Zhao. So the regular friend that Sienna spoke of was clearly him. No, it's not the Middle Ages anymore. This is an old witch tradition that has been passed on till now. It's just a blessing now. Eating it doesn't mean you won't be hurt by magic. Not eating doesn't mean you're in danger. Chen Zhao was actually quite excited for it. The name itself made him anticipate it. There's a lot of food in the fridge. Use whatever you need. Before that, I need some other seasonings and flavorings. Sienna ran into her room and took some bottles out of her luggage. What's in there? Some mixes necessary for magic banquets. Sienna was obviously a skilled chef familiar with all sorts of kitchen tools. David and Chen Zhao were both interested in how she made the magic banquet, so they watched from the side. Son of nightmares, listen to my prayer, reply to my calling. Give your servant your blessing. As Sienna mumbled, she poured the magic potion in the bottle into the pot. A mesmerizing fragrance rose up from the bubbling soup. Smells so good. Whisper of nightmares, complete. Sienna was quite satisfied with her product. After pouring the soup into a bowl, Sienna began the second dish. She started mumbling again. Turbid fog, extend your feeler and touch my soul. I swear with magic to share the turbidity with you. Sienna reached into a box and took out a wriggling worm. You. Chen Zhao almost threw up as he watched Sienna toss the worm into the pot. Chen, what's wrong? You don't feel good? Did you see what you just threw in? What? David seemed not to have seen it. I don't feel good. I'm going back. Chen Zhao shook his head. He'd completely lost his interest and appetite for the magic banquet. You aren't going to stay for dinner? Sienna is preparing for it so seriously. The dinner isn't that significant for him, Sienna said. My magic power isn't as strong as him, so it won't have any effect on it. I see. Then, Chen, should I take you back? No need. Enjoy dinner with Sienna. I'm leaving. When Chen Zhao got home, Fei Lai was in the living room. Chen, you're back this early today? Walter, come to me. Instead of Chen Zhao, Fei Lai was clearly more welcoming of Walter. You don't look good. Are you sick? No, I got disgusted. Chen Zhao waved his hand. I'm going to work in the basement now. If you need me, knock on the basement door 3 times. Which door? The outside one, or the one inside? Fei Lai's expression was awkward. The inside one. Oh, heat up some food for me. I'll eat it when I come out. Sienna's magic banquet disgusted me. Zhao entered the spatial crevice and started today's research. Blackie, you know about angelic crystals? Oh, you have angelic crystals? Yes, and quite a lot. Don't you owe me demonic crystals? You can pay me in angelic crystals. Beelzebub hates angelic crystals. You don't? I do, Blackie replied. To a demon, angelic crystals burn like a hot brand. Then why do you want it? Angelic crystals hurt you instead of giving you benefits. What can you use it for? Yes, but it's useful for souls. What does that mean? Angelic crystals can mend a soul. You know, after a person dies, their soul's memories will gradually scatter, so I can only get incomplete souls. If I can use angelic crystals to mend souls, then the complete souls will be much more valuable. Are there uses other than for souls? Zhao asked, a bit disappointed. I don't know. That's all I know about angelic crystals. Oh, when you give it to me, it's best if you grind it. I don't want to touch complete angelic crystals. I owe you 200 years' worth of demonic crystals. Are you sure you want the equivalent in angelic crystals? That much? I don't need that much. I only need 30 years' worth. Blackie had destroyed 238 evil spirits last night. They had different forms, though, so the angelic crystals received from them were different too. If he measured the angelic crystals with demonic crystals of the same size, then he got around 400 years' worth. Zhao was researching all types of medicine now, so he needed a lot of material. He summoned Raz again. Raz, I need poisonous vines, scales of fire snakes. It's 35 years' worth of demonic crystals. Raz, do you want angelic crystals? Huh? Living Lord, you have angelic crystals? Yes. Are you planning on selling angelic crystals? If you want it, how much do you have? First tell me what price you'll give. I'll buy it with twice the demonic crystals. I learned from Beelzebub that you demons don't need angelic crystals and hate it instead. What are you going to use it for? It's valuable because it's rare. You humans hate weapons, but weapons are always so expensive. Angelic crystals are destructive on demons, but there are still some who turn it into weapons. It's too rare, though, even rarer than demonic crystals. Twice the value in demonic crystals seems to be too low. Raz's words reminded him. It was supply and demand. To demons, this was raw material for ammunition. He couldn't sell it so cheaply. I know that my price is a bit low, but I have risks too. Angelic crystals are too rare. After I bring it back, I have to find a way to sell it too. If I can't find it, then I'll be stuck with it. Living Lord, please understand. 3 times the value. I have 30 years' worth in total. If you can accept it, then this batch is yours. If you don't, I'll find another demon. Chapter 107, Demonic Sorcery. Chapter 107, Demonic Sorcery. Raz agreed immediately. The sole intention of his speech just now was to lower the price. After all, if Zhao decided to sell his angelic crystals to other demons, he would lose a great amount of profit. He did not have a way to sell angelic crystals at the moment, but it was only because he had never had any businesses involving angelic crystals in the past. What were angelic crystals? They were to demons as radioactive matter is to humans. 3 times the cost of demonic crystals meant nothing to Raz. Once he found a way to sell them, he could even make a 10-fold profit. It was just like how smuggling guns was always the most profitable business in the human world. Of course, little did he know that Zhao was also careful this time. Zhao would ask the other demons how much Raz managed to earn this time. Then, he would appropriately adjust the cost of the remaining angelic crystals. The honored living, I don't have so many demonic crystals with me. Can I pay you with my goods? Well, I've already bought what I need. I don't really need anything at the moment. Didn't you want the spatial ring last time? I have it with me. But 100 years of demonic crystals is too expensive. I still don't want to buy it. Let me give you a discount. 90 years? Zhao still shook his head. Still too expensive. 85 years. I can't make it any lower. Raz's face was filled with pain. 60. No way. 80 years is my bottom line. 70 years. Any higher, and I'll take demonic crystals instead. Living Lord, please show your kindness. I'll make a great loss for 70 years. Zhao sneered. Never believe a Profiteer's words, especially a demon Profiteer. 70 years. If you accept this price, I'll give you the angelic crystals now. Subtract the items just now, and you need to pay me 15 years of demonic crystals. If you don't accept, then forget it. Zhao was firm about the price. Fine, make it 70, but for the remaining 15 years, please buy my goods so that my loss will not be that great, Raz said, looking as if he was having a difficult choice. Apart from those I wanted, what else do you have? Raz placed his goods in front of Zhao, after which he introduced them one by one. Zhao scanned the goods over and over, but was not satisfied with any of them. Most of them were entirely useless to him. Do you have any demonic spellbooks that I can learn? Zhao asked. Yes, Raz replied at once. Then, he found a golden book among his pile of goods. Chen took the golden book and gasped. It was extremely heavy. Is this book made from pure gold? It's demonic dark gold, not the gold in the human world. It's the cheapest metal in hell. Zhao inspected the book carefully. It was indeed not gold. He was somewhat disappointed by the discovery. If it was pure gold, he would sell the book directly. Are the symbols in the book demon's language? Yes, Living Lord. I recommend a demonic potion for you. It'll allow you to master hell symbols immediately. How much is it? 10 years of demonic crystals and 5 years for the spell book. Exactly 15. Zhao glanced at Raz. Include 1 drop of demonic dragon blood, and I'll accept the price. After careful consideration, Raz barely accepted the deal. Demonic Spellpedia. Zhao drank the demonic potion directly and could understand the hell symbols at once. Does it include all the spells in hell? Not that complete, of course. It only contains the most basic demonic spells. You can choose suitable ones and practice them. If you want more advanced spells, I'm afraid 5 years wouldn't do. Maybe next time. After their deal, Raz returned to hell. Zhao started reading the 20-kilogram spellbook. He had to admit that the book was way too heavy. As a result, he could not read it for too long. With no other solutions, Zhao could only drink 1 portion of the Superman potions that he had made. Zhao called the potion Superman potion. It was in fact more or less the same as the one David had. The only difference was that Zhao's Superman potion was made from perfect crystal. Its effect was therefore significantly greater than an ordinary strength potion. While Zhao called it the Superman potion, he was definitely not becoming Superman. Zhao was merely going to become stronger. In comparison, Zhao was looking forward to learning demonic spells much more. This was a truly supernatural power. Blood solidification seems to be a good way to treat high blood pressure. This spell looks easy to learn, Zhao muttered to himself. Hell Knell seems useless. It can let a person see the scenes in hell. Cry the Ghoul. Looks like those undead spells in novels. And I need to prepare a corpse in advance. Who would bring a corpse with them all the time? Banshee's Charm. It's like advanced hypnosis. Should work great on insomniac patients. Spiritual Sting. Must be used for torturing. Blackie. I thought humans can't learn most demonic spells. Why do I feel that it's very easy? At least it's not as hard as I thought. No idea. Perhaps you're special. Lend me the book when you're done. Is there a spell that you don't know? In fact, I don't know all of them. I think there's some spells on this book that I can learn as well. Blackie and Zhao were both beginners at demonic sorcery, so the two of them really had much to discuss. With the spiritual vessel, Zhao would not feel tired. Although the spiritual vessel had no other uses, it could allow Zhao to stay awake for 3 full days. Before he realized it, Zhao had already stayed in Blackie's place for 6 or 7 hours. Blackie, I'm going to sleep. You can study it slowly. When I'm free, I need to go out and hunt too. Knock, knock. Just then, a deep knocking was heard in the crevice. Someone was knocking on the door in the basement. It should be Feilai. Zhao walked to the exit. Hellhound followed him closely, reluctant to let him go. Feilai was on the other side of the door, which was suddenly pushed outward from the inside. In that instant, Feilai saw a huge black thing in the fog. Chen Zhao walked out from the inside with Walter. Then, he closed the door and turned the key. Feilai, what up? I saw it inside. The huge thing standing behind you just now. What's that? Why did you call me out? Tell me what that thing is first. Is it a powerful demon king that's been sealed here? Are you a member of a mysterious organization that's been secretly protecting mankind all this while? Feilai unleashed her imagination wildly. Next time, after you knock, turn around. Don't look at that thing in its eyes, or it'll devour your soul. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I already saw that thing's eyes just now. Is it already hidden in my body now? Will it eat me in my dreams? Nope, its seal is very firm, as long as you don't go past this door. Chapter 108, Accept as Truth. Chapter 108, Accept as Truth. After Chen Zhao left the basement, Feilai suddenly had a lot of questions. Chun, how come Walter can go in? All right, I'll tell you the truth. Walter isn't a regular dog. I knew it, Feilai exclaimed. I knew that Walter isn't ordinary. It has some special duty, right? It must be so. You took him away from me because it must complete its duty. Yes, Walter is a guardian beast. He has guarded this place since ancient times, reincarnating many times. Some problems occurred this time, though. He stayed in with the coastal rescue team. He saved many people, but he neglected his duty, so he was punished and got cancer. I had to bring him here so he could continue his duty. I see. I finally understand. Feilai believed it. She really believed it. So, if I'm here, will I affect Walter's duty? The thing sealed within the door can't come out. But if someone enters it, it may sneak into the person's body and escape like that. At that time, Walter will be punished even more severely. I understand. I won't go in. Feilai nodded seriously. What about you? Is it your duty to guard this place too? Pretty much, but I have more duties. You know, there are actually a lot of places in this world that seal the things you fear. My job is to patrol like a security guard and check all the seals. Are there more seals in this town? You already know enough. Asking more won't help you. There must be more seals, right? Miss, just keep imagining. However, Feilai's curiosity pushed her to keep asking. In the beginning, Chen Zhao could give some vague answers. Gradually, Feilai started throwing out crazy and absurd questions. Feilai was honestly pissing Chen Zhao off. Feilai, look at my eyes. Huh? The instant Feilai met Chen Zhao's eyes, a wave of fatigue hit her. The Banshee's charm was activated. Chen Zhao grabbed the unconscious Feilai and tossed her onto the sofa. This woman was annoying, but her body and feeling was amazing. The Banshee's charm was very powerful. They could get hypnotized easily if they weren't careful. If they went to a bar, they would get 10 corpses in a night. The only bad part about the spell was that they'd have to sleep for at least 12 hours and nothing could wake them up. At 12 o'clock, Feilai's screams sounded in the living room. She first checked her clothes and body. She didn't calm down until she was sure no one had done anything to her. She was sure that she'd been hypnotized by a spell because she remembered the last moment before she'd lost consciousness. Robio, I'm sorry. I overslept. Feilai called Robio first. It's okay. There's not much work in the morning, but your excuse is too weak. Overslept? Robio knew that Feilai would never sleep in. She'd also never been late in her 2 years as part of the team. Plus, who could sleep in until 12? It's that bastard's fault. Robio was already imagining things. Feilai was probably late because she messed around with some man. Can you come today? I need to wash up. It'll take an hour. Ethan, give me a hamburger. $1, thanks. I just gave you $1,500. I deserve that. Auntie Lee, give me some food. Li Qing got up with a smile to get food from the kitchen. She was very grateful to Chen Zhao. The man had reached out in her most difficult period and given her a place to stay. She also knew about Chen Zhao and Ethan's relationship. Oh, right. That old witch is looking for you. What old witch? Oh, your wife? Ex-wife, Ethan corrected. What does she need? I think someone in the prison she's in charge of needs your treatment. I'm not going, Chen Zhao said. He didn't like that place. He'd also never been there before. More importantly, Caprice gave him way too much pressure. Chen Zhao wasn't good at dealing with such overbearing women, let alone a prison warden. Chen Zhao felt like this woman would definitely be the behind-the-scenes boss in a TV show. Whatever. That's it? I thought you'd try to convince me. Why should I convince you? I hate her too. Ethan rolled his eyes. Good. But people who reject her usually don't have good endings. What's her number? In the end, Chen Zhao still went to the Simpson prison so he wouldn't have unnecessary problems. It wasn't smart to offend a prison warden. She didn't have any law enforcement power, but she did manage a prison. There were thousands of bastards with more than enough horrible criminals. Thus, Chen Zhao didn't want to have conflicts with a prison warden. He brought his entire family this time, even taking Blackie along. Contrary to what he'd imagined, Simpson prison wasn't that eerie. Most of the place was clean and orderly. It wasn't break time when he entered, so the prisoners were all in his cells. Judging from the environment, it should have medical facilities and doctors. Why do they look for him? Miss Caprice, where is my patient? Chen Zhao asked. Follow me. Caprice took Chen Zhao past cell after cell. Hey, new kid, come here. Hey, Asian, where's your room? Let's be friends. Caprice glanced at Chen Zhao. Are you afraid of them? They're just pretending to be fierce. Chen Zhao wasn't afraid of the ones who called out. Caprice took Chen Zhao to a cell at the end of the hall. There was only one prisoner, an old man around 60 years old. He sat on the bed and was extremely thin. Chen Zhao observed him. He'd probably just come in. He was clean, and though he was wearing the prison uniform, he still looked very composed. He's your patient. Chapter 109, Ethical Bottom Line. Chapter 109, Ethical Bottom Line. What illness does he have? Here are his medical records. Caprice passed the prisoner's medical records to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao scanned the records. Diabetes, high blood pressure, thrombus. These are all common elderly diseases. I can't treat these diseases fully. I can only relieve his condition during an episode. He needs more comprehensive treatment and rehabilitation. I need you to ensure that he won't have an episode during his next checkup. What? I want you to ensure that he won't be eligible for medical release, Caprice said. Why? From his medical records, he's indeed eligible. Do you know why he's here? I'm a doctor. I don't need to know such things. Raping young girls. In court, 28 female victims testified against him. He committed the crimes over a span of 43 years. Among his victims, there were 2 who were only 2 years old, one of whom eventually died. Another 5 females are on the autism spectrum, probably because of the psychological trauma they had experienced when young. From the information the prosecution collected, there are at least 20 more victims, but they were unwilling to appear in court. His case lasted for 6 years. Finally, the Supreme Court convicted him of his crimes. In these 6 years, the mother of one of the victims was beaten and severely injured by unidentified gangsters the night before court. She's still in the ICU. 5 of the witnesses received death threats. Caprice glanced at the old man in the cell. The old man also raised his head and looked back. He's a rich man. If he's released on medical grounds, then all our previous efforts would be in vain. I see. Chen Zhao had originally thought that as a doctor, he should give every patient the correct diagnosis and treatment advice from a purely professional perspective. However, after knowing the old man's crimes, he felt that even his professional ethics could not stop him from wanting to kill the old man. That time, even when Chen Zhao was shot by the beautiful female killer Kelly in the chest by her sniper rifle, he did not think about killing her. The first time he had ever wanted to kill someone was in the hospital, and his target was that brutal gangster. The old man was the second person Chen Zhao really wanted to kill. Chen Zhao lifted his head and scanned around him. Caprice looked at Chen Zhao. It's a surveillance blind spot. Thanks, Chen Zhao nodded. Can I go in now? Caprice entered the password onto the lock and the mechanical door opened. Chen Zhao walked in and Caprice also left. Hi. Chen Zhao smiled and walked towards the old man. The old man also smiled. His smile was so kind and warm, just like the sunlight in winter. Hi, are these your kids? Smiling, the old man clapped his hands. I have a few dogs at home too. No idea how they are now. Nobody's taking care of them, and it's really worrying. I really hope to leave this place as soon as possible and see my kids again. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Chen Zhao sat down on the bed. I'm a doctor. I need to perform a checkup on you. The old man did not cooperate. Instead, he only smiled gently. Kid, do you need money? How much can you give? Chen Zhao asked instead. 200,000. Kid, you're a great young man. You deserve this much. 200,000, and you can buy my ethical bottom line. The old man's expression changed slightly. Just say an amount. I believe you know what's appropriate. What outcome do you want? I want you to certify that I need to be medically released. He wants me to give him a certificate. Chen Zhao did not even have a medical license, so he could obviously not give a legal certificate. Of course, he was not planning to get himself involved anyway. Even though he wanted to cause trouble to the old man, he was not going to use a legal approach. Caprice had called him here precisely because he was illegal and had no records as a doctor. Moreover, Chen Zhao was really not planning to take his money. Chen Zhao first performed an examination on the old man. To be honest, his body was indeed in a bad state. The old man had various elderly diseases. If he was really put in jail, his days would be numbered. Chen Zhao started hesitating. Should he heal the old man so that he could suffer longer in jail, or should he leave the old man to die on his own? The second option did not require Chen Zhao to do anything, but then he would not be able to stop the old man from being medically released. To rich people like him, medical release was equivalent to acquittal. Heal him. After some consideration, Chen Zhao made up his mind. He had to first stop the old man from being medically released. He could think about the rest later. This was the urgent task at hand. Young man, how is it? How's my body? You'll get what you need. Chen Zhao smiled. I'll give you a certificate later. Just wait here. The old man squinted and watched as Chen Zhao left. He did not believe Chen Zhao because Chen Zhao did not talk about money at all. Once Chen Zhao left the cell, Caprice walked to him. How is it? His condition is indeed sufficient for him to be released. That's not the result I wanted. Caprice's face darkened at once. Mix this medicine with his food, Chen Zhao said. What's this? You're not trying to poison him, right? This medicine can ensure that he won't be eligible for medical release during his checkup. You sure it's not poison? Please. Although I hate that old man, I'm not going to get myself involved for him. All right. Caprice gave Chen Zhao $1,000. Here's your pay. Chen Zhao did not reject the money. It was what he should receive. As he left the prison, Chen Zhao suddenly realized that he had already seen many perverts. Was everyone already so rich that sex was the only thing on their minds? More importantly, for the perverts that Chen Zhao had met, even death was not sufficient to expiate their sins. No, one of the perverts was not that bad. Dell, although he was a pervert, he only played himself and did not harm others. What he did was quite embarrassing, but he only scourged himself. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Dell, the expert death seeker. Chen, where are you? I need you. Come here quick. Tell me, did you do something to your dick again? No, I didn't. I really didn't this time. I just raised a snake. Sound great. Do you want to ask me about how to raise a snake? No, the snake bit my dick. Chapter 110. Dell is suddenly cute. Chapter 110. Dell is suddenly cute. Chen Zhao helped wrap up Dell's lower body and then slapped his dick. All done. Hurts. Dell cried out. You know it hurts? The only thing you did right is that you didn't raise a poisonous snake. Otherwise, I will be doing a resection for you. Chen Zhao looked at the corn snake curled up in a ring. It wasn't an adult yet. Corn snakes were gentle and suitable as pets. They weren't very lethal either and didn't pose a threat to humans. How did you get it to bite your lower body? It's Tsura's fault. I was sleeping and she put the snake on me. Bullshit. You pervert curled the snake on your crotch. Tsura yelled immediately. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He chose to believe Tsura because Dell was indeed a bit of a pervert. Dell, I'm begging you, Chen Zhao said with a headache. Please have some other sickness the next time you make me come, or be hurt somewhere else. You make me treat your reproductive organ every time. Actually, after becoming familiar with Dell, one would realize that someone crazy and a bit dumb like him was actually quite funny. He was harmless to people around him, but very dangerous to himself. He was an adult, but he often did stupid things that not even kids would do. Chen, here is your pay. It's fine. It's free this time. What? You don't want money? That's so weird. You must be a fake. Zhao slapped the bare dick again. I ran into a true pervert a while ago. Compared to him, I suddenly feel like you're so much cuter. You think I'm a pervert? It's the truth, whether you admit it or not. Chen, you've been here so many times but never stayed. How about you stay for dinner tonight? Sura invited. Will you add weird things in? Zhao was seriously scared. A bastard like Dell had unimaginable ways to hurt himself. Zhao didn't want to be a casualty. Don't worry, Sura said. This asshole is really picky about food. Sura and the servants created a rich feast on the grass beside the swimming pool. Zhao observed the food on the table. Disregarding the things imported from places he didn't know, the commonly seen ingredients were roughly worth $1,000. A rich man's world was truly unimaginable. Dell, what's your job? I don't do anything. He inherited his dad's company shares and just waits for the dividend every year, Sura said. It's the famous CAA. CAA was a well-known management company in Hollywood. Zhao had heard of it before, too. There were many super A-list celebrities under them, as well as a dozen A-listers and hundreds of others. Of course, they didn't only have actors. This also included directors, athletes, musicians, and even authors. Chen, if you're interested in a celebrity, I can help you out. Are you a pimp? Zhao rolled his eyes. He couldn't afford celebrities. Even a B or C-lister would need at least $10,000 per night. He didn't have the capital for that. Of course, Zhao also had a Chinese mindset. He didn't feel safe if he didn't have some money in the bank. He made $50,000 these past 2 months, but he barely spent it. The biggest expenses were the remodeling and repairs for his home. Other than that, he didn't have any large expenses. If he lived the way Dell did, he would probably be bankrupt very fast. CAA wasn't just a management company. They also accepted many other projects. If a film company wanted to film a movie, they only had to pay money. Then CAA would be responsible for the director, actor, screenwriter, production, and editing. CAA would even be involved in box office division. This was their main source of profit, too. CAA's influence in Hollywood reached into every corner. It seemed that every movie had actors from CAA in it. Internationally, it was thought that Hollywood had 6 major companies, but CAA was actually the 7th one hidden behind the scenes. Zhao already learned from Sura that Dell was CAA's shareholder. He had 11% of shares. He was second only to the current chairman, who had 15%. He would get a significant amount of dividend each year. Even if Dell feasted and fucked celebrities every day, he still couldn't waste it all. Of course, Dell was also a regular on all sorts of entertainment news. Of course, they only reported on his bizarre news. Zhao was quite jealous, but he knew that it was only jealousy. He knew clearly that even if he worked hard his entire life, he still couldn't live this kind of life. After drinking and eating his fill, Zhao decided to leave. Chen, you're leaving? Are you sure you don't want to do it with Sura? Zhao was speechless. How much did Dell want his girl to have sex with someone else? He would ask Zhao whenever he came. Zhao really couldn't understand Dell's hobby. If it was under normal conditions, he wouldn't mind doing it with Sura. The problem was that Dell wanted to watch. Zhao couldn't take this. He didn't want to act in porn for someone else. Chen, if it's you, I won't mind. Sura was incredibly open too. She said this without even blushing or blinking. She licked her red lips like a thirsty woman. They were a natural pair. When Zhao got home, he was faced with a furious fail eye. Chen, did you put a spell on me yesterday? What? What are you saying? I never sleep anywhere other than my bed, but I slept for 12 full hours on the sofa yesterday night. You can't blame me for falling asleep when you were watching TV. Indifferent, Zhao took off his shoes and hung his jacket on the coat rack. Is there food? No. Don't change the topic. Didn't I tell you already? I didn't do anything. I remember clearly that you had me look at you, and that was it. You drank quite a lot of beer yesterday. Maybe you got drunk. Oh, I left a note on the table to buy some beer when you get back. Did you buy it? Yes, $98 in total. No, we share, so I'll only pay half of that. Chapter 111, Changes to the Gate of Hell. Chapter 111, Changes to the Gate of Hell. In the end, Zhao still managed to change the topic completely. Nevertheless, Feilai was still quite angry. She sat down on the sofa in frustration and started drinking alone. After showering, Zhao casually sat down beside Feilai. This beer is expensive and horrible. Why would you buy this brand? I like it. If you don't like it, don't ask me to buy beer next time. Ah, Zhao suddenly screamed. Blackie had made an abrupt entrance from the wall. Although it was not the first time he appeared like this, Zhao was still unable to get used to it. What? You saw a ghost? Wait, is there really something? Nothing. It's none of your business. Zhao waved his hand, after which he began communicating with Blackie using his mind. Blackie, can you please appear in a normal way? It's very normal to me. I mean the human definition of normal. Now is not the time for this. I just came back from hunting and passed by that gate of hell. I realized that it's somewhat unusual. Zhao recalled that Blackie had indeed told him there was a gate of hell in the mountain beside the town. He had originally intended to go and take a look with Blackie when he was free. However, he had been busy all this while and almost forgot about it entirely. What's with the gate of hell? I feel someone's activating it. Ow! Can a gate still be used? I don't know. I also thought that it's already deserted, but the huge catfish you caught in the lake last time had clearly been affected by hell. And now the gate feels weird too, so I think perhaps it can still be used. Could it be a madman planning to summon a demon army and destroy the world? No way. That gate of hell can't even completely summon demons like Beelzebub. Its effect is somewhat similar to the demonic ritual implements you have. It's almost impossible to destroy the world with that. Why is the gate of hell even there if it can only summon one or two inferior demons? I thought it can summon large demon kings or something. That gate of hell was built by humans. As a human, you should know this better. Zhao stood up. Feilai, I need to go out for a while. Where are you going? You gonna exorcise evil spirits? Or did some mysterious event happen somewhere? Stop imagining things. I'm taking my dogs for a walk. Walking your dogs? Feilai squinted and stared at Zhao. I'm going with you. I haven't had a stroll with Walter for quite long as well. I don't think so. It's not safe at night. So you're going to leave me in this haunted house? I've no idea how many evil spirits there are in this house. And there's also a terrifying monster seal beneath the house. I feel that the roads are much safer than here. How about I leave Walter here to accompany you? All right then. Zhao heaved a long sigh. It would be really inconvenient for him to visit the gate of hell if Feilai followed him. However, shortly after Zhao left home, Blackie said, Your housemate is behind you. What? Zhao turned his head around and did not discover anything. The sky was already dark, and the sides of the road were filled with grass. Feilai, come here. I already saw you. There was no movement. Zhao called again. Walter, come out. Woof. Walter charged towards Zhao, dragging Feilai along. Traitor. You traitor. Feilai slapped Walter's head in anger. Go home. No. If you insist on not going back, I'll use magic and let you stand here alone for the whole night. Do you believe I'll call the police now and say that you've molested me? As you wish. Zhao was not scared at all. Not every accusation of molestation would be put on record. After all, no one can win a case with just words and no evidence. Where are you going? Are you going to cast another spell on me? Zhao only raised his hand, and Feilai immediately took a few steps back. Then, she took out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket. Luckily, I'm prepared. Please, it's already dark. Are you really planning to become blind with your sunglasses? You promise you won't cast a spell on me. Do you think I'll cast a spell on you now and then carry you home? I don't care. I'm going wherever you're going. Forget it. I'm not going anymore. Let's go home. Zhao gave up. Unable to lose Feilai, he could only go back. He planned to go to the gate of hell in the morning when Feilai was working. Not going anymore? How can you do that? Why not? Zhao already started walking back. Are you coming or not? If not, you can wander around yourself. I'm going home. Aren't you going to exorcise evil spirits? If you don't go, will people die? If anyone dies, it's all your fault. You keep following me, and I can't go. Feilai started hesitating. However, when she lifted her head and saw Chen Zhao's relaxed face, she suddenly realized something. You're lying to me? Feilai knew that if there was really an urgent matter, Chen Zhao would surely not stand here and argue with her. Although she had only stayed with Chen Zhao for a short while, she had still managed to find out about his character. Chen Zhao was not the kind of person who could sit back and watch a disaster happen. He could not remain idle if he knew that a tragedy was imminent. She had only stayed with Chen Zhao for a few days, but their neighbors Bant and Mary had been giving him stuff every day. Most of the time, she had helped Chen Zhao to take their gifts. She knew that it was because of the winery fire 10 days ago, where Chen Zhao and Walter had charged into the burning building and saved 9 lives. One of them was the son of Bant and Mary. Therefore, they were both extremely grateful towards Chen Zhao. All in all, Feilai managed to guess that the matter Chen Zhao was originally going to settle was either not serious or not urgent. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hi, Chen, it's me, Marguerite. I need you. Fuck, what do you mean by you need me? I'm in my car, right at your door. Still the same price, $10,000. Give me 10 minutes. I'm not at home. Going back now. Okay, be quick. What is it? Did something happen? Nope, it's just work. Work? Of course it's my patient. What else do you think it is? Chen Zhao and Feilai walked back to their house and saw a car parked before the door. Chen Zhao recognized it as Marguerite's car. Turning his head, he said to Feilai, You should go back. Are you bringing Walter away again? You can keep Walter. Oh yeah, go. Well, let me take my toolbox out, Chen Zhao said. Although he had purchased the spatial ring from Raz, he would certainly not put his toolbox in the ring. After all, what would his patient think if he were to suddenly pull out a scalpel out of nowhere? Chapter 112, San Diego. Chapter 112, San Diego. Marguerite started the car as soon as Chen Zhao got in. Looking at the bloody Marguerite, Chen Zhao said after a stretch of silence, Take off your shirt. Marguerite drove and tossed his shirt out the window at the same time. Where are we going this time? San Diego. What? San Diego? That far? Yes, Marguerite replied simply. I thought you would hide deep into the forest. Why are we going to San Diego? San Diego was more than 100 miles to the southeast of L.A. However, Mountain Town was northwest of L.A., so going from to San Diego from here without taking main roads, it would be at least 300 miles. It's close to Mexico, Marguerite said. We plan on going into California Bay and getting to Mexico along the coast. Is it okay for you to tell me your escape route? I trust you, Marguerite said. Chen Zhao didn't know if he should be happy to be trusted by a gangster. How did you get this injury? All inflicted by sharp objects? Did you get into a fight? Don't mention it. It's a woman. You can't even defeat a woman. You won't be able to either. That woman is a beast. No one can beat her. Chen Zhao couldn't argue with Marguerite on this. He was a doctor, not a fighter. I don't think she went for the kill. That's why I say she's a beast. She's sadistic. Pretty. If she's pretty, then there are no ugly girls in the world. Good, it's not her. What? Nothing. After exiting the L.A. area, the car went on a coastal road. One must admit that the scenery was beautiful. It had started cooling down, and the ocean wind blowing into the window was chilly. Chen Zhao had to keep the window open, though. Otherwise, the car would be filled with the smell of blood. He couldn't stand the smell. Marguerite couldn't take the cold because he was shirtless, but he didn't say anything because he was a man. Chen Zhao glanced at him. The cold breeze helps scatter your internal heat and improve blood circulation. It will help make your blood clot faster. It was basically a type of heat consumption, just like jogging. Of course, if the heat dissipation wasn't controlled, there would be problems. People didn't get better at combating the cold as they grew stronger. In reality, stronger people might be worse against the cold because their heat sensations were more intense. Bearing the cold took practice. Older people were better too, because their bodily functions and heat sensations had weakened. They reacted slower to the difference between cold and warm temperatures. It was like how someone about to freeze to death would feel warm. For people freezing to death, their heat sensations were already dead, so they wouldn't feel the change in temperature. Instead, they would feel warm. Of course, with Morgary's body, he wouldn't die from some breeze. He'd just get a cold at most. Achoo. Chen, give me your jacket. I'll get cold. Me too. No, strong men don't say they're cold. Why do you see me like that? When did I say I'm a strong man? So you're not. Give me your jacket first. Giving a jacket to a man is disgusting. But in the end, Zhao still did so. The car ride was around 4 to 5 hours. Zhao got dizzy, either because of the car or because of the wind. Morgary and his boss were hidden in San Diego, but not in the city. After getting there, he drove down a small road and avoided the city. The winding path probably hadn't been maintained in more than 20 years. The surface was seriously broken. Around 2 in the morning, the car parked before an abandoned train station. It was a grave for old-fashioned trains. There were a few rusted steam trains there. One had to admit that it was a great place to hide in. Knock, knock. Morgary knocked on one car, and it opened. Mr. Chen, you're here. The dispirited man looked at Zhao with pleasant shock. Zhao remembered him. His name was something like Sanders, and he was afraid of snakes. The eerie guy named Nesta and the big boss were inside the car too. Nesta was still cold as before, but he nodded when he saw Zhao. Mr. Chen, the boss lay weakly in the corner. Nesta helped him up. Zhao put down his toolkit, and Sanders immediately moved aside. Mr. Chen, did you bring that snake again? Seems like you miss Raymond. Raymond, come meet your old friend. Raymond slithered out of the box and started going for the man. Zhao went to the boss. You look bad. Where are you hurt? With the help of Nesta, the boss turned with difficulty, revealing the bloodied bandage on his back. Zhao opened it and was hit in the face with the smell of rot. The wound under the bandage was 3 fingers long, stretching from the left shoulder blade to the lower back. Most of it already had suppuration. This is at least 3 days old, Zhao said, furrowing his brows. Why didn't you contact me earlier? I've had these injuries before and healed in like 10 days without doing anything, the boss replied weakly. That just means you're lucky, but you won't be lucky every time. The same injury can have 2 possibilities under different situations. Some can heal itself with your immune system. Most will get infected. Zhao felt the boss's forehead. You already have a fever. If you delayed it for another half day, you'd be going to the ICU. Is it serious? It's mainly because you delayed it for so long. If this happens again, either contact me in time or find hard liquor to clean the wound. Thankfully, Zhao brought rubbing alcohol. This was the only medical product that Zhao could get his hands on. However, cleaning the wound and cutting off the decayed flesh would be very painful without anesthetics. In addition to cleaning the wound, alcohol could also lower an object's temperature. Alcohol was highly volatile liquid. It could quickly take away heat when touching skin at room temperature. Of course, he still had to use medicine. Zhao gave the boss 2 ibuprofen capsules. Most fever medicine were over-the-counter and could be bought at supermarkets. Zhao's toolkit was always supplied with some over-the-counter drugs, such as fever medicine, pain relievers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. These often came handy. Finally, he stitched up the wound. The entire process took around 30 minutes. Chapter 113, Female T-Rex. Chapter 113, Female T-Rex. Chen, you've saved my life again. Sitting down, the gang leader gave Zhao a warm hug. I'm happy that none of you pointed a gun at my head this time. There was a moment of awkwardness for all the 4 present. Do any of you still have injuries or discomfort? Nesta and Sanders had the same kind of injuries, but they were very minor and there were no signs of inflammation. Mr. Chen, can you ask it to go away? Sanders was horrified by Raymond, who was coiled up before him. He's called Raymond. You can tell him yourself. Stop joking. It's your pet. Hiss. Snakes are really too scary. I prefer dogs. Raymond had already opened his mouth, displaying his pair of poisonous fangs. Sanders' hair all stood up in fear, but his arm was held firmly by Chen Zhao. He doesn't like that sentence in particular. You better apologize, Chen Zhao said as he treated Sanders' injuries. Sorry, Raymond, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But can you move away? Human, kneel down. Your apology is too insincere. Clearly, Sanders could not understand Raymond's words. Chen Zhao glanced at Raymond. All right, that's enough. You've already scared Sanders out of his wits. That's boring. Raymond twisted his body and crawled away slowly. Can snakes be trained to have such intelligence? The gang leader looked at Raymond curiously. Don't even think about raising a snake. I know a fool who tried to. The last time I went to his place, I helped to bandage his dick. What's your secret? Nothing. Everyone's been asking me the same question. I'm a doctor, not an animal trainer. I think you can consider switching to animal training. Sure. Don't find me next time when you're injured. Forget what I just said. Continue to be a doctor. It's more promising. Mordery gave Chen Zhao his pay. Chen Zhao looked at the four people. Are you going to Mexico? Did Mordery tell you that? I feel that if you're really going to Mexico, I'll lose a huge amount of income. I'll miss you. Chen, I'll send you home in the morning. No need. It's tiring for you to drive here and there. Chen Zhao shook his head. I'll go back myself. Send me to a place with public transport or something. Let's go to the train station then. Isn't this place a train station? Of course I don't mean this one. An hour later, the sky turned bright. Mordery brought Chen Zhao outside. However, the two discovered that the tires of the car parked at the side of the road had been punctured. Shit, that woman's here. Boss and the rest are in danger. Mordery's expression changed drastically, and he immediately started running back. Air. Chen Zhao was speechless as he looked at Mordery's back. Shouldn't you at least care about me? I need protection too. Chen Zhao was about to follow Mordery when he felt some pain on his back. Something was pointed against his back. Don't move. Raise your hands. Don't speak. Chen Zhao turned his head. A woman who had been hiding behind the car had moved quietly behind Chen Zhao. Now, she was pointing a knife at Chen Zhao's waist. Madam, do I not move or raise my hands? Raise your hands first, and then don't move. Lifting his hands, Chen Zhao said helplessly, Madam, I'm a doctor. I'm not close to them. The burly woman's face and eyes were filled with fierceness. I don't care what's your relationship with them. Since you've healed Mordery, you're my enemy. Actually, I haven't healed them yet. I didn't bring any medicine, so he was about to drive me back to get my medicine. Chen Zhao was terrified. If the woman were to move the knife just slightly forward, his kidney would be penetrated. By then, he might not be able to get hard for a few months. Madam, take it easy. It's useless to threaten me, a doctor. Even if you kill me, they'll still find other doctors. Moreover, I was also forced. They're a gang, and I'm only an ordinary doctor. I can't fight back at all, so I'm actually on the same side as you. Who said you're on my side? Aren't you enemy with them? I am, but I'm not related to anyone, let alone be on the same team as you. We're not enemies anyway. Let me go. The powerful woman seemed to be somewhat hesitant. It looked like she also did not really want to harm Chen Zhao. Gaia, stop. Suddenly, they heard Mordery's voice behind them. Mordery had already charged out from the house. Chen Zhao was speechless. He had almost convinced the woman, and now Mordery was going to mess everything up. Gaia, whatever you want, I'm here. Chen's innocent. Mordery sounded very angry. If this happened at any other place, Chen Zhao would surely be touched by Mordery's words. But now he could only cry. Gaia glanced coldly at Mordery, after which she looked at Chen Zhao. You said you weren't very close. Air. It depends on your definition of close. You dare to prank me. Gaia stabbed the knife forward suddenly, and Chen Zhao quickly shifted his waist back. Gaia was even more enraged. You dare to dodge? Duh. If I don't, my body will be penetrated. Chen, run. Mordery shouted as he charged towards Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao bolted out. Gaia reached her hand out and held Chen Zhao's shoulder. Gaia was over 1.9 tall, in addition to her bodybuilder-like muscles and 100 kilograms weight. She was significantly larger than Chen Zhao. Therefore, Gaia was very confident with her own strength. being able to even defeat fighters like Morguri in a few rounds. She had more or less been ignoring Chen Zhao's presence. However, when she held onto Chen Zhao's shoulder, she felt that she was grabbing a car instead of a person's shoulder. Her entire body was dragged along, and then she fell onto the ground. By then, Morguri had already arrived, and he pressed Gaia onto the ground with all his might. Gaia finally came to her senses. She kicked her knee and immediately managed to press Morguri down instead. Standing not far away from them, Chen Zhao seemed to be lost. Should he go up and help? Morguri's hands were restrained, but he still shouted in pain, "Chen, don't mind me. Just go." "Go? Go where?" "I don't know the way," Chen Zhao said helplessly. Chen Zhao regretted not bringing Walter with him. If Walter was here, he would be able to fight with Gaia for a while. Now it's just me. Wait, something's wrong. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that he was not ordinary either. He had increased his physical strength, so why should he be afraid of a woman? "Bitch, let go of Morguri, or I'll not show mercy anymore," Chen Zhao shouted. "Let me warn you first. I know Kung Fu." Pressing Morguri onto the car with just one hand, Gaia turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao. "What are you going to do with me again?" Gaia sneered. Chapter 114, I Fell. Chapter 114, I Fell. Chen Zhao wasn't sure either. He was pretty strong, but could he really beat this giant, stocky woman? Morguri was huge, but Gaia pinned him to the car, immobilizing him. Gaia hooked her fingers at Chen Zhao. "Come, Chen, you're not her match. Leave." "Morguri, don't underestimate me." Chen Zhao had already charged and punched toward Gaia. The woman dodged his fist easily. She raised her leg and kicked Chen Zhao precisely in the stomach. Immense pain seized him, and Chen Zhao was kneeling on the ground. He'd really overestimated himself. He may have drunk the strengthening potion, but he was nothing more than a strong doctor. He'd thought that he was awesome, but then Gaia showed him back to his place. He heard wind in his ears. Gaia's leg was sweeping toward his face. Chen Zhao hurriedly raised his arms to protect his head. Boom! The heavy sweep made Chen Zhao's ears ring. His head felt heavy too. Morguri yelled and broke free from his restraint to grab Gaia from behind. "Chen, go, go." He'd been embarrassed by this woman so badly. Chen Zhao was going to be a despicable man today. He shot up and yelled, "Grab on tight." With that, he raised his leg to kick Gaia, but the woman reacted quickly. With an over-the-shoulder throw, she blocked herself with Morguri. Chen Zhao's kick wasn't weak. Morguri couldn't even stand up after that. "Chen, I told you to run." Morguri cursed. "Are you stupid?" Chen Zhao finally realized that he couldn't beat this woman. Gaia strode forward, forcing Chen Zhao to put up a boxing pose. But then his vision blurred and another punch landed on his face. He shook his head. Before he could recover, he was hit again. "If you keep hitting me, I'll show you." Another punch. Crack! There was a sudden gunshot. The boss held a gun in the distance. The muzzle was pointed at Gaia. "Gaia, I don't want to deal with you, due to our past. Don't let me see you again." Gaia stared at him coldly and turned away. Chen Zhao didn't know what business they had with each other, but there seemed to be a story. It wasn't the time to worry about it, though. Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. His entire body was in pain, especially his face. Looking at Gaia, who'd walked into the distance, Chen Zhao went to help Morguri up. "Morguri, you okay? I think you broke my back." Chen Zhao touched his back. "No, it's just dislocated. I'll help you put it back." The boss, Nesta, and Sanders walked over. "You two all right?" "Yes." Morguri's cold expression was back as he shook his head. "Sanders, drive your bike and take Chen away," the boss said. They clearly didn't want to talk about this. Chen Zhao didn't want to ask either. Only Chen Zhao could fit on Sanders' bike, but Beelzebub and Carrie could squeeze in the front. After a bumpy ride, Sanders brought Chen Zhao to the train station. "Chen, is your face okay?" Sanders stared at the bruised Chen Zhao. Due to his identity, he didn't take off his helmet. "I'm fine. You're really strong. The last time I was beaten up by that woman, I couldn't walk for 3 days. I'll just take it as a compliment." Chen Zhao stuffed his helmet into Sanders' arms. "I'm leaving. You should go back too. After getting beaten up for no reason, Chen Zhao was extremely pissed. He applied ointment onto his face, but the bruising didn't fade. He bought a train ticket. On the train, Chen Zhao sat across from a sexy girl who looked to be around 20 years old. She wore a black jacket with a white tank top. With her long brown hair and light lipstick, she looked fashionable and sexy. Chen Zhao covered his face. His current appearance was going to affect his flirting success rate. You get beaten up? The sexy girl asked. I fell. Chen Zhao lied through his teeth. I have some ointment and bandages. Do you need them? No, I already applied some. Chen Zhao looked at her. A regular girl won't bring ointment around, would they? I'm a medical intern. I'm Chen Zhao. Can I know your name? Evely Model. She reached out and touched the bruise on Chen Zhao's face. It must hurt. Chen Zhao grasped Evely's gentle hand and took it down. Her hand was delicate and soft, but Chen Zhao didn't like having unfamiliar men and women touching him, especially his face. I'm a doctor too. I don't need someone else diagnosing me. Whoever hit you did it hard, Evely said. I told you. I fell, Chen Zhao repeated. Okay, so you fell. She clearly didn't believe him. Chen Zhao was embarrassed. His injuries couldn't fool a fellow doctor, even if she was only an intern. Do you live in L.A.? Chen Zhao could only change the topic. No, but my college is in L.A. My hospital is there too. Evely glanced at him. Which hospital do you work at? Or a private clinic? Chen Zhao chuckled, but didn't reply. You're an illegal doctor? Evely suddenly realized something. Chen Zhao looked at himself. Is it obvious? You brought your medical kit, so you must have gone to treat someone. If you're from a private clinic, you won't go to another city unless it's a special patient. Plus, you have injuries on your face. I can't imagine what kind of patient would beat up a legitimate doctor. By the way, I fell, and I could have gotten beaten up by a gangster. It doesn't have to be my patient. It doesn't matter. I'm right, aren't I? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. I guess. Why don't you go get a license? I can't, Chen Zhao answered honestly. He was a foreigner. If he wanted to get a license, he couldn't do anything else. It would take at least half a year to familiarize himself with American laws and medical practices. He'd also have to read a lot of medical books. Plus, with his history in China, he might not even get a license after half a year of hard work. When he first came to America, he indeed thought about testing for a license. However, after he got his current job and started accepting and becoming familiar with it, he realized that he no longer wanted a license. A doctor without a license can only kill their patients. I haven't killed any of my patients yet. That's only for now. Chapter 115, I Want Revenge. Chapter 115, I Want Revenge. The journey on the train took an hour. Their conversation clearly did not have a happy ending. After all, most illegal doctors were not welcomed, and that included Chen Zhao. Evely, why don't you give me your number? We can have a drink together sometime. I think you should take care of your injury first. Your current appearance will scare others away. Evely stylishly turned around and left, leaving Chen Zhao alone on his seat, not knowing what to do. It was the first time Chen Zhao's face was marred by someone else. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He just could not let it go. By right, he should not be so serious with a woman. But how could she be considered as a woman? She was really just a human-shaped T-Rex. Chen Zhao took out his phone. Bored. Do you know any boxing coach? Yes. Do you need one? I was beaten by someone. I'm going to learn boxing. I'm going to take revenge, Chen Zhao complained. All right. I don't know a very good boxing coach. Former instructor of the Marines, but it's quite expensive. If you go by the hours, it'll be 200 per hour. Chen Zhao gasped. So expensive? Is there a package or something? Package? I'll ask for you. Great. Call me when you have an answer. As Chen Zhao walked out of the train station, Board returned the call. Chen, I've asked the coach. How is it? The coach asked you how strong you want to become. What if I want to surpass him? That's basically impossible. Fine. I also don't know what level I want. Anyway, the person who beat me was very strong. Even my face is marred. I hope that next time I meet her, I can return her the favor. The coach said that if you're hiring him for an extended period, He can spend 2 hours training you every day. It'll be 8,000 a month. 2 hours a day only and 8,000 a month? It's too expensive. He's the best in the profession, and his boxing skills are even better than those boxing champions. Of course, I mean below the boxing ring. Can I finish the training in a month? I'm not sure, but he's never trained anyone for more than 3 months. So, I'll definitely finish my training in 3 months? No. If you exceed 3 months, he'll use his fist to tell you that you're not suited for it. I like that. How do I contact him? His assistant's number is. You can go to OSPI Comprehensive Fitness Training Center to find him. He's the owner. Zhao looked at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. By the time I reach there, it'll be roughly the opening time of the center. Zhao decided to go there and meet the powerful boxing coach. Zhao arrived outside the fitness center and called the number Board had given him. Hi, I'm Lope's assistant, Ola Miller. Lope is currently working. How may I help you? Zhao heard a very charming female voice from the phone. Hi, mister. Board recommended this place to me. I need a boxing coach. Sure. When would you be free? We need to discuss about it in detail. I'm outside the fitness center now. I'll go down to fetch you. They hung up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, a lady with high-heeled shoes trotted towards Zhao. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. Hi, how do you know it's me? I don't think I told you how I look like. Don't you think your surname, Chen, is enough to reveal your identity? Ola said, smiling. Please come in. Is Mr. Lope in the center now? It's Ms. She's still on her way. Come to my office first. Ms. Coach Lope is a woman? Yes, what? Do you discriminate against females? No, I was only somewhat surprised. I heard from Board that she's the best and also a former instructor of the Marines. So subconsciously, I thought it must be a man. Even if Zhao really had opinions of women, he would not say it. In America, if he dared to openly say that he discriminated against women, he might even be beaten till his was disabled, especially when he was in a fitness center filled with a bunch of muscular people. Fine, I forgive you, Ola said. Back to real business. Mr. Chen, since you want to hire Lope, can you tell me what you need? I don't have much time every day. At most 2 hours, preferably in the morning. I need Coach Lope to teach me as much boxing skill as she can. Can you tell me why you want to learn boxing in the first place? Zhao pointed at his own face. Revenge. Who beat you? I need a reference. I'm not sure, but the person who beat me is strong. Zhao answered very strong. Zhao was too embarrassed to say that it was a woman, especially when Marguerite and he were destroyed by her at the same time. Then I'll list a few standards. Gangster, amateur fighter, professional boxer, well-known professional boxer. Which category do you think that person is in? Should be an amateur fighter, or maybe close to professional boxer. I don't know either. Mr. Chen, what's your profession? Doctor. After obtaining Zhao's reply, Ola automatically lowered Zhao's classification by 1 level. She guessed that Zhao's enemy should be an amateur fighter. From her observation, an amateur fighter was probably able to beat Zhao up like this. What's your relationship with the person? Colleague? Someone familiar? Or stranger? Do you meet often or occasionally? I'll say stranger. I was dragged into it. In fact, I don't even know why I was beaten, but I hope that next time I meet that person, I can return the favor. I have a few plans. Do you want to hear them out? Yes, please. Since the person is a stranger and you also don't know when you'll next meet, I suggest you start from the basics. You can get a membership for our gym and train your muscles for 3 months first before your boxing training. Of course, in principle, we don't encourage you to train your body just for revenge. No, I'm confident with my physical strength. I don't need muscle training, but rather boxing training. If it's just gym, I can go anywhere else, Zhao said frankly. Hello, good morning. Zhao turned his head around, and his entire body started trembling. It turned out that the female coach was the woman who had beaten him. Gaia Lope. Fuck. Chapter 116. This coach is my worst enemy. Chapter 116. This coach is my worst enemy. Zhao was just a normal guy. How brave could he be? Should he go straight up against Gaia Lope? Before, Zhao thought that Gaia was only good at fighting. Now he finally knew her background. She was the fucking former instructor of the Marines and a top wrestling coach. And Zhao was naive enough to want to go up against her. He was just looking to get beat up. Gaia had already walked out. Her 6-foot-something body loomed before Zhao. I have somewhere to be by. Gaia pushed Zhao back into his seat with her huge hand. Lope, mister. Chen? I made the bruises on his face. Ola shuddered and then looked at Zhao with pity. Could there be anything worse than this? He'd been beat up and wanted revenge, but then came to his enemy's territory to ask her to teach him how to fight. You want to learn wrestling? I was kidding. Board called me earlier. You want to take revenge on me? I'm seriously busy. Sit down, Gaia barked, and Zhao instantly grew obedient. Does it hurt when I squeeze your shoulder? Huh? Ow. Ola rolled her eyes. Zhao's acting was so fake. Your fitness is much better than I'd imagined. I used 80% of my power, but you only have a few bruises on your face. It's okay. It's not much. Zhao's smile was quite forced. Arm wrestle with me. If you win, you can leave. Are you sure? Zhao instantly grew spirited again. I can't beat you in wrestling, he thought, but with arm wrestling, I can go easy on you. Come on. Gaia already had her arm resting on the table. Ola looked at her in shock. She'd been Gaia's assistant for 6 years, and she knew how terrifying the woman was. There were many gym members with similar physiques as her, but none of them were Gaia's match. It wasn't only in wrestling. No one could even beat her in arm wrestling. Gaia's grip and instantaneous burst of power were both at a world-class level. No, she was at a beast level. Ola glanced back at Zhao. His physique, arms, and weight weren't in the same weight class as Gaia. How could Gaia request Zhao to arm wrestle with her? This is completely bullying, Ola thought. Boss, if you break his arm, you'll get sued. But what Ola didn't expect was that Zhao actually agreed. Grasping Gaia's hand, Zhao said, I'll let you. Thud. Zhao had wanted to act cool, but Gaia started without warning. I wasn't ready, Zhao complained. Can't you let me finish acting cool? Fine, I'll give you another chance. Then Gaia said to Ola, you say go. The two clasped each other's hand, and Ola asked, ready? They nodded at the same time. Ola waved her hand. Go. Gaia's power burst forth immediately. She didn't underestimate her enemy, because she knew that Zhao wasn't a simple figure. But when she used all her might, she discovered that she couldn't move. So strong. Gaia looked up Zhao to see that he looked relaxed. He even had a shit-eating grin. Should I go easy on you? You can use 2 hands. Ola gaped. This guy was crazy. In all these years, no one had ever dared to act arrogant before Gaia. Paired with Zhao's expression, even Ola wanted to beat him up. Acting cool felt great. Watching Gaia use all her might, Zhao grinned. Don't kill yourself. You can use 2 hands. I won't mind. Zhao's arm felt like it was made of metal. Gaia couldn't make it budge. Her expression hardened and grew serious. She didn't use 2 hands because arm wrestling needed a place to apply power. Holding onto the table with 1 hand would give her more strength. Using 2 hands would actually make her weaker. A minute later, Zhao felt that Gaia's strength had weakened. Gaia let go. She'd used up all her power. If she couldn't take care of Zhao in a minute, it was useless to keep going. I lose. You can go. Zhao wasn't used to Gaia like this. I can leave. As you wish. Then I'm going. Zhao picked up his toolkit and prepared to leave. You really don't want to learn wrestling from me? Gaia asked. For free. Fuck off. What price? If it's 2 hours per day for a month, I can charge you $5,000 per month. If you want a flexible schedule, then we'll go with an hourly rate. It'll be $150 per hour. Zhao thought for a moment. This was even cheaper than what Board had said earlier. How about 9 to 11 every morning? Sure, Gaia said. So I can leave now. You haven't paid yet. Oh, and don't tell anyone what happened, Gaia said. What? You think it's embarrassing? Zhao looked at her quite proudly. If you want to get challenged by the people out there, you're welcome to do whatever, Gaia said nonchalantly, shrugging. Ola, help him do the paperwork. Not everyone in the gym are muscular beasts, but most of them were. They were all familiar with Ola, so when they saw her, most would walk over to say hi. Hey, you're new, right? A muscle guy in an undershirt put his arms over Chen Zhao's shoulders as if they were close friends. Want me to be your coach? I'm the best here. I'll only charge you $30 per hour. Atai. Lope is his coach, and he's not here to work out either. He wants to practice wrestling. Bro, you have guts. You actually want to Lope to practice wrestling. Chen Zhao glanced at Ola. Is Ms. Lope really scary? Don't worry. All her past students are still alive. Huh. All the surrounding people started laughing at Ola's words. Can I still back out now? Chen Zhao felt like he'd made an incredible decision. Of course you can, but you better pray that Lope won't find where you're living. Chen Zhao paid the money very unwillingly and signed all the papers. He left the gym in low spirits. It felt like he was paying money to get tortured. No, it didn't just feel like it. It was the truth. Chapter 117, check. Chapter 117, check. After leaving the fitness center, Chen Zhao went to Rufford's house to treat his injuries and check his recovery. Rufford was fully cooperative towards Chen Zhao's treatment. Chen Zhao estimated that Rufford would fully recover in at most a week. Of course, he also had to come here every day. With Chen Zhao's help, Rufford's leg injuries healed at a remarkable pace. He had already met up with Board, and they had a preliminary discussion. While they had yet to sign any contract, they had already reached some initial agreements. Then, Chen Zhao went to Ethan's motel. Ethan was furious about Chen Zhao's dine and dash, but Chen Zhao had a great reason. He only came here to ask if there was a new client and ate lunch since he was already here. However, Ethan's place was really too boring. Chen Zhao went home after half an hour. He rarely had any free time in the morning. When he reached home, he saw Bant's small truck parked on the other side of the road. Bant and Mary were helping a young man to alight from the vehicle. Bant, Mary. Chen Zhao walked up and greeted them. Then, he looked at the young man. You must be Ken. Mary approached Chen Zhao and gave him a hug, after which she said to Ken, Ken, this is Chen, the one who saved you from the fire. Thank you, buddy. Ken was still having difficulty walking at the moment, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao still bent down and hugged Ken. How are you? I've been in the hospital for so long. My respiratory tract was scalded, and I need to rest for some time. Ken's injuries were still fine. At least he was much luckier than those who had died in the fire. Because of his respiratory tract damage, he could not eat any food. He had been on glucose recently, and so he was very weak. I'm a doctor too. If you feel unwell, you can find me anytime, or perhaps call me. Chen, have you eaten already? Come to my house, Mary said enthusiastically. Maybe not. You just fetch Ken home, and surely you need to take care of him. I wouldn't trouble you further. Also, I don't have a fixed working time, and I might need to go out soon. All right then, I'll go back first. See you. People in America like the idea that distance produces beauty. Even if two people are very close, they would still leave each other some personal space. Returning home, Chen Zhao realized that Walter was not around. He took out his phone and called Fei Lai. Fei Lai, did you bring Walter with you? You weren't around last night and didn't even come back in the morning. I'm too worried to leave Walter alone at home, so I brought him to my workplace. All right, remember not to tell others about it. I know. Ding dong. Chen Zhao was about to say something else when the doorbell rang. Someone's at the door. I'll hang up now. After Chen Zhao hung up, he opened the front door. Outside the door was a white-haired old man with a goatee and a fur walking stick in his hand. His clothes were neatly groomed, and he looked like an old English gentleman. Hi, you're looking for? I'm Treed Pimpton, owner of the winery. The white-haired old man nodded gently and extended his hand. Hi, I'm Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao shook Treed's hand. I know you, young man. You saved my people. Please come in. Chen Zhao invited Treed into his house, and Treed sat down. What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Tea. Thanks. Chen Zhao made a cup of tea and put it in front of Treed. Mr. Treed, how may I help you? I'm here just to thank you. You're a great man. Treed took out a check and put it in front of Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned before he shook his head. Sorry, but I can't take it. Why? It doesn't belong to me, Zhao answered. It's rightfully yours. Zhao still shook his head. If he had saved a few patients with his medical skills instead, he would not have rejected the check, because that was his job. It was only reasonable for him to take his pay. However, saving those people from the fire was not his usual job. In fact, Zhao had charged into the burning building with some selfish intent. First of all, Walter had already charged into the building. When he went in, Carrie followed him. Zhao therefore felt that he was at least safe. Moreover, Zhao had actually already benefited from his deed, namely the second perfect crystal. Thus, he did not want to get paid again. It was his own principle. The number on the check was indeed alluring, but Zhao still did not want to take it. In fact, Zhao was but an ordinary human with 3 principles. Don't ask for trouble, don't leave anyone in the lurch, and don't commit evil. If the first and second principles had a clash, he would follow the second principle first, while if the first and the third had a clash, he would follow the third one. For example, treating the perverted old man in Caprice's prison was a huge trouble. Therefore, Zhao followed the third principle first. Treating that old man was in fact equivalent to committing evil. Of course, Zhao still decided to treat him so that he would remain in jail for longer. Zhao would never reject any money he should take, but he would not take what he should not. Mr. Treed, please don't put me in a difficult position. Fine. Kid, if you need anything, call me anytime. Sure. By the way, can I ask if the land beside the lake on the edge of the town is private or owned by the town? Huh? That barren land? It belongs to the town. Do you want to develop it into a farm? Or perhaps live there? I don't think you can turn it into a farm, because the soil quality there is average. More importantly, in the Mexican-American War 170 years ago, that was a main battlefield. Large amounts of gunpowder seeped into the soil, so the land is no longer suitable for agriculture. I'm planning to build a house there. Of course, it's only a preliminary idea, and I don't have a detailed plan yet. If you want to build a house, you need to pay for the land, the house, and build a path to the main road that's at least 3 kilometers. You need at least $150,000 just for an ordinary road. How much does that piece of land cost? Are you sure you're going to buy it? I need to know the cost first. I'm not too sure, but I can ask for you, Treed said. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Treed. I should be the one to thank you. Right, I should leave now. Bye, Treed said, standing up. Aren't you going to stay for a bit longer? Nope. If I keep staying here, you'll probably feel more uncomfortable. Huh. Treed was indeed an astute man. He could tell that Zhao was somewhat uneasy in his presence. Zhao sent Treed to the door when his phone rang again. After Treed waved his hand and left, Zhao picked up the call. Ethan, what's up? New client for you. Chapter 118, Orphanage. Chapter 118, Orphanage. What's the price? Quote your own price. What do you mean? Don't you decide on the price first when you talk to clients? 399 Bin Road. I'll send the exact address to you later. Bye. With that, Ethan hung up. All Zhao could do was call Vincent and get to 388 Bin Road. When he got there, he looked up and realized it was an orphanage. Zhao massaged his temples. It seemed that he wouldn't earn anything from this job. How much money could an orphanage give? Even if they could, Zhao wouldn't want it. It was troublesome. The metal gate of the orphanage wasn't closed. It seemed to have broken and hadn't been repaired in a long while. Zhao waited for a bit before an old woman in plain clothing walked out. She came over when she saw Zhao. Hello, are you the doctor? Yes, I'm the doctor. Who needs treatment? I'm the administrator of the orphanage. Please come with me. The orphanage was quite large. There was some recreational structure for the kids, but they all looked really old. There was a slide with chipped paint, a rusted seesaw, and a yard of fallen leaves that no one raked. Looking up at the tower, one could see various youthful faces in the window. The orphanage was quite depressing. The main building was 4 floors and looked to be from the 20th century. The wall was dark gray, and the stones in the corners were weathered. Walking in, the hallway was dark too. Lighting was bad in this type of building, but the lights weren't on either. Zhao couldn't see the way clearly, but still felt uncomfortable. Kids who grew up in this environment wouldn't be very healthy mentally. The hallways seemed to be lined with craft rooms. Kids inside were making some sort of cards. Administrator, what are the kids making? Christmas cards, she answered as she walked. It's almost Christmas. The kids will bring these cards along to sell on the street. $1 per card. Is money this tight? The government gives the orphanage $50,000 every year. Adding the donations from all around the world, we get around $200,000. That seems quite a lot. We have 400 kids. On average, each child is less than $500 per year. Do you still think it's a lot? The administrator's reply was cold, but also a bit helpless. There are that many kids here. Actually, we even owe the electric company. They once came to warn us that if we don't pay the bill, they'll cut off our electricity. 2 volunteers, and I went to the company to threaten them that if they dared to, I'll destroy their reputation. Chen Zhao didn't know what to say. The administrator was using blackmail, but she had no other choice. Is one of the kids sick? No, a volunteer, the administrator replied. Chen Zhao was led to the last room. A young man was lying on a bed. The trash can nearby was filled with bloody tissues. A girl was crying beside him. She seemed to be around 11 or 12. Chen Zhao immediately went over. The young man had several knife wounds on his stomach. How did you get hurt? Chen Zhao asked. It's me. I hurt Mr. Carrie. Doctor, please save Mr. Carrie. Don't worry. He won't die. Chen Zhao checked the injury. It was basically just skin trauma and blood loss. He hadn't hurt his internal organs. The wound had to be disinfected, so Chen Zhao first gave him an antibiotic. Hey, are you still fully conscious? Yes. Carrie nodded. He was hurt, but he wasn't that weak. He was still clear-headed too. I'm okay. Then he turned to the girl. Cheryl, I don't blame you. Stop crying. This man was really attractive. Even from a guy's point of view, he was still overly attractive. This girl probably liked her super attractive teacher. Chen Zhao wondered if she confessed to the teacher, but was rejected. So her love turned to hate, and she stabbed him. After the treatment and bandaging, Chen Zhao said, don't get it wet or do intense exercise or eat irritating foods for 3 days. Also, keep this bottle of antibiotics. Take 2 after each meal. You can take off the bandage in 3 days. Okay, thanks. How much should I pay you? Carrie, I'll pay, the administrator said. After all, you got hurt here. No need, Chen Zhao said as he packed up. I'll do it for free. That's not right. Chen Zhao picked up his kit. Here's my card. Call me if you need anything. At that time, the girl ran over to Chen Zhao. You're not as attractive as Mr. Carrie, but you're a good person. What the fuck? Are you insulting me or complimenting me? I don't need this kind of compliment. Chen Zhao's expression grew uncomfortable. Madam, I must leave now. Thank you, young man. May God bless you. Chen Zhao didn't like this place. The atmosphere was too suffocating. He left like he was escaping. It was still early when he got home, only around 4 p.m. He saw 5 police cars drive past the road before him. What happened in town? Chen Zhao mumbled to himself on the side of the road. How come there are so many cops? Just then, a car stopped before him. Leonardo's head poked out of the window. Hi, Chen. Leon, what happened? Someone died. Oh, how? Suicide by hanging. You don't need all these cops for that, right? It's a wanted criminal who's been hiding in town. He rented a place. The landlord went to collect rent today and found the guy dead inside. I won't keep you from work then. I don't have much. How about we go get a drink? Leonardo asked. Are you sure I'm not disturbing your work? I'm just a patrol cop. Solving cases has no place for me. The crime team will take care of it. Chen Zhao got into Leonardo's car. They went to an open-air restaurant near the site of the case. Chen, where's your big dog Walter? He's with his mom. Miss Jerlin. No. Chen Zhao shook his head. I'm not dating Jerlin. It's Feilai, that woman you brought over that made a big scene. She's my roommate now. What? What happened before this? Chapter 119, Business for Sienna. Chapter 119, Business for Sienna. From afar, Chen Zhao saw a few police carry a corpse out from a house surrounded by police tape. Chen Zhao also saw a few familiar faces. The police seemed to be led by Melson again. Melson also noticed Chen Zhao and walked towards him. Chen, how come you're here? Do you know Leon? Hi, Melson. I live in Mountain Town. Leon is the patrolman here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink with us? I'm still working. Police can't drink during working hours, Melson said with a serious tone as he glanced at Leonardo. Leonardo felt really awkward. Melson suddenly laughed and patted Leonardo's shoulder. Leon, I was just joking. Give me a glass. The atmosphere became much more relaxed. Melson was rather unreserved. After getting a glass, he downed the alcohol one mouthful. Amazing. The corpse has been in the room for over 10 days before it's discovered. It really stinks. Hey, stop talking about it, or we wouldn't be able to eat anything on this table anymore. Mr. Melson, did that person commit suicide? Leonardo asked curiously. No. Although we haven't found any key evidence, I believe in my own deduction. That fugitive committed a very serious crime. This kind of person is very strong mentally. How could he quietly kill himself in a house he's rented? Melson glanced at Chen Zhao. Chen, you look unwell. Don't tell me you're involved in this case. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm just surprised by the crime rate here. I've only been here for 3 months, and so many crimes have happened around me. I can't imagine the same thing happening in China. Is the crime rate in China very low? At least I haven't experienced any homicide cases around me, and also nobody's ever pointed a gun at my head. Someone pointed a gun at your head? Is it that female killer? By the way, did that female killer find you at all after the incident? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. You better be careful. That female killer is a criminal wanted by Interpol. Her file is thick enough to make a textbook. But if I meet her, I don't think I can do anything. Hope that you can arrest her as soon as possible. Chen Zhao felt someone stare from the distance. He lifted his head and saw a woman near the police tape looking at him. Chen Zhao recalled that woman as Gina, a forensic doctor. Chen Zhao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the woman. The first time they met, she seemed to be particularly interested in that female killer. He had no idea what their relationship was. Is Jerlin not here today? Haven't you been contacting with her? Melson glanced at Chen Zhao. We normally wouldn't ask about each other's work, Chen Zhao replied, slightly embarrassed. Chen Zhao had been busy the last 2 days. He had to work from morning to night, and perhaps even at night. Jerlin went to San Francisco. Huh? Why did she go there? She was moved there from the police station in San Francisco. Now there's an old case she's handled before, so she has to go back and help in the investigation, Melson answered. How long will she be there? I'm not sure. Maybe a month. David, drive me to Ronan Park. Also, help me to carry these stuff on the car. Since David consumed the strength potion, he had been becoming stronger and stronger. The 2 boxes before him felt just like 2 small bags. Sienna, why are you going to Ronan Park? Work, Sienna replied. Work? Did someone ask you for exorcism? Do you need my help? Or should we contact Chen? Sienna rolled her eyes. Please, I'm going there to set up a booth. Also, while I may not be as powerful as Chen, I'm still a professional spiritualist. I can handle most situations by myself. Huh? Booth? David was stunned. This was entirely different from the high-class spiritualist he had always imagined. A proper spiritualist was actually going to set up a booth in a remote park. After driving Sienna to Ronan Park, David helped her to build a small tent and ready the booth. Do you still need anything else? If not, I'll go to the station. Nope. You can leave now. A policeman standing beside me will really affect my business. There were very few people in the park in the morning. Sienna sat down under the tent, waiting for a customer. Sienna shifted her booth every once in a while. She could not stay in a crowded place because it might cause her some trouble. Just then, a lady walked towards her. Seeing the lady, Sienna was energized at once. Today's my lucky day. There's already a customer. The lady looked somewhat weak and pallid. The dark circles below her eyes were particularly serious. Are you a spiritualist? The lady looked at the various items on the table, some of which she had never seen before. There was also an obvious crystal ball with a sign at the side. Spiritology, exorcism, divination. Yes, Ms., how may I help you? Can you exorcise demons? The lady suddenly asked softly. Demons? There's no demons in the world. Anyway, Sienna had never seen a demon, or so she thought. Sienna looked at the lady and then nodded. Of course. The lady placed a mirror on the table. The demon's right inside. Help me to exorcise the demon in the mirror. Sienna picked the mirror up and inspected it carefully, but she did not find anything strange. Nonetheless, there was no reason for her to reject the customer. In fact, most people who wanted exorcism were only hysterical. The lady before her was clearly also suffering from hysteria. Of course, Sienna was not really concerned about such things. The only real thing was the money she was about to get, so she said, $100. The lady took out bits and pieces of money from her pocket. She counted $100 and piled them before Sienna. Here you are. Please help me to exorcise the demon now. Of course. Taking out her magical phosphor, Sienna sprinkled it onto the mirror and chanted, "Oh, evil existence, in the name of Satan, I command you to show your true form." Boom! A colorful flame burst out from the magical phosphor. At the same time, there was a glimpse of an illusory figure before it disappeared. This was Sienna's old trick. She would often ask Ybert to hide beside the magical phosphor. When the phosphor ignited, Ybert would show up momentarily. This visual effect would make her customer believe in her more. Demon, prepare to die. With all her might, Sienna stabbed her implement onto the mirror. Following a clear crack, the mirror started to break apart. Chapter 120, Mysterious Paranormal Activity. Chapter 120, Mysterious Paranormal Activity. If she was going to act, she should do it all the way. Sienna destroyed the mirror before the woman. At the same time, the remaining magic phosphor on the mirror exploded again. Inside the mirror, they could see many screaming shadows disappear. Sienna sprawled onto the table, as if out of energy. Her forehead had beads of sweat, and she panted for breath. Such a strong demon. Thankfully, it's daytime. Miss, the demon on here has been exorcised. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Sienna had practiced her act thousands of times. She could get an Oscar by now. The woman nodded and finally smiled. Am I free? Yes, you are free now. The demon won't disturb you anymore. The woman walked away with a satisfied smile. Sienna smiled too. Many times, treating people with dissociative disorders didn't mean healing her mind. Instead, one only had to follow her train of thought and end the thing she was imagining. Then she would go back to normal. Sienna wasn't a therapist, but she'd many of these cases before, and she was used to it. She looked up but saw that the woman had suddenly climbed onto the stone fence in the front. Shocked, Sienna hurried over. Miss, what are you doing? Get down here. The park was built on the side of a cliff, and the cliff, around 30 feet tall, was right behind the fence. There were jagged rocks and angry waves below. If you jumped down, you really could die. The woman stood on the fence and turned to look at Sienna with a gentle smile. I'm free. Sienna's expression changed drastically. Miss, you're already free. Why do you still want to? I will return to God's embrace, no longer controlled by the demon. I no longer have fear, no longer have terror. I no longer need to hide in the shadowy corners. Miss, suicide is a sin. You won't go to heaven. No, he said that if I break free from the demon, I'll be able to return to God's embrace. He won't lie to me. Who's he? Who said that? He won't lie to me. He won't lie to me. Miss, I don't know who you're talking about, but suicide is an unforgivable sin. You'll definitely go to hell. Do you want to tell me who you're talking about? I'll go ask him, and then you can decide if you want to jump down. The woman hesitated. Seeing this, Sienna immediately added, Spiritualists all know each other. Maybe I know who you're talking about. Sienna felt that the woman had been tricked by a spiritualist without good intentions or a liar. He's not a spiritualist, but he only appears at night. Appears at night? Sienna frowned. Who is he? My ex. He's working now. No, he's dead. He died not too long ago. Sienna's eye twitched. She didn't know if the woman's delusions were acting up or if she really was involved with an evil spirit. Can you tell me more details? Come down first. The woman hesitated, but she still jumped down from the fence. Sienna quickly went over and steadied her. Then the woman suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Oh my God, what's wrong with me? How could I be so impulsive? She started hitting her head and feeling aftershock. Let's go sit over there. The woman followed Sienna and sat down. Sienna kept observing her. She had to be sure if this woman had a mental disorder or was really affected by an evil spirit. If she had a mental disorder, Sienna would call the cops. If she was affected by an evil spirit, then Sienna could watch without doing anything. My ex is called Nance. After we moved, he started getting weird. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and broke up with him. The next day, he committed suicide. Sienna frowned, and the woman furrowed her brows. When I was cleaning up his belongings, I found that mirror. That night, Nance appeared before me. He told me that a demon was hidden in the mirror. I had to find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, the demon would eat my soul. Nance told you to commit suicide? Sienna glanced back at the shattered mirror on her table. He said that the demon can't be killed and the mirror will recover. I can only escape from the demon completely by killing myself before the mirror recovers. The more Sienna heard, the weirder it became. Where did the mirror come from? The former owner of our new home left it behind. Where's the former owner? I heard he had an accident. Miss, you said that the mirror will recover. Yes, I've tried many ways. I even shattered it with my own hands, but it would always reappear before me. Sienna was sure that it wasn't the mirror. At least, she didn't feel anything strange about the mirror. The mirror looked quite old, but it seemed to be just an ordinary mirror with a wooden frame. However, Sienna couldn't make any conclusions. She had to see the so-called X right now. If this X really did exist, Sienna wasn't a rookie. She actually had a very rich experience, but she'd never heard of such a complicated problem. Oh, we've already talked for so long, but I don't know your name. Chris Ackerman. I'm Sienna Yberg. Sienna had been observing Chris all this time. She was mostly sure that Chris was affected by an evil spirit. However, Chris was very calm right now. She wasn't excited after getting off of the fence. Evil spirits had different abilities. Some could affect the victim's mind. The victim would often do crazy things, such as committing suicide under the spirit's control. Sienna wasn't sure if Chris was lied to and thus made the wrong judgment, or if she was already controlled by the evil spirit. However, after this conversation, Sienna was sure that Chris was quite clear-headed. At least she was now. The evil spirit's influence may vary at times, making her suddenly have the impulse and then disappear before growing stronger at night. After days and days of this, the victim could gradually break down and finally commit suicide in misery. This was what evil spirits often did, unless they were the super frightening spirits. Those could possess someone and control them directly. Ordinary evil spirits had to use accumulated mental torture to hurt someone. Chapter 121. First Lesson, Get Beaten. Chapter 121. First Lesson, Get Beaten. Where do you live now? I've been hiding in a church. I don't even dare to leave the church these days. Sienna shook her head. She did not think that the people in the church knew how to exorcise evil spirits. If the church had any holy relics, perhaps it could help Chris. However, if the church was ordinary, it would not be useless for her, no matter how lavishly designed it was. Do you want to live at my place for the time being? You need to pay, though. How much is it? That depends on how long you're staying. $200 for a week. What do you say? That's expensive. If I stay in a hostel, it's at most $20 every day. Chris was not rich either. After all, she was jobless at the moment. $150 then. My house is much better than a hostel. How about my problem? Another $100. I'll definitely settle all your problems. At least I can guarantee your safety. Did Nance become an evil spirit? Has he been lying to me? Chris's tone was filled with sorrow. She had totally woken up by now. Only after experiencing despair would one feel fear. She did not even dare to imagine how desperate she had been just now. Perhaps. Does your ex-boyfriend appear at night? Sienna patted Chris's leg. Most of the time. Can you really exorcise evil spirits? Are you really a spiritualist? Different from her hysterical state just now, Chris was extremely clear-headed at the moment. She even began to doubt Sienna. I'm a professional. Professional? By setting a booth here? Who told you that a professional spiritualist can't have a booth? Those orating spiritualists on the media are the real fake ones. I'll only give you the money after you settle my problem. Pay me half first. I can give you at most another $50 now. The rest after you help you. Having lost her job, Chris was poor as well. 100. I'm providing you accommodation and food. You have to pay me the rent first. Fine, 100. The rest after everything is finished. After discussion, the two finally reached a consensus. Sienna was a witch, but a very poor one. Sienna called David. David, are you busy now? Yes. What is it? I have a friend, a beautiful female friend. She wants to stay with us for a few days. Are you okay with that? Of course, as long as she wants. David seemed to be elated. Sienna clenched her fist in excitement. After she hung up, she realized Chris's face darkening. You're staying with your boyfriend? No, just an ordinary friend. It's his house. I'm just renting a room temporarily, Sienna answered. In fact, it should be borrow instead of rent. She did not have to pay any rent. Anyway, she did not have enough money to pay. As for using David's house to earn money, she was too poor to care about her dignity at the moment. Moreover, David was more than willing to let Chris move in. Ordinary friend? Is it safe? Chris did not really trust a man's conduct. That time, Nance and she were roommates as well. Nance had promised not to touch her at the beginning. However, one day when she was drunk, Nance slept with her. In her eyes, all men were the same. David's a policeman and a coward. It was Chen Zhao's first boxing lesson. There were two muscular men behind Gaia who were just as heavily built as herself. Gaia waved her hand, and the two men threw the protective gear they were holding onto the floor. Wear it. Do I always have to wear protective gear in boxing lessons? Chen Zhao asked. Gaia shook her head. Only the first lesson. As Chen Zhao wore the gear, he asked, why the first lesson? The two muscular men had already put on their boxing gloves. Gaia glanced at the two men and then looked at Chen Zhao again. First lesson. Do I fight against them? Chen Zhao asked. No. First lesson is physical resistance training. What? To put it simply, you'll get beaten. I want my money back. Chen Zhao was immediately enraged. He had spent the money to learn how to beat others, not how to get beaten. With a smile on her face, Gaia stared at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could only ask for less. Never mind the money. I'm not learning anymore. All right, stop complaining. They're both professional and will know what's appropriate, Gaia said with a serious tone. Were they professional in again? Beating people up. After joking, Gaia became professional again. Chen Zhao adjusted his protective gear, and the two muscular men also stood before him with their gloves ready. Chen Zhao, when you face one or more opponents, you need to make a judgment, attack or defend. If you decide to defend, you need physical resistance, as well as defensive skills. Now, Atai and Johnny will be your enemies. Can I fight back? No, Gaia answered without mercy. Smack. Atai hit his gloves together, producing a deep sound. Young man, use your hands to protect your head. I don't want to kill you, Atai reminded. Shit, I want to go home. Everyone would be scared when cornered by two muscular men. However, when Atai's fist hit Chen Zhao's head, he only trembled slightly. It was not as painful as he had thought. Just then, Atai's second punch arrived. Chen Zhao was prepared for the first punch. However, because he was momentarily distracted, the second punch hit his ear. Chen Zhao staggered and sat on the floor. Frowning, Gaia made a hand signal at Atai. Atai removed his gloves and helped Chen Zhao to get up. Kid, are you still all right? Yes, I'm fine. What number is this? It's your middle finger. Fuck, let's continue. To be honest, Atai's punch was much less powerful than Gaia's. Chen Zhao managed to easily defend himself. Soon, Johnny joined Atai's team. Johnny's attack was even slightly weaker than Atai. Chen Zhao started to estimate his physical resistance. Even though he was jointly attacked by two people, as long as they did not hit his weak points directly, he would not get injured. There would at most be a bruise. Fuck, I'm already tired. Kid, are you not tired at all? Nope, let's continue. Atai, come and rest. I'll go. I'm tired. I need rest. Realizing that Gaia was about to join, Chen Zhao admitted defeat at once. If this female T-Rex was serious, he might actually die. Chapter 122, Summoned to Hell Again. Chapter 122, Summoned to Hell Again. When Chen Zhao left the gym, it was already noon. Just like Gaia's charge, her classes were all high quality. At least, Chen Zhao didn't only get beaten up during this lesson. Gaia taught Chen Zhao how to use his body to block attacks from the outside world. People with better fitness weren't necessarily better at taking hits. One had to practice the ability to take hits. It was like the difference between a bodybuilder and boxer. The boxer might not be as muscular as the bodybuilder, but the boxer could definitely knock him out. In boxing, the body accounted for 70%, while technique was 30%. In a fight, if the opponent couldn't hurt you, then you had a lot more choices for hitting them. After finding a random restaurant to eat lunch, Chen Zhao went to Rutherford's home. Rutherford was recovering quite nicely. He always cooperated with Chen Zhao's treatment. He was an athlete. For ordinary people, a doctor only had to check every few days, and it was enough. An athlete had to be checked every day, recording the entire recovery process in numbers. According to Rutherford's current condition, he would be able to do some therapy exercises in around 5 days. Chen Zhao also called Boar to tell him to get ready. On the way back, Chen Zhao called Jerlin. She was in San Francisco now and didn't know when she could come back. The case seemed to be a bit complicated. After hanging up, Chen Zhao returned to town. It was only noon, so Chen Zhao and Blackie went to the so-called Gates of Hell. Blackie, how much farther? A's temperature had dropped drastically, but Chen Zhao still felt hot and stuffy while walking through the forest. It was quite tiring. With our current speed, it'll take another half hour, Blackie said. You have to climb this mountain. Blackie floated around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao really envied this way of moving, but sadly, humans would never be able to fly without the help of machinery. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao could see a huge bottomless pit in the middle of the mountain. It was more than 100 feet wide, and the hole was deep and dark. This is the Gates of Hell, Blackie said, floating above the pit. This is it. It looks like a normal pit, Chen Zhao said, unconvinced. There were some plants around the pit. Deeper in, there was moss. Chen Zhao couldn't see anything special about it. If I jump down, will I go straight to hell? He asked. Normal people will just die if they jump down, but you can try. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He couldn't see the bottom of the pit, but it was at least a few dozen feet deep. Even a man made of steel would break apart after falling into it. He didn't plan on proving how special he was by jumping down. Plus, it wasn't very meaningful even if he could go straight to hell. He could go to hell without these gates. There was no need to take this risk. It seems that someone is making sacrifices here, Blackie said doubtfully while looking at the dish. The first time I was here, only a small portion was activated. Now, half of it is activated. You can see that? How come I can't see anything? It's not by looking. It's a feeling. The aura of hell is seeping from the pit. This means that it's opening. Chen Zhao didn't really mind this. Last time, Blackie had said that even if a human summoned a demon, only lower-level demons could come. They couldn't even get subordinates of the 7 sins like Beelzebub or Raymond. So it had very limited danger. After circling it, Chen Zhao decided to leave. It wasn't very fun at all. Chen Zhao even regretted climbing the mountain for so long to come see the Gates of Hell. At home, Chen Zhao took a shower, washing away all the dirt and fatigue from his body. Then he went to the basement to study demon magic again. Blackie was interested in it too, so they studied together. Right then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt something familiar. Chen Zhao, what's wrong? Blackie looked at him in confusion. Chen Zhao was slowly disappearing. Is it some magical effect? No. I think someone in hell is summoning me again. Was it Beelzebub? How come he summoned him without any warning? But when Chen Zhao reached hell, he was somewhere unfamiliar. There was a black castle connected to a mountain. Black clouds shrouded the sky. Eerie cries sounded in the dark mass above the castle. Chen Zhao looked down. There was a complicated magic array. It wasn't Beelzebub. He looked up and saw Beelzebub's standing there in his true form. However, there was an even taller and bigger demon beside him. Beelzebub's true form was around 16 feet tall, but the demon beside him was like a mountain of flesh. His lower body was like a fat insect. A total of 8 legs stretched out from either side of his abdomen. His upper body was upright. Asymmetrical scales covered his dark skin, and there were complex red lines on his stomach. He had 3 pairs of stocky arms, but no neck. There was a triangular head on top of the shoulders. He had a huge mouth, but no teeth. His mouth was filled with red light. There was an oddly shaped horn, even bigger than his head, wearing a metal ring as an accessory. His deep and black eyes had no pupils. It was like a black hole. One wouldn't dare to meet his eyes. This demon emanated a terrifying aura. Zhao didn't know what an aura was, but he could genuinely feel the horror of hell. Human, living being, the demon uttered with heavy and deep syllables. Beelzebub, who is he? Beelzebub walked over and stood between the unfamiliar demon and Zhao. Human, this is Lord Beelzebub Zhao. He's a subordinate like you. Yes, we're from the same family. Living being, I didn't mean to offend you, Beelzebub Zhao said. I summoned you here to ask for help. Help? Lord Zhao, how can I help you? Zhao didn't know Beelzebub Zhao, so he didn't dare treat him casually like he did Beelzebub. This demon lord didn't seem easy to talk to either. Zhao wasn't sure why the demon had summoned him to hell. Chapter 123. Zhao's First Delivery. Chapter 123. Zhao's First Delivery. My wife's having a difficult birth. I heard from Vito that you're a doctor. You can save my wife. Zhao really wanted to say that he was not an obstetrician. At least he had never delivered a baby before. Nevertheless, Zhao knew most things about baby delivery. Therefore, he did not mind helping a lady to deliver her baby, even if she was a demon. However, Zhao was unsure if there was a difference between human delivery and demon delivery. I need to see your wife first before I decide whether I can help her, Zhao said. Follow me. Beelzebub Zhao lifted his limbs and dragged his body towards the castle. Beelzebub Zhao brought Zhao into a huge room the size of a soccer field. The room had a dome and no furniture at all. The ground was filled with complicated markings, which Zhao guessed to be magic markings. There was also a red-skinned female demon. She was at least 3 meters tall and had a few bony spikes on her back. At the moment, she was lying at the center of the room. Her limbs were chained and she kept moaning in pain. Zhao could clearly see something wiggling constantly in her bloated abdomen. Damn, dirty little bastard, you really want to kill your mom. The female demon kept cursing the baby in her body. Noticing Zhao and Zhao, the female demon shouted, Zhao, did you bring me food? I have no appetite. I need to get the little bastard out from my belly first. If he still refuses to come out, I'll open my own belly and choke him to death. The female demon had a really bad temper. As she spoke, a fire pillar suddenly shot from her mouth. Zhao felt the temperature around him increase immediately. With her hands on the floor, the female demon stuck her fingers into the floor and then broke the floor apart. My wife has the bloodline of the evil dragon, so her temper is really bad, Zhao explained, looking at Zhao. Why are you explaining this to a petty soul? Quickly come and help me. Give my belly a few punches. This little bastard's growing too fast. I really hope that you can kill him. Hi, madam. I'm a delivery doctor. I'm here to help you deliver. The female demon was stunned. You're alive. Yes, I am. Your husband summoned me here from the human world to help you. Be quick then. I've already had enough. I swear that I will never have another child. Zhao looked at Zhao. Can you help her? Zhao was unsure either. I can try. Then go. Zhao walked to the back of the female demon and observed her lower body. Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhao. Later, I need to touch your wife's genitals. Quick, I can't take it anymore. The female demon completely ignored Zhao. Perhaps demons did not even care about these things. Doctors would not care either, since touching the genital was unavoidable, especially for baby delivery. Obstetricians might even put their hands in and message the walls to help the mother widen the opening. Of course, the female demon's genital was significantly larger than that of a human and also contracted at a faster pace. After wearing gloves, Zhao put his hand in. He needed to confirm the fetus's position and posture. However, just after he put his hand in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his hand was bitten by something. Zhao wanted to withdraw his hand, but the thing bit his hand tightly. On the other hand, the female demon seemed to be much more relaxed. The fetus finally stopped moving. However, it was only because poor Zhao had sacrificed his own hand. Zhao pulled his hand out with all his strength. Finally, the head of the fetus passed through the opening. He could even see the little demon biting his hand tightly. WTF. It was really too dangerous to deliver a demon. Zhao could not do anything but continue to pull the little demon out despite the pain. After the fetus's head was out, the rest would be much simpler. Madam, be ready. I'll use more force now. Quick! Splash! With a strong pull, Zhao managed to pull the baby out. Then, a large amount of amniotic fluid spurted out, wetting Zhao completely. He felt intensely disgusted. However, he could not care about the foul stuff on his body at the moment. Instead, he looked at the little demon who was still holding on to his hand. The little demon was not like the demonic beasts in Beelzebub's house. He was already in the form of a demon, and he seemed to have inherited his mother's red-colored skin. The female demon's belly had already deflated. Zhao lifted his arm and looked at the little demon hanging on it. Madam, do you want to hug your child? Abidos, let him go, or I'll stuff you back into my womb. The female demon roared at the newborn baby. Zhao was speechless. Madam, he's just been born. How can he understand you? However, the next moment, the newborn demon Abidos actually let go of Zhao's hand. He fell onto the ground and then climbed to the female demon. The female demon started licking the amniotic fluid off Abidos' body with her tongue. Zhao opened his mouth slightly, not because he was disgusted by the female demon's action. After all, she was a demon and had her own habits. It was because his hand was still in blood and felt really painful. Luckily, his hand was still intact, and he could still move all the joints. Being able to feel pain meant that his hand was not completely destroyed. Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Human, come here. The female demon placed her kid near her chest, allowing him to lie and suck on her breasts. Then, she waved her hand at Zhao. Zhao approached her. The female demon straightened her upper body and then placed her hands around Zhao's head. Zhao was really scared that the female demon would suddenly close her hands and crush his head. However, he was clearly worried for nothing. The female demon had no bad intentions. Instead, she lowered her head and kissed Zhao's forehead. The living, please accept the blessing of the fire dragon from the peak of Blackrock Mountain. Zhao also walked up to Zhao. Before his enormous body, Zhao looked as small as a cat. The living, henceforth you could do whatever you want in my territory. Do whatever I want? Do you demons always use such arrogant words? Do you need anything else? No. Thank you for your generosity. If you have nothing else, I'll be going back first. Zhao wanted to leave hell as soon as possible so that he could treat his own hand. You need to stay here for one full day, I'm afraid. Give me your hand. Zhao bent down and grabbed Zhao's injured hand with his own. Zhao thought that Zhao was going to heal his wound with a demonic spell, but he was clearly wrong. Zhao made another cut on Zhao's palm with a sharp nail. What are you doing? Don't resist. Zhao made a wound on his fingertip with his nail. A drop of his blood dripped onto Zhao's wound. Zhao withdrew his hand at once. He felt that something was entering into his wound. Chapter 124, One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Chapter 124, One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Zhao rubbed his hands. Did some mutant parasite thing latch onto him? He started thinking about scenes from alien movies. Zhao didn't explain to him either. If you want to go back to the human world, you'll need another day. Before this, you can stay in my castle or walk around the city." Zhao snapped his fingers, and a floating female spirit appeared beside Zhao. "Jessica, help me take care of my guest. You can swallow whatever demon offends him." The female spirit was pretty, but unfortunately, she only had her upper body. She didn't have a lower body. She wore a light white veil, and her hair floated slowly as if she was in water. Zhao followed the female spirit named Jessica and studied her. "Jessica, were you a human before?" "No, I'm a banshee, a demon. I'm Lady Kalisha's servant." She was probably the most human-like demon that Zhao had met. That was why Zhao thought she was a human spirit. Zhao reached out to touch her, but his hand touched Jessica. There was a very slight feeling. It wasn't obvious, though, and more like touching some kind of vapor. If he did it without meaning to, he could completely miss the feeling. "Respected living being, would you like to tour Obsidian City? Will I be in danger? Please do not worry. You are the Lord's respected guest, and also a living being. No one can offend you. Plus, I will be by your side at all times." "Then let's go see." Jessica took Zhao to the highest point of the castle. There was a platform with a dozen two-legged dragons. These dragons were huge, all about 65 feet tall, like huge helicopters. They all had a saddle on their backs, clearly for people to sit on. However, they were way too big for Zhao. "These are Lady Kalisha's kin. They were part of the dowry, like me. Now, they're the mounts for the Lord and Lady Kalisha. Of course, you're the most respected guest of Obsidian City, so you're also qualified to ride a two-legged dragon." With that, Jessica let out a shrill scream. A group of small demons half the height of Zhao slipped out of the cave beside him. They quickly grouped before Jessica and uttered some things that Zhao couldn't understand. "Go prepare a saddle for the respected lord." "Are they demons too?" Zhao pointed at them curiously. "They're inferior demons responsible for miscellaneous chores." These inferior demons moved quickly, climbing up and down a dragon to change the saddle and seat. In a few minutes, it had changed to a fancy wooden chair. It looked like a wide carriage with a hood. Zhao climbed onto the dragon and sat in the chair. It was quite comfortable. "Who will drive it?" Jessica started talking to the respectfully grouped demons. The inferior demons started arguing, even fighting and biting each other. Finally, a dirt yellow demon jumped onto the dragon's back. The other demons made angry noises. The dirt yellow demon pulled the reins, and the dragon soared into the air. Other than the shock in the beginning that was uncomfortable to Zhao, it became a lot steadier after that. Is being a coachman this competitive too? They're too weak. If they're not given a job, they'll think that they're worthless and insecure. That's why they'll fight for any chance to work. They may even kill their competitors for this chance. Jessica was still floating around Zhao while explaining about the inferior demons. Basically, they were like the cows of hell. They ate grass and produced milk. When needed, they would even be used as food. They were also the most loyal dogs, and their value was displayed in many aspects, not just in hard work. If they became loyal to someone, they would do anything for the person. They may risk their lives. They could even turn themselves into suicidal bombs. If there were enough of them, they could act as cannon fodder. Plus, they had some intelligence. If they lived in the human world instead of hell, they would definitely be more alike than dogs and cats. They weren't very ugly or scary-looking either. If you got used to their appearance, you'd even think that they were cute. Living Lord, if you have the need, I can gift you some inferior demon children. Inferior demon babies? Yes. Mature inferior demons already have someone they're loyal to, so they won't change it. The children don't have one yet, so they will become your most loyal servants. Can you do that? Zhao really was tempted. If he could raise some inferior demons, he could put them in Blackie's home. They could help him do chores or bring him food and water when he and Blackie did experiments in the future. Of course. How long are their lifespans? Around 3 years, but I can choose some who are close to adulthood for you. This way, you don't have to worry about raising them for too long. How many can you give me? As many as you want. Inferior demons are the least valuable. Many are actually freed each year. Do they have high fertility rates? Zhao was worried that if he introduced the inferior demons into the human world, they would cause a species explosion. That would be kind of troublesome. Indeed, but I could just choose one sex, all male or female. That way, you don't have to worry about them reproducing too often. A while later, the dragon was above Obsidian City. After circling in the air, the inferior demon steered the dragon to land on the ground. There were all types of demons in Obsidian City. There were some that even Jessica didn't know the names of. The city was quite lively. It seemed that Zhao governed this place very well. Oh, Jessica, I want to buy some plants from hell. Where can I buy it from? Plant from hell? There probably aren't any merchants who sell it specifically, but you can go to Amaro Market. There are many merchants there. Maybe someone brought some special plants. You can check. Jessica brought Zhao to Amaro Market, but it was covered in fog. He couldn't see anything. Living Lord, you must use the demon vision to look. Otherwise, you won't see anything. What's the demon vision? You can't do it? It's a low-level demonic spell. Zhao hadn't even heard of it before, let alone know how to do it. The low-level demon magic book he bought from Raz didn't have any records of demonic spells. I'll prepare a spell scroll of the demon vision for you, Jessica said caringly. Thank you. Zhao accepted quickly. But what do we do now if I can't even see the Amaro Market? It's okay. I can lend you my eyes for now. Zhao was confused. Eyes could be lent? What kind of crazy technology was this? Or rather, crazy magic? It's a talent that banshees have. We can lend any of our organs to others. This is too amazing. So if someone's missing a heart, can you lend your heart to them too? Banshees do not have hearts. Is your talent troublesome? No, it's very easy. Watch. Jessica just dug out one of her eyes and handed it to Zhao. He was speechless. Chapter 125, Hell of a Shopping Trip. Chapter 125, Hell of a Shopping Trip. Following Jessica's instructions, Zhao stuffed her eyeball into his eye. Immediately, he could see more things. Although he had inserted an eyeball, he did not feel any discomfort at all. It was more like wearing a pair of night vision goggles. He felt nothing special. Zhao discovered the bustling market hidden in the fog. Of course, the place was also filled with chaos. Some of the demon merchants were enormous and occupied a large amount of space, while others were small and naturally bullied. Demons walked around the various stalls, looking for the items they wanted. Suddenly, a huge demon approached Zhao. It was a 4-meter-tall, green-skinned demon. He had no head for thick and muscular limbs and a mouth on his belly. At the moment, the demon was trying to grab Zhao with his claws. Zhao lifted his head and stared at the green demon in astonishment. Food, delicious food. I'm food. This demon's going to eat me? Before Zhao could react, Jessica had already attacked. She spouted a cloud of frosty gas from her mouth, which immediately engulfed the green demon. The green-skinned demon was completely frozen before he could even touch Zhao. Then, Jessica gently pointed at the demon with her finger. The huge demon fell backwards onto the ground and broke into many pieces. There was some disturbance among the demons around them, but they all seemed to be used to such scenes. A large number of demons would gather here every day. They had already seen all kinds of chaos. Jessica, is your power frost? No, I just cast Soul Freeze. How dare an inferior big mouth offend you? I've already destroyed his soul completely. Realizing that Jessica was protecting Zhao, the demons which were originally ready to make their move could only give up their plan. They did not dare to challenge a powerful banshee, especially when she was the servant of a big lord. A few demons around them secretly carried the big mouth corpse away. Zhao turned his head around and glanced at the few demons. Feeling his look, the demons immediately hid in a corner. What are they going to do? Eat him, of course. This adult big mouth is not weak. Other demons can obtain some demonic power from his corpse. Zhao was also already used to this brutal world. Just then, Chen Zhao saw some dried, old-day flowers in a stall. Last time, Chen Zhao had bought a lot of old-day flowers from Raz. It was a species only found in hell. Chen Zhao frequently needed old-day flowers for his potions. Since there were so many old-day flowers right before him, he decided to purchase some more. How much do these old-day flowers cost? Chen Zhao looked at the stall owner. 1 soul fragment, and these 2 bundles are yours. Huh? How many demonic crystals is 1 soul fragment equal to? Chen Zhao asked, frowning. 100 soul fragments are barely equal to 1 year of demonic crystals, but nobody would be stupid enough to trade a piece of demonic crystal for soul fragments, the stall owner answered. He had been discreetly peeking at Jessica, who was behind Chen Zhao. It appeared that he was very scared of her. Chen Zhao's face darkened, because the Profiteer Raz had sold him old-day flowers at 1 year of demonic crystals per bundle. That is, he had been cheated. Indeed, it was a huge difference. The demon before him only sold old-day flowers at 1 soul fragment per 2 bundles, which was 200 times cheaper than Raz's price. Chen Zhao had asked Beelzebub about it before, but he had clearly asked the wrong demon. Either Beelzebub was lying to him deliberately too, and then gained some benefit from Raz, or he did not know the actual price either. Chen Zhao could accept a win-win situation, where he gets what he needs and the merchant gains some profit. Of course, because it involved 2 completely separated worlds, he did not mind Raz earning a bit more. However, he could not accept a price that was 200 times more expensive. What's in this bottle? Water from the river of death. It's worthless. If you need it, I'll give you all for free. But this is a soul vessel. 1 soul fragment for it. Chen Zhao was speechless again. When Raz sold him water from the river of death, it cost 1 year of demonic crystals. Raz could earn Chen Zhao's money only because Chen Zhao really did not know the actual prices. This, and this. I want all of them. How much is it? To be honest, the stall owner had no math talents at all. He took a long time just to add the amounts up. 30 soul fragments in total. Of course, because of your honorable identity, I'll only take 25 fragments. Chen Zhao generously threw him a small piece of demonic crystal. Receiving the demonic crystal, the demon trembled in fear. Lord, I don't have enough change. No need. Jessica glanced at Chen Zhao. Living Lord, don't you know how precious demonic crystals are here? I know. My demon servants told me before. Then why did you give him a piece of demonic crystal? These petty demons don't deserve it. I only have demonic crystals and no soul fragments. You could have told me that. I have many soul fragments with me. Then Jessica took out a small bottle and poured out many fragments from it. No, since I've already paid him the demonic crystal, I wouldn't take it back. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, the stall owner heaved a long sigh. After all, Chen Zhao's generosity allowed him to earn a great deal. The 1 year of demonic crystal that Chen Zhao had just given him was probably more than what he was going to earn in half a year. Living Lord, do you still have demonic crystals with you? Jessica asked. Yup. Do you mind trading some with me? I don't think I'll trade them. Chen Zhao shook his head, and Jessica was heavily disappointed. Demonic crystal was still a rare item for her position. But you've helped me a lot. Take them as your reward. Chen Zhao took out 10 pieces of demonic crystals of various sizes. They were roughly worth 20 years of life. Heir, take them, then I shall. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. The demons around them all tried to come close to Chen Zhao as their eyes sparkled. Realizing the intention of the surrounding demons, Jessica immediately screamed, "Scram, you petty bugs." Just then, Chen Zhao noticed a familiar figure in the distance. He had to admit that Jessica's eye had given him an excellent eyesight. Even though it was about 1,000 meters away, Chen Zhao could still see it clearly. The familiar figure was no demon other than the demon Profiteer, Raz. Chapter 126, Profiteer. Chapter 126, Profiteer. Chen Zhao walked over to Raz. He had his own stall too. When he looked up and saw Chen Zhao, he was obviously surprised, but his expression quickly turned enthusiastic. Respected Living Lord, welcome. When Raz saw Jessica beside Chen Zhao, he started sweating. Jessica gave him too much pressure. This banshee's aura was too scary. She had a reputation too. In Obsidian City, Jessica was known as a vicious woman. Raz, what a coincidence to run into you when I'm shopping. Huh. Yeah, what a coincidence. Living Lord, how come you're here? I was invited by the Lord, Chen Zhao replied. He is a respected guest of the Lord, Jessica said, looking down. Raz, I bought some things while shopping earlier. Can you check if I was scammed? Chen Zhao took out many local specialties of hell from his spatial ring. When Raz saw these things, it was like he'd been struck by lightning. He froze in his spot. Raz finally realized that Chen Zhao was here to punish him. Living Lord, Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes at Raz. Is there anything else you want to say? Raz turned and ran, ducking into the crowd of people. He didn't even want to stall anymore. He just wanted to get away from Chen Zhao. Jessica glanced at Chen Zhao. Should I grab him back for you? Yes. Jessica shot into the air. A few minutes later, she carried the limp Raz back and tossed him down before Chen Zhao. Raz seemed to be under some spell. His body was like jelly and couldn't stand up. Chen Zhao squatted down before him. Raz, I'm very disappointed in you. I thought that we could establish a long-term and steady relationship, but you took advantage of the fact that I don't know hell's market price. You sold everything to me 100 times more expensive. Living Lord, you are the most benevolent man I've met before, Raz pleaded. I'm sorry. I am willing to return all of your demonic crystals. Please forgive me. Living Lord, how many demonic crystals has he scammed from you? Around 100 years worth. Jessica's eyes glinted. She wasn't surprised with Raz's greed. Instead, she was surprised that Chen Zhao had so many demonic crystals. And if he didn't accidentally learn of the true prices, he might keep getting scammed. How dare you? Jessica kicked the limp Raz. You even dared to cheat the living Lord of so many demonic crystals. You'll never be able to pay it all back. The demonic crystals are still here. They're still here. I can return them all. That's unnecessary. You can use your products to pay me back in the future. To be honest, Chen Zhao was furious, but he still needed a steady supply source. If he killed Raz, he would have to find another source. Raz wouldn't dare to cheat him anymore. After all, Chen Zhao still had his demonic ritual implement. This meant that Chen Zhao had the advantage. If Raz dared to cheat him again, Chen Zhao could use the ritual implement to summon him into the human world and punish him. There was no contract relationship when summoning a demon with a ritual implement. Thus, Chen Zhao had no restrictions when summoning Raz. He wouldn't get punished at all if he killed Raz. However, if he killed Raz, he would need to find an even more reliable source. The new supplier might be even worse than Raz or give him the ritual implement. It was better to keep Raz around. With the ritual implement, he wouldn't pull any more tricks. As for the price, Chen Zhao was honestly angry. However, it was a voluntary trade. Chen Zhao wasn't familiar with the market price, so he couldn't blame people for cheating him. Of course, there wasn't anything about fair trade in hell. Whoever had more power would have more rights. Right now, Chen Zhao was in charge. Jessica, what spell is he under? The weak curse. Should I undo it? Yes. Living Lord, do you use demonic crystals to trade with him? Yes. Living Lord, 100 soul fragments can be exchanged for 1 year's worth of demonic crystals in the market, but demonic crystals are actually much more valuable than that. Some demons even accept 2 times the price. Why is there such a big difference? Technically, the market price and actual price shouldn't be too different. An average of 20% in difference was normal, but 2 times the price was hard to understand. Demonic crystals can extend most demons' lives, but soul fragments are only food. So, do you think the market can determine the value of demonic crystals? This meant that the price Raz charged Chen Zhao was far more than 200 times the price. It may even be more than 300 times higher. Chen Zhao glanced at Raz and huffed coldly. He didn't know the price before, but now he did. He'd make sure Raz would suffer in future trade. But at the moment, Raz was still irreplaceable. Chen Zhao had quite a few ritual implements from all sorts of demons, but only Raz was focused on trade. Not everyone that went between the human world and hell could be merchants. Merchants also had to have a clear mind. For example, if Chen Zhao switched his position with Raz, he might not be able to run the trade better than Raz. This was why Chen Zhao wouldn't change his trade partner unless he had no other choice. However, remembering how he'd thought Raz's price was fair, he felt bitterly disappointed. As expected, demons couldn't be trusted. He walked through the market. He saw many interesting things, but most were only interesting. They didn't have much use. Raz followed behind Chen Zhao cautiously. Rather than Chen Zhao, he was afraid of Jessica. He was finally freed when Chen Zhao got bored. When he first came to this demon city, he found everything fresh and interesting. But after walking around a bit, he realized it was just the same old thing. It was just like how he'd fantasized about America, but after arriving, he realized it wasn't much. Interest in new things came quickly and left quickly as well. To Chen Zhao, hell was just a chaotic place. However, there was a unique order within the chaos. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. By the time Chen Zhao returned to the human world, one day had already passed. He walked out from the basement and realized that Fei Lai was home. Don't you have to work today? Today's my rest day. Fei Lai was lying on the sofa with a few cans of beer on the table before her. Fei Lai's attire at home was always so casual. She had a loose pair of shorts which could display her long legs to the fullest and a white shirt that was a few sizes bigger. She did not seem to be wearing a bra. This was one benefit of sharing a house with a beautiful lady. Chen Zhao could enjoy a pleasant view at any time. If a well-built man were lying on the sofa instead, the scene would be completely different. Have you been in the basement all this while? Chen Zhao stretched himself and grabbed a can of beer. What happened to your hand? Realizing that Chen Zhao's hand was bandaged, Fei Lai asked subconsciously, did something happen? Stop imagining. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao had no idea what devastating scenes Fei Lai had in her mind. Nonetheless, he was not going to explain anything. After all, it would be awkward if he told her that he had injured his hand during a baby delivery. Therefore, he would rather maintain his mysteriousness before Fei Lai. Chen Zhao did not avoid Fei Lai either. He started changing the bandage in front of her. Although only one day had passed, his wound had almost recovered. A terrifying bite mark was still visible, but the wound had fully scabbed. What were you bitten by? You wouldn't want to know it. Chen Zhao exercised his hand. He felt that something was hiding in his palm. However, he could not feel anything unusual from the outside. Chen Zhao was clueless about what Beelzebub Zophi had given him for helping his wife. Chen, what are you doing? You've been staring at your own hand for 10 minutes already. Fei Lai's voice interrupted Chen Zhao's thoughts. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Isn't it obvious? I was daydreaming." Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He picked the call up. "Hello. Chen, you didn't attend the lesson today." "Oh, sorry, I was busy with work. If you have work next time, you better inform me in advance so that I won't spend 2 hours just waiting for you." "Right, the next lesson will still be physical resistance training." "This is revenge. You said there would only be one physical resistance training session." "I'm busy. Bye." Ignoring Chen Zhao's complaint, Gaia hung up at once. Chen Zhao was stunned. Fuck, this female gorilla is really revengeful. Didn't I miss one lesson only? What a specific revenge. Sienna, who's this? David returned from the police station and saw an unfamiliar lady in the living room. He recalled Sienna had indeed told him the previous day that a friend was going to stay over for a few days. "Chris, my friend, I told you yesterday." "Hi, I'm Chris Ackerman." "Hi. Your name is somewhat familiar." "David, what an outdated trick," Sienna said with her face darkening. No, I actually find it familiar. I think I've heard it before." David tried his best, but still could not recall where he had heard this name. "If you want to chase a lady, you need to learn from Chen. I heard that he knows many beautiful ones," Sienna said. She had been in contact with four, so she knew some things about Chen Zhao. "Chen? Do you mean an Asian doctor?" Chris asked. "Huh? Do you know Chen as well? Sienna was rather surprised. What a small world. Oh yeah, I remember. Chris Ackerman. I heard this name from Chen. He asked me to look for you, David exclaimed. Chen's looking for me? Why? He said that you're in trouble, David replied. Has your problem been solved? I don't think he can solve my problem, Chris said, disheartened. Chris, maybe he'll have a solution, Sienna said in a serious tone. Will he? Isn't he a doctor? Yes, a doctor, but he's also a spiritualist. While he claims to be an amateur, he's actually very powerful, at least better than me, Sienna said. Perhaps you can ask for his help. David was energized by the conversation at once. Chris, did you encounter an evil spirit? Chen's powerful, really powerful. He can definitely help you. Let's call him now. It's none of your business. Why are you so excited? Sienna rolled her eyes at David. How is it none of my business? Chen asked me to tell him once I have any information about Ms. Chris. Sienna looked at Chris. Chris, what do you say? Chen, can he really help me? If even he can't solve the problem, I wouldn't be able to help you either. He's your only hope. David moved closer to Chris and Sienna. Trying his best to contain his excitement, he asked, Ms. Chris, what's troubling you? Sienna pointed at the table. David turned his head around and saw a mirror on the table. It's a mirror. You don't say. We can see that it's a mirror. Is there something special about it? David took the mirror and inspected it curiously. I didn't find anything unusual about the mirror either. But yesterday morning, I broke it myself. You broke the mirror? It looks perfectly undamaged. That's the key. Something seems to be hidden in this strange mirror, and Chris has been haunted by this thing. She said it's her ex-boyfriend, and that he would appear every night. I stayed up for the whole of last night and didn't see a thing, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend did appear. Did you fall asleep? David looked at Sienna. Sienna had two very obvious dark patches below her eyes. What do you think? I've been with Chris all the time, but she fell asleep. At first, I thought that nothing happened, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend tried to attack her in her dream. Is it an evil spirit? Can evil spirits enter a person's dream? I'm not sure. While evil spirits have a multitude of peculiar abilities, I've never heard of any that can enter a person's dream. You don't have a solution either. Not for now. Therefore, we have to ask Chen for help. He will have a solution. David was clearly fully confident of Chen Zhao. Chris looked at Sienna. Although Sienna was somewhat unwilling, she still nodded her head. He's your last hope. Chapter 128. Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Chapter 128. Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Feilai, I didn't think your cooking would be this good. Chen Zhao looked at the big platter of Cobb salad that Feilai brought out. Cobb salad was different from the European salads with vegetables and fruit. It was unique to California, containing vegetables, fruits, and meat. After pairing it with dressing and seasonings, it had a unique taste. As a Chinese man, Chen Zhao usually judged and looked down on foreign food. It was like the famous movie quote, I'm not targeting anyone. It's just that everyone here is garbage. But after really getting to know foreign food culture, he realized that foreign food wasn't as sad as people thought. Chen Zhao never liked salad because it was too vegetarian. He was a carnivore. This Cobb salad, though, paired meat with vegetables just right. It had both the chewiness of meat and the fresh taste of fruit and vegetables. With the dressing, it could satisfy most people. Cobb salad is actually really easy. You can do it after trying once or twice. The recipe isn't set either. It's mostly just the dressing and seasoning. This is our family's specialty. Try the blueberry dressing. Chen Zhao dipped a piece of chicken in the dressing. Oh, it's sour and sweet. Tastes good. He wasn't a food critic, so he couldn't describe the taste with those fancy adjectives. He just thought it was good. Paired with some iced beer, it was an enjoyment even in December. It didn't have drastic differences in temperature between the seasons, but it was quite different throughout the day. Mornings and nights would be cooler, while noon could be more than 70 degrees. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He kept eating, ignoring the phone. Feilai glanced at Chen Zhao, but he really didn't want to answer. The phone kept ringing, so Chen Zhao had to admit that he'd already seen the caller ID. It was Dell. I hope it's not work. Chen Zhao answered the call. Hi. Chen, please come. It was Tsura's choked cries. Please hurry. Tsura? What happened to you? What's wrong? It's Dell. Something happened. Please come. I'm begging you, hurry. Okay, I'm coming. Tsura sounded really panicked, and she was crying too. It was obvious that Dell's problem was serious. Zhao was no longer unwilling. He couldn't keep waiting here either. You have work. Yes. Can you drive me? My patient has an emergency. Okay, let me wash my hands. Feilai agreed quickly. Feilai watched as Zhao brought the pets onto the car. Chen, why do you always bring them when you visit your patients? I'm worried about them if no one's home, Zhao said. Drive faster. I'm worried about the patient. The phone rang again, but it wasn't Tsura. The caller ID said David. Hi, David. Chen, I found the person you're looking for. The person I'm looking for? Oh, you mean Chris? Yes. She's right beside me. I think she's in trouble. I'm busy right now. A patient's life is at risk. I have to hurry over. When can you come back? Not sure. How's Chris right now? She seems stable, but I think she's pretending to be composed. I think she's really scared. What about Sienna? Is she there? You can have her help. Sienna is powerless too. I see. Take her to my home first and wait for me to get back. Feilai isn't home either. She's driving me to the patient. The key is under the rug before the door. Okay, Sienna and I will bring Chris to your home. After he hung up, Feilai asked, What's wrong? Was it David? Yes. What happened? One of my friends is in some trouble. Some trouble. I don't know how troublesome that trouble is right now. 30 minutes later, Zhao and Feilai finally got to Dell's home. Tsura, I'm at the door, Zhao said, calling her again. Feilai glanced at the door. Your patient is rich? Super rich, Zhao replied simply. No wonder you're in a hurry. Zhao pursed his lips. He couldn't deny that this was part of the reason. Dell paid him $3,000 every time. This wasn't a small number. There really weren't many patients who could pay so generously. Tsura came out hurriedly. The lighting was dim, but Zhao could still see the tear stains on her face. Chen, you're finally here. Tsura hugged him emotionally. Okay, let's go in. Tell me what happened to Dell. I was in bed with him, and, he started convulsing. You were having sex? Zhao asked. Tsura glanced at Feilai and then Zhao. Gritting her teeth, she said, We were doing something special. Something special. S&M. Dell had me shock him with a low-frequency taser. If there was a competition for almost killing oneself, Zhao was sure that Dell would definitely win. Zhao sped up his pace while asking, Is he conscious right now or not? Zhao was afraid that Dell had lost consciousness or even died from a heart attack. After all, it had already been half an hour. If Dell's heart had stopped and still hadn't gone through emergency first aid, then he would already be dead. If Dell was dead, then even a god couldn't save him. He's awake, but he keeps convulsing. When he reached the outside of Dell and Tsura's bedroom, Zhao could already hear Dell's pained cries. Feilai, stay at the door. Don't worry. I do emergency treatment too. I've seen everything. Feilai didn't mind. Fine. After entering, Zhao saw a whip, chains, and other sex toys. Turn on the lights. The room was quite dark. Zhao moved over and restrained the spasming Dell to start checking. As long as he hadn't died and his heart hadn't stopped, it was good news. Dell was insistent on going down paths that could kill him, but he was quite lucky. At least he'd been lucky so far. Chapter 129, Night Road. Chapter 129, Night Road. Dell, do you still recognize me? Zhao had to confirm if Dell was still fully conscious. Chen, help me. It's so painful. Where? My whole body. Standing beside them, Feilai said, Looks like epilepsy. Zhao shook his head and said, It's abnormal heart rhythm caused by electric shock. Tsura, did Dell consume anything before you started playing? After slight hesitation, Tsura nodded. What drug is it? Zhao was unsurprised by Tsura's response. In fact, he had found out that Dell had been consuming illegal drugs in his previous visits. In addition, he knew it was not weed, but something more intense. Highly concentrated MDMA. MDMA stands for 3,4-methylene-dioxymethamphetamine, the main ingredient for ecstasy. In fact, the amount of MDMA in ecstasy is relatively low. Consuming pure MDMA would produce more intense hallucinations and pleasure, but also have higher toxicity. It was almost equivalent to death after enjoyment. Zhao really could not understand this kind of person's mentality. Of course, as a doctor, Zhao was not obliged to urge Dell to fight his drug addiction. Dell would not listen to him anyway. After some examination, Zhao confirmed that Dell was suffering from complications due to abnormal heart rhythm, which thereby caused his convulsions. To be more direct, his own body was sending him an alarm. Zhao turned his head and instructed Sura, "Go fill the bathtub with water, warm water, the kind that you can still put your hand in." A few minutes later, Sura ran out from the bathroom. Done. Zhao carried Dell into the bathroom, which was really easy given his current strength. Putting Dell into the bathtub, Zhao turned his head and said to Feilai, "Bring me my toolbox." Sura and Feilai both stood outside the bathroom so as not to disturb Zhao's work. Feilai knew some first aid, but she could not understand what Zhao was doing. "Chen, why did you put him into warm water?" The human body is very sensitive, especially to temperature. Warm water can relieve his contractions, but he still needs acupuncture. I don't think you know much about acupuncture. In fact, most Americans are not unfamiliar with acupuncture. It often appears in films too. But can you see his acupoints clearly in water? Wouldn't you insert the needle into the wrong spot? Zhao did not doubt himself for a second. His other medical skills might be questionable, but he had been practicing acupuncture since young. Acupuncture requires more than just the eyes. Zhao also needed to feel the spots with his hand. Dell was partially submerged in water at the moment. Although light would be refracted, Zhao could confirm the acupoints by just touching and without even looking. Dell's body calmed down gradually, and the convulsions also stopped. Zhao had managed to ease Dell's abnormal heart rhythm with acupuncture. Then, he carried Dell back into the bedroom and began to massage his muscles. "Chen, be gentler, it hurts. It's good that you can still feel pain." Zhao was massaging the softer areas with a lot of force. Apart from his abnormal heart rhythm, Dell was also poisoned by the illegal drug. Zhao still had to help him detoxify, that is, make him vomit the toxic substances. Under the night sky, a car was racing towards Mountain Town. David was driving at full speed, while Sienna was sitting on the front passenger seat. Chris, who was sitting on the rear seat, seemed to be behaving unusually. She had been holding the mirror all this while. "Chris, can you keep that mirror?" David said, glancing at the rear mirror. However, Chris continued to look at the mirror with her head lowered, as if she had heard nothing. Sienna's expression became serious. Chris seemed to be asleep. "Chris!" Sienna turned her head and attempted to wake Chris up. There was no response. David and Sienna both felt rather anxious. Suddenly, David saw Chris from the rear mirror. No, it was not Chris, but an unfamiliar face. David was so shocked that he could not even hold the steering wheel properly. The car rocked on the road. "David, drive properly. What are you doing?" Sienna complained. "No." David turned his head and looked at Chris. It was still Chris, and nothing had changed. "What's wrong?" Sienna realized that David's expression was somewhat strange. "I'm not sure," David muttered, uncertain. "When I looked at Chris from the rear mirror, I realized that she's someone else." Sienna also looked at the rear mirror, but she did not find anything unusual about Chris. Nevertheless, she did not think that David was mistaken. Anyhow, she also did not know what was happening. Nervousness crept up her spine as time passed by. "Are we not there yet? I don't think it took this long the last time I came here." Sienna asked impatiently. David tried his best to contain his fear. Although he was a cop, his identity and the gun in his pocket were of little help to their current situation. "David, you see that billboard ahead." "What?" David indeed saw a billboard at the side of the road. "I remember we've already passed that billboard. Maybe there's several of them." "Sometimes there are identical billboards on the road," David explained, but only as an attempt to comfort himself. No! Sienna suddenly shouted. I remember clearly that the light at the center of that billboard was flickering. We've indeed passed that billboard already. It's just coincidence. David continued to drive forward. However, an identical billboard appeared before them soon. In a row of lights above the billboard, the one at the center was also flickering. David could feel all his hair rise up instantly. We've been driving on the same section all this time, Sienna confirmed. Why? Why would this happen? Suddenly, a figure bolted in front of the car. David stamped on the brake in panic. Did we hit? Sienna's face turned pale as well. The two quickly rushed out of the car. However, they realized that the person lying on the ground before the car was Chris. What? What's happening? David looked at Chris in puzzlement. Chris was before them. So who was in the car? With a serious expression on her face, Sienna also turned her head and looked into the car. Because of the headlights before them, they could not really see what was in the car. Sienna walked to the car door and looked inside. It was empty. There was no one. Chapter 130, Mirror Reflection. Chapter 130, Mirror Reflection. Help her into the car first, Sienna said. David was a bit scared now. Sienna, she's real, right? I don't know. What about in the car? There's no one there. What? There's no one there. How can there be no one? Let's leave first. Sienna guessed that this was a ward that they were trapped in. As for why Chris, who was in the car, suddenly ran before the car, she had no clue. When they returned to the car and started driving, they passed by the billboard again. They hadn't broken free from this road. The car kept going back and forth. Sienna kept looking back at Chris. She was lying in the back seat. Where's her mirror? Sienna turned around, but accidentally saw David in the rearview mirror. It wasn't David driving at all. It was an unfamiliar woman. Sienna's eyes shot open. It wasn't David. He'd been switched out. While David wasn't paying attention, Sienna secretly took out the magical phosphor and tossed it at him. Boom! The fake David didn't expect Sienna would suddenly attack. It screamed and gradually disappeared. However, the car also lost control and crashed into a tree on the side of the road. After who knows how long, Sienna opened her eyes. Her forehead was in pain. She probably hit her head when they crashed. Thankfully, she had her seatbelt on, so nothing serious happened. David and Chris weren't in the car. They were gone. Sienna shook her head, trying to get rid of the pain. Since David and Chris had disappeared, Sienna could only get out of the car to find them. The road was really dark. Sienna didn't like this feeling. She had a headache about these uncontrollable situations, too. The enemy hidden in the darkness was more troublesome than any enemy Sienna had dealt with before. His biggest problem was that he was strange and unknown. As of now, he still hadn't revealed his identity, but was completely toying with them. Sienna summoned her father. Ybur, help guide me. I must find David and Chris. Where are we? Ybur looked around. He actually couldn't find his bearings. Ybur's special ability was guidance. This didn't have any combat power, but it was a nice auxiliary ability. For example, they were able to go forward on the right path last time because he'd been driving. He wouldn't go forward blindly. Instead, he would follow his heart and make the correct choice. However, he couldn't feel anything right now. I can't feel the correct path, but I can feel that there's something terrifying up ahead. Something terrifying? Sienna asked. An evil spirit? No, it's something I've never seen before. This aura makes my hair rise up. It's not an evil spirit. Ybur's cowardly personality was revealed again. Put me away. I don't want to face this. It's even worse than last time. It's scarier than Maria. Sienna still decided to go down the direction that Ybur pointed in. She walked for more than 10 minutes and saw someone lying under a street lamp. Chris. Sienna hurried over. David, how are you? David woke up slowly. It hurts. Sienna, what happened? Do you know where Chris is? No. Where's our car? Why am I here? Sienna shook her head. She wasn't sure if this David was real or not. Judging from what had happened, the hidden enemy could replace David or Chris or even herself without anyone realizing. She was sure that she was real, though. This went without saying. Can you walk? Yes, you still haven't answered. It's kind of complicated. Do you remember what happened before you passed out? I remember I ran into Chris. And then you looked inside the car. And then, I can't remember. Was David switched out at that moment? Sienna thought, let's go forward. After a while, 3 figures appear before them. There's someone, David cried excitedly. They sped up, but when they got closer, they saw that the 3 incoming people were Sienna, David, and Chris. The Sienna and David on the left were confused. The 3 across from them were confused too. They all looked at each other cautiously. Just then, another person ran out. Chris. It was another Chris. This new Chris was exhausted and covered in sweat. There were 2 Siennas, 2 Chris, and 2 Davids. I'm real. You're fake. I'm real. The 2 Davids started arguing. Sienna looked at her clone. Stop the disguise. Maybe it works if you pretend to be them, but it's useless for me. I was going to say that too, the other Sienna said. You can't pretend to be me. Sienna scoffed. The enemy could clone her, but could they clone Yberg? She took out Yberg's case and released him. Huh? 2 Siennas? Who's the real one? I summoned you, so I'm obviously the real one, Sienna said. You and that fake Yberg, stop, the other Sienna yelled. She also took out a case and released a Yberg. Huh? 2 Siennas and another me? What's going on? Sienna's expression hardened. The enemy was stronger than she'd imagined. They could even duplicate Yberg. What would she do now? Sienna took out the magical phosphor to use a spell. However, the other Sienna did the same, cautiously staring at her. Sienna scattered the magical phosphor. It formed an image in the sky while she chanted, Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me. Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me. The other Sienna chanted at the same time, using the same spell. The magic array hit the foreheads of the 2 Siennas. A huge ball of flesh appeared above their heads. Seeing this, Sienna's expression changed drastically. Not only did the enemy know how to use the spell of ancient truth, they were even better at it. The eye of true vision above their head was even bigger than the one she'd summoned.